you all look ready, so we probably should get ready to start this day. So, good morning. Morning, thank you. Just a couple of rules of the road for people who don't spend every day of their life here as Gary and I do. Um, so, we have a very full schedule. You all should have gotten a copy of the agenda. And just to let you know, the first three panels, which are the front page of the agenda, are all the government invited representatives to explain their position on the governor's budget. And in that portion, each of the each of the people testifying get 10 minutes to testify. Now you could have submitted 100 pages of testimony. It all goes up online in the Senate and the Assembly websites. All 20 million New Yorkers get to read it at their leisure, but you have to summarize in 10 minutes. And then when we, the legislature, are asking you questions, we also only get a certain number of minutes per panel. So, for example, the court administration and the New York State Office of Indigent Legal Services are actually one panel, and therefore, oh no, they're actually 1 second. Ian, are one and two separate panels or one panel? One panel. Okay, so we're going to invite Indigent Legal Services to join the judge down at the table. Okay, thank you. So when we ask you questions, well, maybe they're not here yet. Well, that'll do it. Okay, then they won't join you. When we ask you questions, there's 10 minutes maximum for us to ask you questions, the panelists. And it's only 10 minutes if you are the chair of the relevant committee. So, for example, for the for the first panel, there are three. Um, excuse me. No, there are two chairs who get to use 10 minutes each, and then two rankers who get to use 5 minutes each, and then everyone else only gets 3 minutes for the panel. So, for example, once in a minute, I'll do the introductions of the people so you know who we're talking about. But I just sort of wanted to go through that rule. Then, when we get to the non government witnesses, which are the people listed on pages 2 and 3 of the agenda, every person testifying gets 3 minutes, and every person questioning gets 3 minutes. We're all equal, and it's very short. So, everyone should think about how you prioritize the key issues you want to make sure we hear from you, because no matter how brilliant your very long testimony might be, you get very little time to actually lay it out. And yet we will be here many, many hours despite everyone thinking, how could I only be given 3 minutes? Because that's actually how it works here. So now I have to officially go through a formal introduction to this hearing. Good morning. I'm Liz Krueger. I'm the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, and I am co-chairing the hearing today with my friend and colleague Gary Pretlow, who chairs Assembly Ways and Means. Someday we'll figure out why our committees don't have the same names, but we're relatively interchangeable in our houses. This is the joint fiscal committees of the legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for the state fiscal year 26-27 for the agencies relating to public protection. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the state constitution and legislative law. Today, Finance and Ways and Means will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the judiciary, the Office of Indigent Legal Services, the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision, the New York State Division of State Police, the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, the New York State Office of Information Technology. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs and the rankers and other members of the relevant committees. I will now introduce members of the Senate, and Assembly Member Gary Pretlow will then introduce members of the Assembly, and then our colleagues Tom O'Mara and our new finance, Ways and Means ranker will introduce members of the Assembly Republicans. And I'm just going to read off who's here. Okay. We have Senator Myrie, a chair, Senator Salazar, a chair, and Senator Mayer, who's functioning as chair of judiciary today, even though we actually have a new chair, Sepulveda, who could not be here today. So Shelley is thankfully for us jumping in at the last second. We also have Senator Brisport here so far. And as other senators come in and other assembly members during the day, we will introduce them. Assembly Member Pretlow.
Thank you, Senator. With us, we have our Codes Chair, Assembly Member Dinowitz, our Judiciary Chair, Assemblyman Levine, our Corrections Chair, Assembly Member DeLon, our Science and Tech Chair, Assembly Member Otis. We also have Assembly Members Burdick and Kellis with us.
Thank you. And actually, Senator Tom O'Mara, who is the ranker on finance, has also been delayed. Oh, you missed an assembly member.
And Assembly Member Meeks.
Okay. And I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself in your special guest capacity and your other members.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm Senator Anthony Palumbo, and the ranking member on Codes and Judiciary. We are also joined by members Senator Murray and Senator Rollison on behalf of my conference. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assembly?
Assemblyman Palisano?
Yes, thank you. We have Assemblyman Mike Riley, who's the acting ranker of the Codes Committee, and Assembly Member A.J. Peben, who's the ranking member of the Government Operations Committee.
Okay, great. Okay, so the other important thing I forgot to mention, when you are testifying, or asking questions from here on the dais, you can see clocks in front of you. And that tells you how much time you have left to testify or to ask questions, and particularly relevant for all my colleagues here. If your clock says 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, that's for you to ask the question and get the answer. So if you ask a 3-minute question, you're not going to get an answer. Just some people like it that way, and that's their right. But just know when that clock rings, that's the end of your dialogue. We always ask guests if they were asked a question they couldn't get to the answer to, or perhaps they needed to go and do a little more research to get us the right answers, that's fine. We would just ask you to put it in writing and have it sent to both Gary Pretlow and myself, and we will make sure all the legislators get the letters and get your answers. But again, for members, don't think you're getting an answer if you give somebody a 5-minute question, because that's it, your time's up. Other very important piece of information, the microphone in front of you has a circle at the base that is either red or green. If it's red, the microphone is not on. If you're speaking, you need it on. And there's a button that says push. Everyone should just take a look to make sure they see it, because it has a sweet spot. And so you need to press it until it turns, there, the judge just got it. Sometimes they're cooperative and sometimes they're grumpy. So just know that you want that light to be green when you're speaking. And now I'm going to hand the microphone and the floor to Judge Joseph Zayas, Chief Administrative Judge, New York State Office of the Court Administration. Good morning.
Morning. Morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairpersons Kruger, Pretlow, Meyer, and Levine. Levine, excuse me. How many times have I done that to you? Please forgive me. And all other legislators participating today. As you know, I am Joseph Zayas, Chief Administrative Judge of the New York State Unified Court System, and it is my honor and pleasure to appear before you today on behalf of our great Chief Judge Rowan Wilson and the Unified Court System's leadership team and all of the dedicated judges and non-judicial employees who are the lifeblood of our courts. I want to begin my remarks by reiterating what Chief Judge Wilson and I say in many other settings, and that is that we are deeply, deeply grateful for our productive, collaborative relationship with the Senate and the Assembly, and for your continuing commitment to provide the judiciary with resources we need to be a national leader in the provision of innovative, impactful, and even life-changing court services. Our goal, our vision for the courts is not just to be respected by the other branches of government as co-equal and independent, but to be a full partner in your efforts to make New York safer, healthier, more equitable, more productive, and more willing to extend a meaningful second chance. And we certainly look forward to continuing this important work with you. Today, I'm pleased to acknowledge an important milestone that we are on the cusp of reaching. In the past 2 years, when I've appeared at this hearing, I've lamented about how, over the course of many years, our non-judicial workforce was depleted, in large part due to insufficient budgets. Back in 2009, the courts employed over 17,000 non-judicial personnel. By the end of 2021, however, that number plummeted to 14,000, which was simply inadequate to ensure that New Yorkers had meaningful access to their justice system, let alone to fulfill the vital role that our courts are increasingly playing in helping address some of society's most pressing problems. Fortunately, we have been steadily reversing, with your help, that trend. Since July of 2023, we have increased our non-judicial workforce by 1,700 employees. And we anticipate that before the end of the current fiscal year, we will finally return to the non-judicial staffing levels we had in 2009. This was made possible by the strong restorative budgets that were enacted in 2024 and 2025. And I want you to know that we are deeply grateful to the legislature and Governor Hochul for their support. I can assure you that the state is getting a significant return on its increased investment in the courts. Of the employees who have joined our ranks in the past 2 years, nearly 100 work as project directors, case managers, and resource coordinators in our innovative problem-solving courts, which has allowed us to reduce caseloads in some of our busiest courts, particularly in New York City, and open new courts as well. As I'm sure you are all aware, the Chief Judge and I have made the growth of our problem-solving courts one of our highest priorities. These courts transform people's lives by addressing issues that affect so many New Yorkers and often result in justice system involvement, such as mental illness and substance abuse disorders, human trafficking, and adolescent traits like recklessness and susceptibility to peer pressure. Our problem-solving courts served thousands of New Yorkers last year, and we intend to serve even more in 2026. We have another 36 problem-solving courts in various stages of development, including 5 new mental health courts that we will be piloting in New York City Family Court, which will serve youth involved in juvenile delinquency proceedings, as well as family and custody and support matters. Our family courts have also been a significant significant influx of non-judicial staff, complementing the 29 judges who have recently been added to those courts. In fact, overall, family court staffing, including judges, has grown by 20% since fiscal year 2024. These additional resources are having a significant impact in reducing well-documented backlogs. Since January of 2025, the New York City family courts have seen a 25% reduction in pending support-related matters and paternity cases, and a 30% reduction in pending guardianship cases. And during that same period, the 17 other counties that recently received new family court judges have achieved a collective 11% decrease in their pending caseloads. I share that because I know how important that court in particular is to you. So we are making progress in our family courts, but we continue to seek out new ways to make these courts more accessible and more efficient. To cite one particularly promising initiative, which has been implemented in Brooklyn and the Bronx and will soon be expanding to the rest of the city, the New York City Family Court is implementing an innovative intake system for support matters that promotes efficient case resolution by carefully assessing cases at their inception to ensure that they start off on the right path. The goal is to educate litigants on child support processes, reduce disposition time, and strengthen the quality of orders issued by the court while upholding a culture of dignity and respect. The increase in non-judicial staff has also allowed us to continue implementing our case processing initiative in New York City's Supreme Court criminal term. The objective of this initiative is to establish in each borough effective case management procedures and infrastructure that will address in a long-term sustainable way the most frequent causes of delay in felony cases. A critical component of this work are the experienced court attorneys we've been able to hire and sign to key roles. They enforce scheduling orders, conduct virtual conferences with prosecutors and defense attorneys to try to resolve disputes over discovery, as well as more mundane issues like scheduling conflicts, and thus prevent cases from languishing because of a lack of consistent court oversight. This initiative is working. Every borough in New York City had more dispositions last year than it did in 2024. Brooklyn, where we first began piloting this work in late 2024, saw a substantial 15% increase in their dispositions. Citywide, dispositions were up by 10%. One final area I want to highlight where increased staffing resources have combined with new legislation to allow us to make significant progress. And that's in e-filing, which is an issue I know many of you are interested in and have asked me about. In 2024, the e-filing statutes were amended to permit us to institute electronic filing through the court system. And to leverage that new authority, we have increased the size of our e-filing unit, opened a satellite e-filing office in Albany that will serve as a regional hub for implementation, training, and technical support. As a result, e-filing is becoming the norm in more and more of our courts. Family court e-filing doubled its geographic footprint in 2025 and has now been implemented in 24 counties. And we have, at last, introduced e-filing in our superior criminal courts with a pilot launched last year in Brooklyn, which will soon be expanding to Queens and Staten Island. With this year's budget request, we aim to continue building on this positive trajectory. Our proposed state operating budget of $3.2 billion reflects a base increase of $150 million, which is essentially for us to be able to maintain our existing operations and initiatives. We also are requesting an additional $49 million that will allow us to continue making progress in key priority areas, which I know you're all interested in, like civil legal services, which is described in detail in the written statement we submitted and our budget proposal. Overall, we're requesting a 6.7 increase over the current year's fiscal year's operating budget, which we believe is sufficient. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, I got the wrong answer earlier. You were always supposed to be testifying alone. So when indigent services get here, they will be here for the right
Yes,
time.
and I didn't want to bring that up.
No, no, no.
I'll share the stage with anybody,
No,
but
no, no.
I didn't want to tell you what to do.
No,
Chair.
no, I just some information, got a little scuttled, which is fine. So the first questioner will be Acting Chair of Judiciary, Senator Shelley Mayer.
Good morning, Chief Administrative Judge. Pleasure to see you here. I was very, very pleased that the state of the judiciary, the Chief Judge, devoted the whole thing to family court, which, you know, was a compelling factor in our vote to ensure that he was the Chief Judge. Notwithstanding his analysis and the important witnesses he had, he referenced the legacy of dysfunction in that court. You mentioned a number of things with caseload declines. What are the hours of operation of the family court in New York City and elsewhere? And why is the court not open later or does not have an acting judge in place to grant orders of protection in the event they're needed after 3 or 4 p.m. when the courts seem to be closed?
Well, I believe we have. First of all, the times are 9 to 5, and judges are on the bench. In years past, there was a prohibition against any overtime, and we put an end to that because we didn't want witnesses who were in the middle of testifying
Right.
to return to court again. And we have judges always on standby to handle any emergency application. So I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say from 4:30 to 5, but and if that's happening, I'd like to know where it's happening because my directive has always been the emergency applications can come in up until 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, I'll get into it elsewhere with you, but I would say that even after 5 o'clock, the direction is to go to criminal court, and I'm suggesting that the Office of Court Administration, the Chief Judge, look at the possibility of having the court open certain nights, which I think it was in the Bronx at one time, for later applications. Domestic violence and other things don't stop at 5 o'clock, as you know. Secondly, the problem-solving courts you mentioned, Veterans Court, the Opportunity Youth Court in New Rochelle, which I think you visited, which is a highly successful model. How can you make efforts to ensure that these problem-solving courts exist across the state, particularly in city courts, in all of our cities where these issues are paramount?
Well, we are making extraordinary efforts to do that very thing. We're in the middle of creating and developing 36 new problem-solving courts, and that's across the state. There are some times where a county that's particularly a rural county doesn't have the infrastructure, doesn't have the programs to send these defendants to. And so where it's a little more complicated in those situations, but we are looking to expand our mental health courts and other courts throughout the state. I think we're at 353 problem-solving courts at this stage, in the middle of developing 26 others in the later stages of that, and that includes 5 mental health courts that we expect to put in the New York City family court for juvenile delinquency cases.
Can you provide us later a list of all of the veterans courts, all of something similar to the Opportunity Youth Court targeted at young people who have criminal interaction between 18 and 24? I'm very interested in working with you to ensure that as many courts as possible, notwithstanding the availability of the services to which people are referred, that we expand it more aggressively.
Yeah, and I think the Treatment Expansion Act
Yes.
is that's the goal of that very proposal. So.
Next question is about housing court, the city of New York, and in all of our cities. Given the challenges of people who afford their housing and the incidence of eviction proceedings and what steps is OCA taking to ensure that housing court works as appropriately and fairly for every litigant, both in the city courts, in the city of New York, and throughout, including, I know you don't have jurisdiction of the town and village courts for every matter, but they handle a good deal of these courts, of these proceedings. So what steps are you taking to improve the processes in housing court?
Sure, so let me talk about the city courts first,
Yeah.
because I think within months of my appointment, we created 5 additional family court judges, and the legislature funded that through our first budget, and so we're thankful for that. And that allowed us to reduce the pending cases for each housing court judges, because we're able to transfer them to the new judges that got appointed. So, and that's been very helpful. It's been reducing the pending cases per judge, caseload for judges in the city. And then with respect to the judges in the town and village courts, we have actually been discussing with various members of our team the possibility of giving more training to those judges, or taking them out of a lot of the town and village, and this is not meant to be a criticism of them, but the landlord-tenant practice, the statutory framework in those cases are pretty complicated. And some of the judges are having a harder time in the town and village courts with that, and sort of figuring out a way to send it to a more specialized judge who has a lot of experience in that.
Can I switch subjects to the Protect Our Courts Act, which we enacted in the legislature? What is the experience of OCA with respect to any immigration activity at courthouses that are supervised by OCA?
So we talked about this at the last hearing, and I was actually pleasantly, so since then, since the beginning of that, we keep track of every law enforcement officer, federal law enforcement officer that comes into any of our courthouses. And I think I expected it to be a much more active, and we had only 58 situations where ICE came into our courthouses. Most of them, I'm happy to report, were attempts to observe proceedings or to request certified records, and that there were only 4 actual arrests happening in the courthouse, not in the courtroom. And we are regularly looking at the warrants that are presented. Most of them are not judicial warrants, which was a requirement. So we're not only so I expected it to be, given the hype that was out there about this. But as you know, when we met with the folks, the Department of Homeland Security, there's 2 offices we met with, and we had a sit-down with them about POCA and the protocols that we needed. And I think those 2 meetings with the upstate group and the downstate group produced those results where they are, I have to say that they are abiding by our rules. There have been some claims that outside the courthouse, once a person leaves the courthouse, there have been some arrests. But our officers are working in the courthouse, so.
Whose responsibility in the courthouse is it to record the presence of any federal law enforcement
So
officer?
as soon as a law enforcement person from ICE comes into our courthouse, they have to provide the reason that they're coming in. They then have to, a unusual incident report gets prepared. If there's a warrant that they're coming in for, it goes to a judge. And so it's the face of the courthouse. When you try to get through the magnetometers and you declare yourself to be a law enforcement officer, it happens. And then we keep a daily track of all of those incidents across the state.
Okay, I think we'd be interested in seeing,
I can't hear that part.
we'd be interested in seeing the data of where they've appeared and the circumstances under which they've come. And I'm glad you think it's worked fairly well.
We are chronicling that by judicial district.
Okay, very good. One other question on supervised visitation. I'm just going back to family court. First place, the governor did not put any additional money for supervised visitation in her proposed budget without additional funds. There are many counties, I understand, that do not provide it. So I'd be interested in hearing at some point how the court system wants to respond to that.
You'll have to get back to us on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we hand it over to the Assembly, we've also been joined by Senator Scarcella Stanton and Senator Bino. Do you have any more? Senator?
And we've been joined by Assembly Members Gallagher, Cruz, Romero, and Simon. We now will hear from Assemblyman Levine.
Good morning, Your Honor. So you've mentioned there have been 58 instances of ICE officials or officers appearing in our courthouses. Do we have any sense of the frequency at particular county facilities?
Yeah,
Is it more in the metropolitan region than throughout the rest of the state?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. I mean, I have the numbers. So there were 20 record checks. So these are all ICE officers coming in, going to the clerk's office. That gets chronicled. There were 24. Remember, there's only 60 altogether, or 59. 24 observations. So that's not an arrest. That's folks coming in. And then there were four executed arrests and 11 unexecuted arrests. And we have a breakdown for you as to the counties that it's happening in.
So Nassau County is one of the counties in the state that has a special arrangement with Homeland Security. Do you have the number of Nassau County appearances?
Yes.
And also, how do we know for sure that it's only 58 or 59?
I mean, that's a good question. But when they come into our courthouse, they are clearly to our court officers law enforcement, and so we're stopping them and getting their information, and so that's the reason we know they get stopped, they get questioned, they have to show ID. With respect to Nassau, I was surprised that there was not a single incident in Nassau County in our courthouses. But you may be aware, based on some Newsday reports, that what the Department of Probation does in Nassau is when a judge takes a plea or is about to sentence someone, they send the defendant to probation, and that's not in the courthouse. That's in another building. And that's an agency we don't have control over. The Department of Probation in Nassau County has been calling in Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and arrests have been made. Not only that, but it also appears that they then deport the person before the person is called to account for the sentence that would have gotten imposed. So we're concerned about that, obviously, because it interferes with the administration of justice. You want someone who got convicted in Nassau County to face the judge for sentencing, and that's been a problem.
You and I both served as public defenders some years ago, and I know that you, along with me and many others, have a real concern for due process. And in Nassau County, someone was supposed to have been sentenced to a lengthy term in prison for a vehicular manslaughter. That person is not going to serve that sentence because that person was turned over to ICE and was deported. That person is back in their country. Now, due process inures to the benefit of anyone who's charged with a crime, fair enough. don't you believe, as do I, that due process applies not simply to someone charged with a crime, but to our entire community in general? And my concern is that there was no due process whatsoever for the victim of that crime. There was no due process for the family of the victim, and there was no due process for the community at large. And that person can come back to the United States at some point. So I just wanted to share with you the view that due process is more expansive than many of us believe, and it's sad that we have, as Americans, to take that concept now into that greater consideration. But let me ask you another question. It has to do with court facilities. I know that the budget includes a substantial amount of money for the Court Facilities Incentive Aid Program. Now, I serve as chair of the Judiciary Committee on the Court Facilities Capital Review Board. And Judge, we know that there are some courthouses in the state of New York that do not serve the purpose for which they are intended. So the Court Facilities Incentive Aid Program now is going to be about $135 million. Now, that amount of money is designated for small service repairs, as I understand. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah,
All right. So
it's not there to build a courthouse in a municipality not so far from here.
So we have too many courthouses in our state, and I don't want to give anybody the sense that we're talking about dozens or anything like that, but there are at least 4 to 6 counties that really need new courthouses, and that's going to cost substantial amounts of money. Any ideas on what we can do to be able to provide the funding to help spur the development of these modern courthouses that are needed to serve their communities?
I mean, it's a difficult question. First of all, thank you for serving on the facilities board along with the judiciary chair last year. But it's a difficult problem, right? Because, and we generally, even before we resurrected the board, we worked for decades to try to get municipalities, and we tried to do it in a diplomatic way and get them to fix the courthouses that they're responsible for fixing. Yeah, you know, I mean, if the state bails out the municipality every time the municipality says they have no money, then it's going to deter other municipalities who have invested in it. But maybe a bonding system where, but something needs to happen. And we don't necessarily mind, you know, the municipality getting help from the county or the state. And it could be you know, a group effort. But one way or another, those courthouses have to be adequate.
And that's for the safety of the community. Also, I just want to close by saying how impressed I am that we are just about up to pre-pandemic levels of folks working in our courthouses, again, to guarantee the safety of our community. And thanks for your good work.
Thank you.
Next up is Senator Myrie, Chair of Codes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Judge. I have 2 comments and then a question. First, as the Chair Mayor alluded to on the Protect Our Courts Act, let me first say thank you to OCA for the clarification. There was a publication that issued a story about what took place in one of our courts. I thought it was appropriate for OCA to correct the record on what actually happened. I hope this is something that continues to happen going forward as we have a larger conversation about what is happening in the immigration context. Second, on foreclosure, an issue that is still unfortunately too prominent in the districts that we represent. We have proposed legislation. We have reached out to OCA. Thank you for engagement on that process. I want to put on the record that we are going to continue to focus on this issue in hopes that there is uniformity in how foreclosures are handled throughout the state, certainly, but particularly in New York City, where we continue to see, unfortunately, homeowners get the short end of the stick. On mandatory minimums, the Justice Task Force, which, as you know, has prosecutors, defenders, former judges, a broad swath of stakeholders, recently issued a report around mandatory minimums and sentencing more broadly. And the conclusions of that report suggested that there are harmful impacts of mandatory minimums, that has disproportionately impacted Black and brown defendants and New Yorkers in this state, and suggested that there be some response from the legislature on mandatory minimums. I know that OCA has proposed, and we are working together on how we can figure out at the plea bargain stage interest of justice pursuits when all parties have agreed. I'm wondering if you can offer any thoughts or commentary on mandatory minimums and what path forward the state can and should be taking, particularly around whether this may save some of the expenses outside of the actual harms caused to New Yorkers going through this process.
Well, Senator, thank you for your interest in this issue. It's something that we've been proposing for some time, particularly where there's consent by the prosecutor and the defense, and to treat the defendant, to be able to avoid the second felony offender status that often makes the minimum so high. And we have always believed that where there's consent by both DA and the defense, and that the predicate designation, the second felony offender designation, should be set aside where the parties agree. Mandatory minimums obviously is something we've been looking at. It's something that I think judges certainly can handle and handle it effectively. The question of, whether that's a legislative function or I don't want to get out of my lane as a judge, but certainly it's something that will reduce the number of people that we're sending to jail for long prison terms, because sometimes the mandatory minimums, particularly when someone has a prior violent felony offense, is an obstacle to resolving a case. And so, so that would be my answer.
Thank you. And I'm hoping, I didn't realize that I had some extra time. You may not like that I have extra
That's
time.
fine.
Okay. So I want to, if we can, return to the Protect Our Courts Act. And this is going to guide a lot of my questioning, not just with you, but with the subsequent panelists, around the tension, if any, that exists between protecting New Yorkers' constitutional rights and what constitutional obligations we may or may not have to cooperate with the federal government. What Protect Our Courts have demonstrated to me, and the court rulings, I think, bear this out as recently as last year, is that the state can uphold whatever federalism obligations we have to work with the federal government where appropriate, but we also have the constitutional obligation to protect New Yorkers where appropriate. What you mentioned in your testimony about the number of incidences post Protect Our Courts Act implementation suggests to me that these two things can coexist, that there is an ability for us to uphold constitutional protections and still allow for the federal government, where appropriate and legal, to do what they have to do and to fulfill their duties. So I guess my question is, in your estimation, is it possible for the state to uphold constitutional protections for New Yorkers while not hindering the federal government's ability to do their job.
Yeah, and I think that is the balance that POCA struck. It effectively allowed in situations where there was a judicial warrant for folks in the courthouse to get arrested, not in the courtroom, but in other portion of the courthouse, because there's a judicial warrant. Just wanted to clarify that the stats I gave was only as to 2025, so that was just 1 year's worth of stats. But yeah, I think the balance could be easily struck. I mean, and it's not only talking about the accused, but it's talking about victims that might be coming to the courthouse, which, nobody, I mean, the district attorney's offices are not happy about that. There's also, I believe that in the POCA statute, there's a private right of action. So if there's a violation of that statute, the accused can actually bring a private right of action against the offending authorities, which should also act as a deterrent to these folks. We believe in collaboration, so immediately we met with the field offices of these folks, and sometimes building these relationships with these folks can have a positive effect, because they now understand that there's the rule, and that our court officers are going to basically hold folks to the rule, and I think that's sort of the reason why it hasn't been as widespread as others have, and myself have thought might happen, and so when it now they are, the POCA statute does say people going to and from court, so it's a little harder for the court system to control that, right? So if somebody's leaving their house in Brooklyn to come to court in Queens and on the way, that technically would be a violation of the POCA statute. But in terms of what the court can do about that, it's a little difficult to discern.
Thank you, Judge. And I'll close by saying the governor has proposed sensitive location protections in the budget. My colleagues have proposed legislation that goes beyond what the governor has proposed. As we are having this larger conversation about potential protections around particular locations, I think there have been some suggestions that any implementation of that would imperil public safety or the government's ability to do their job. And it is my belief and what I am hearing that we can do two things at the same time, that we can continue to keep the public safe while also safeguarding our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Thank you. Sorry.
Assemblymember Dinowitz.
And Senator Gonzalez has arrived. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Morning.
I think you know that one of my biggest concerns has always been backlogs in the courts. So some years ago, when I was appointed as chair of the Judiciary Committee, the first thing I did was to advocate for increasing the number of judges, particularly Supreme Court justices, and we succeeded. And I think when we expanded the number of Supreme Court judges, it was probably the first time maybe in my lifetime that we did that, and we did that a few rounds of that, and then we continue to do that under Chair Levine as well. We increased the number of civil court judges and also civil court judges serving as family court judges and criminal court judges. So my question, I mean, this is a little bit of a softball. I just want to get on the record. Would you say that having increased the number of judges has been a significant contributing factor to shortening the backlogs in the courts?
Yeah, without question. The problem, someone asked me a question, the chair of Judiciary asked me a question about space and facilities. So we want as many judges as we can get, particularly in New York City. The backlogs are in New York City, and I've been traveling around the state. I'm not trying to suggest that the folks outside of New York City don't have some needs, but where the backlogs are in the city. And when we increase the number of judges, the judges are able to spend more time on the cases that they're working on, and that often results in a quicker disposition of the case. If you have a caseload, if you have a calendar with 100 cases on that, you're just running through that calendar. You're not focusing on resolving it. And so, and we are in the process of creating more space in all of the courthouses that need it. And so I think we're going to be at a position, I mean, before you know it, we're going to grow out of that space, but at least for now, we are already anticipating the creation of spaces so that when new judges are elected or appointed, that we'll have a place for them.
Would it be accurate to say that the backlogs now are, have been reduced down to what it was pre-pandemic?
There are still some intractable cases that are old cases that, but our most recent stats for 2025 is that we've had a drastic increase in the number of dispositions. And so when you get filings, I'll just give you numbers, you get 500 filings of new cases and you get 700 or 800 dispositions, right? Now you can see that if you're disposing so many more cases than you are new cases coming in, there's going to be a nice reduction in the pending cases. In New York City, the pending cases are 2 or 3 times, per judge. So pending cases per judge, 2 or 3 times more than in the courts outside of New York City. And so that's what's been making it very difficult. This is a very complicated issue of, especially when you're talking about serious felony crimes, in Supreme Court in New York City, where defendants are spending way too much time on Rikers, and getting those cases tried when the lawyers for the accused are saying that they're not ready for trial because they have to investigate this, or because a new witness has to get found, or they didn't get this particular discovery. It's a little hard for a judge to say, too bad, I'm moving you to trial, when the lawyer for the defendant who's been in Rikers is begging the court not to do that. But it's a very complicated process, and we're working at it really by so many different avenues to get it done. And sometimes you'll have one lawyer who's a really popular, good lawyer getting hired by many of the defendants, and many of their cases are getting old. Constitutionally, a judge cannot just simply say, or can say it in very limited circumstances, counsel, you have too many clients, I'm taking you off half of your cases, because those defendants have the right, constitutional right, to counsel of his or her choice. So judges are in a very difficult position, and I mentioned the defendants, but also prosecutors might lose a witness. They can't find their witness, and so they're also requesting adjournments. But we're working we are laser focused on doing a better job with that.
Good. So would you say it makes sense, assuming we had the money, to try to continue to create more spots on Supreme, civil, family, criminal?
Yes. And one way to do that is to make acting Supremes. Another way to do that is to lift the caps, and that will help us to put people in Supreme Court, particularly in the Bronx and in Manhattan, where we're not allowed. There's no room to create those seats for the Supreme Court judges in those 2 counties.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chair Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you for your testimony, Judge Zayas. The Second Look Act, which you're very familiar with, would allow judges to review and reconsider excessive sentences and in whether or not a given sentence is in the interest of justice. Many New Yorkers are incarcerated today pursuant to, as you discussed with Senator Myrie, mandatory minimums, including 2 and 3 strike laws, which are, in my opinion, archaic and result in unfair and excessively long sentences. People can and do change and grow over time, and failing to recognize that fact results in unnecessary, deeply harmful, expensive to the state confinement of people who could instead be contributing to our communities. You have reiterated your support for the Second Look Act in the past, have published law journal articles about it. Why is it essential to enact the Second Look Act? Why is this important?
It's important because number one, I think judges would seriously welcome it, right? So when we have a defendant, when I've tried the many cases that I've tried, I have limited information about the crime and what's happening in the year in which that conviction happened. But we're not fortune tellers, so we sort of make a determination as to what would be the deterrent effect of a shorter sentence or a longer sentence. But judges become enlightened when they are able to see after the sentence what happened to that person. And so if that person now has done everything right while he's serving or she's serving her time, that I think every judge would want to say, wait, I want to reconsider that. And so it's important for that reason. And it's important because a statute like that would get judges to be able to think about whether or not, get other judges, not the judge who has the application, but other judges to realize that people can change, that folks who did bad things, the worst day of their life, they can actually change and do something differently.
Thank you. A quick question about the Treatment Court Expansion Act, which you mentioned. I understand you've been certainly a proponent of treatment courts. Is it correct you were responsible for creating a mental health court in
Yes.
Queens?
Yeah.
Can you talk about what these courts are, why they should play a bigger role in the criminal legal system? I know you've got very little time. I'm sorry.
I mean, they are crucial because they divert the right people, and typically victims are very supportive of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ranker Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chief Judge. I have a question about the specific way that we decided in last year's budget and how it's implemented this year about what municipal court districts would be selected as a opening for a judge. It was on the record during the debate last year. It was determined that OCA provided where those judgeships would be allocated, specifically to municipal court districts. Is that accurate? And if so, how is that determined?
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about when you mention municipal court districts, but county court, family court judgeships was the area where, first of all, we don't tell the legislature where to put judges. But when there was a sense that 29 new judgeships were going to be created, we have I don't want to call it an algorithm, but we have a set of factors to consider: pending caseload, how many filings there are, the number of judges in that county, and so the counties that we suggested needed the judge was based on numbers alone, and there's a lot of other factors, but numbers alone. And it included, districts, counties from both sides of the aisle.
Right. Judge, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to piggyback on that a little bit because you just mentioned something about the numbers. So the specific reason why I'm asking is because when we established in 2024 and 2025, we created judicial seats. Staten Island, Richmond County was left out totally of 2024. And then in 2025, one municipal court, which was going to be assigned to acting supreme, basically, as they were designated as civil, right? So now that was created, and on the record during budget, it was determined that it was based on arraignments. So, and that number was supposedly given to the legislature that established that piece in the budget, that it was given to the legislature that it was based on arraignments. Is that accurate?
A long time ago, yeah.
We do not decide where, now I know what you mean by municipal, you meant civil court seats
Yes.
in New York City.
Yes.
We do not decide where those seats go. We have nothing to do with that. We do provide stats to the legislatures as to where the need might be. You mentioned Staten Island. Staten Island, if I compare, for example, the number of pending cases in Staten Island per judge to the number of pending cases per judge to Brooklyn, it would be a world of difference. So, and so that's a very important factor to consider. But with respect to arraignments, we often would have to send, but we're not the ones deciding this. We're just providing you with stats.
And that was the
Let me
clarification.
finish this because
Yes,
I
sir.
think it's what you want to hear, which is that in Staten Island, we did have a situation where when arraignments was up, we would have to send a Manhattan judge to do arraignments in Staten Island. So
Well, specifically, I was wondering because it was the way that the lines were drawn for that seat and what was selected. So that's why it was specific to, oh, this is where we need it because OCA gave us these numbers. So that's the clarification I wanted.
yes, we give you the
So
numbers, but we don't decide where they go. We give the
You say when there's a need.
yeah.
You don't say we need a need in this municipal court district.
Yeah, I mean, not
Okay.
just a need, but we give the stats and we compare it to the other counties. And
Okay, fair
then your body decides where they go.
Okay. So, do you see a need for judicial seats in Richmond County currently? Because in 2024, when we debated the establishment and of the judicial seats, and Staten Island did not get any designated seats, we had the equal amount of civil court cases as the other four boroughs, if not more than some, and it didn't happen.
I have 12 seconds. So
sorry.
the answer is Staten Island does not need more judges. And I'll tell you why. I just said it earlier. You look at the number of pending cases for a Queens judge. Can I just get 1 second here? And it's 3 times as many pending cases than Staten Island. So my view, looking at the stats alone, Staten Island is in a position as all of the courts outside of New York, where the number of pending cases per judges is so low compared to other parts.
Civil and criminal?
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. Thank you.
You were cutting him off, though, not me.
Oh.
I'm used to it.
Whomever. Yeah, I actually don't care if I cut him off. I'm sorry. Senator Rollison Ranker.
Morning, Judge. Good to see you.
You too.
A couple of things I want to touch on, and I've been hearing it in previous hearings prior to today's hearing on raise the age, and I was not here when that statute was enacted with other. I see 245. Is that what I got? Okay, quick. All right, thank you. That there were monetary resources committed to raise the age and all the things that were going to go on within the raise the age system. And I'm hearing this consistently now. Are there monies that were committed under the raise the age statute to OCA that have not been received?
So I think
And
I
like
want
for family court and other, services to.
RTA, raise the age.
Yeah.
So I think you might be confusing. There's detention money so in terms of
yep.
like if somebody from New York City, some judge in New York City is sending someone to detention,
And
New York
that was
City,
actually,
yeah, New York City was, I don't know why, excluded from
correct.
getting any of that money,
Right.
but all of the other counties and judicial districts outside of New York City had access to that money. And I understand that money is sitting somewhere,
Okay.
hopefully gaining
Okay.
a lot of interest.
Right, which, again, doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's switch over to the court system. I see in your budget address, you're talking about 5 new special mental health courts for New York City. And I think I know we could all say that the same issues that exist in New York City as it relates to mental health related challenges for individuals are throughout the entire state of New York. When could you anticipate, if funding was given and structures were put in place, that those specialized courts could be, say, in Dutchess County, where I hail from, Orange County, Putnam County, where the same things exist, but just not at the level that they do in the 5 boroughs?
Yes. I mean, it's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. And the answer is yes. I think those 5 mental health courts that we're putting in New York City are pilots. So we want to make sure they work. Once they work, we're going to try to, we are interested, as I said in my opening statement, that we want to expand problem-solving courts throughout the whole state. It's something that we feel deeply about, and we do expect to, assuming that that works, and we find the paradigm as to how it's going to move forward. We expect to start expanding that all around the state,
I appreciate that. It's good to see-
including Poughkeepsie.
Well, it has to be in Poughkeepsie because, and also that's where the courts are. So, Judge, thank you again. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We've been joined by Assembly Members McDonald, Cunningham, Walker, Levenberg, Giglio, and Reyes. Our next questioner will be Assembly Member Burdick.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judge, for the work you do. I have a question related to neurodiverse individuals and disabilities rights organizations and some public defenders and others advocate that the judicial system should explicitly recognize neurodiversity and adapt court practices to ensure fair process and equal access to justice. Among actions that
Did you ask about diversity? I want to make sure I heard you.
neurodiversity,
Neurodiversity.
such as autism and such. And among the actions that would be appropriate would be judicial education on neurodiversity, ADA compliance. But among the concerns is that without awareness, behavior may be misread as non-compliance or lack of remorse. And what steps is OCA taking to provide for compliance, bench guides, and model practices, training for court officers, prosecutors, public defenders, and assigned counsel?
We recently, maybe we've done, maybe I have to say, we've come to this a little too late in terms of recognizing the need for this. But about 6 months ago, we've established a working group that will start addressing this. And I wish we had started it earlier, but we have a working group. I'm pretty sure we do. I want to look back at my staff, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about that.
And do you have any idea of the timelines for that? You know, when reports and recommendations might be forthcoming?
So I haven't received the report on the working group yet. So once I do that, I'll be happy to send that to you. But
that would be great.
Yeah,
you know, particularly a criminal defendant who has neurodiversity. As I mentioned, you know, I think there has to be some sensitivity to that and recognition that in the interest of justice, their neurodiverse issues and mannerisms have to be taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, when just so you know, when we did mental health court, not that we're talking about the same thing, we did have the same type of training for court officers and other court, the public face of the court to sort of recognize who was walking in the
And
court.
so do you anticipate that this would lead to some mandatory training?
Yes, yeah, mandatory training. Yes, yeah. I
That would
hope.
be great.
I mean,
Thank-
I don't want to predict what the group.
No, I
working group,
understand,
but
but that might
sound-
be one of the outcomes.
sounds reasonable.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Thank you. Senator Palumbo Ranker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning,
Senator.
Chief Judge. Nice to see you again. We've had a lot of these discussions offline, so I'm not going to I'll try not to use all my time even. Just generally regarding, I see in your testimony you addressed how that and you're doing a wonderful job, I think. I'm glad that my colleagues, we've been calling for this for years. This is 13 years I've been in this legislature. The resources provided to you as administrative judge will be deployed appropriately. And we see huge caseload reductions, and that has to do with personnel a lot and has a lot to do with your skill in your position. So
Thank you.
I'm grateful for that, certainly. And on the criminal side, and I see that that dispositions are starting to move a little more quickly, and there were some tweaks made to the discovery statute as far as the penalties for noncompliance. Because a few years ago, we had New York County District Attorney Bragg's office at the time saying we had to dismiss 49% of their DWIs as a result of noncompliance with discovery. So do you think that, again, can you comment any further on any additional changes that might be needed? But do you think that tweak to the statute to require motions to be made more quickly and cases not to drag on, and then, motions made 2 years later on a discovery violation?
Right. I mean, and I think the amendment tried to fix that a little bit, but in early 2024, we put forward a discovery compliance initiative, basically a case processing initiative. And what was happening was there were so many disputes with respect to discovery that it was bottlenecking in the middle. So you had your brand new cases, you had your old cases on this side, and there's this gigantic piece in the middle that the bucket of cases that had gotten bogged down in discovery disputes. So we laser focused on that. We created discovery orders. We're in every court in New York City. That's where it was happening mostly. That is the reason we believe that. So Brooklyn was our first pilot, and that's why there is so many more dispositions now, because we're proactively resolving the discovery disputes. And the statute also helped because it limited the time in which the defense can raise an objection, wait a long time. So we feel very confident that was a good move. Not only the legislation helped, but what we were doing in terms of our case processing also helped. And now we've done it in all 5 counties. It was really only for the older cases and maybe the defendants who were still incarcerated, because those are the ones we needed to move. But we understand that it's become so popular that it's starting to get used in cases that we ordinarily didn't think it would be.
Certainly, and I think that's a model for the rest of the state. Being from Long Island, there's 3 million
Right.
people on Long Island. They certainly have significant
Yes,
caseloads
and
as well.
we actually, folks from Westchester County District Attorney's Office has asked to have us talk to them about what we're doing too. So,
Sure. And
so
I think
hopefully it will take off.
Exactly, and I think everyone wants that. I think on
Yes.
both sides of the aisle, having practiced on both sides of
No
that
question,
aisle,
no
that
question.
everyone wants the cases to move along fairly, swiftly, and justly. So I appreciate your work on that. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblymember B. Pam.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Judge.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
morning.
So, quick question for our family court. Are you aware of the FTR system they use for court reporting?
Yes.
Are you aware that there's been significant delays in processing that system? I don't know if that's been brought to your attention as yet.
Well, I mean, significant delay, maybe not, but I know that there has been delay.
Yeah, is there any plan in place to fix that or address that in any way?
Um, there has been some sort of effort afoot to address it. I have to get back to you on exactly what we're doing to make sure that it gets transcribed, et cetera.
Right. May I ask why the family court system does not use court reporters?
You know, if, there's a incredible shortage of court reporters, and we have to sort of prioritize where we're going to put them.
Right.
And so and we've done all sorts of things. We've had you know, efforts to hire them. So we've had job fairs. We're doing all
Right.
sorts of things. We've changed our rules to have someone who graduates from court reporting school, they become a court reporter trainer, a
Understood.
trainee, and so we're making a little progress, but it's just been hard. It's a profession. I don't want to say it's a dying profession, but
Not
it's
to cut you off, but would you be open to placing court reporters back into family court if they become available?
if they become available. If you could provide me with some court reporters, we will take them.
Fair enough. Moving on to centralized arraignment for counties, is OCA generally supportive of
Yes,
that
I mean,
move?
we've been at the forefront of you mean the cap arraignments? In the-
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've been. I mean, these are the arraignments that our administrative board has to approve, and we've been the impetus for it. I know it's been a slow start in Westchester, but in many other parts of the state, we've been doing it.
I know years ago Dutchess County thought about moving towards centralized arraignment system locally, and for some reason there's a rumor going around that OCA was opposed to that.
I think the opposite's true.
Okay.
I think we're the big proponents
That's good to
of it. Sometimes the powers that be in a particular jurisdiction don't like change, but we think that the centralized arraignments parts are something that we've been pushing.
appreciate the comments. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Judge, for being here. You and the Chief Judge have been doing a lot of work to improve our family courts. It has not gone unnoticed. It's been a high priority for you. I think I told you, but I wanted to put on the record that a couple of years ago, myself, former State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel, did a hearing on the needs of family court, and the Chief Judge himself came up not to testify, but just to listen and hear the testimony of a lot of the witnesses, which I thought was incredible and something I had never seen a Chief Judge do. I wanted to follow up on a question from my colleague, Senator Salazar, earlier. The mental health courts, I'm very excited about the pilot program, but I just wanted to give you more time to talk more about them, how they work, what outcomes you seek from them, how they can improve things for our youth.
Sure. So and this is the mental health courts that we have piloted for family court.
For family court in New York
Right,
City, yeah.
yeah. And so in my early days as I was a legal aid society attorney, and then when I became a judge, I ran a drug treatment court. And in those courts, I would try to get other defendants into my court, and they would get rejected because they had a serious mental illness. And so I then created a mental health court because it was crazy. You can't, these people need help too. And so with young people, the idea is to help them to see whatever social workers, therapists that they might need to see, and get them into a position which would, the goal ultimately is to divert them from detention. And so what judges do in these courts is they see the young person regularly, the respondent, and talk them through how things are going. They'll get reports, and ultimately the goal is to have it to result in something which is something like an ACD on a juvenile delinquency case. So instead of prosecuting someone for something and then there be a finding of delinquency, the opposite will happen. There'll be a finding of a dismissal. So,
Thank you. And with the time I have left, just noting, we have two juvenile detention centers in New York City, Crossroads and Horizon, which are bursting at the seams. ACS is considering a capital expansion of multiple beds at their Bronx location. One of the causes of the overcrowding is the length of time it takes for some of these youth to go through the judicial process. How can the state budget best help the court system file some of these cases faster and move some of these youth towards justice a little more quickly?
yeah, and we're very aware of that. So we've recently, in some of the really busy counties where there's these raise the age cases, we put 2 judges handling the cases. We are sending some of them out for trial. These young people don't want to go to trial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Meeks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here this morning, Judge. The New York State Justice Task Force recently came out in support of broadly eliminating mandatory minimum sentences. Do you agree, and have you encountered cases in your career where a mandatory minimum required a sentence you believe was excessive or unjust based on the facts of the court or to the court?
Yeah. So I was an appellate judge recently, and I've been doing this job now for 2.5 years. But before that, I was an actual judge, and I sat in a criminal part, and I've had numerous situations where I thought that the mandatory minimum was was out of line, and so judges like myself basically try to get the district attorney's office to come off the top count. So you take I had a young kid caught with a gun. He was a college student, never been arrested before, and he went to trial, got convicted. It was one of the most difficult things I had to do as a judge because this was a college student. There was no evidence of a use of a gun, and I had no choice but to sentence that person to 3.5 years of jail for that, which I thought was just such a heavy sentence for the crime.
It's 3.5 years in prison, correct?
It happens frequently. I mean, the solution, outside of this statute that might be enacted, is that judges often get the district attorney's office to let the person plead guilty to something less than the charge that has that heavy mandatory.
And one other question: what role, if any, do you feel mandatory minimums play in perpetuating racial and geographic disparities in New York's criminal legal system?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously hard to quantify,
Yeah.
but when someone is charged with something and a lawyer tells them you can serve 25 years for that, it scares the hell out of anybody, right? And so they might wind up taking a plea just to avoid this really serious charge.
So serious charge or like the sentencing practices?
Yeah. The serious charge meaning the result of getting convicted of that serious charge and then facing the mandatory minimum, which would be high.
And now, what percentage of cases in New York State end in plea deals?
It's high, above 90%, 95, 97%.
And how do we fare with other states across the country?
That's national.
Oh yeah,
that's national. Nothing New York. Nothing unique about New York with respect to that stat.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Senator Scarcella Stanton.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Thank you for
Good to see
being
you.
here. You too. Well, first, I want to say we've been really proud to partner with Judge Rodriguez on Staten Island and getting more money into the court. So that's been very exciting, which leads me to family court. I just wanted to see if you can provide an update on where the project currently stands for the new family courthouse on Staten Island.
So I'm going to have to get that to you. We're working hard on getting that happen. Staten Island is an example of a county, unlike what's happening in some other parts of New York, where we were able to work with Staten Island, New York City, and agreed to a courthouse that made everyone happy. We're working diligently on it in terms of like the end date where it'll be ready. In the meantime, the other courthouses have been very accommodating.
Yes.
I made sure that they've been very accommodating to taking the family court cases there. And you know, we don't own those buildings. We work really hard with the municipalities to get these things done, put a lot of pressure on them. We have regular facilities meetings. But my team will get back to you on an answer.
Excellent. My other question, we worked a bit with the surrogates on this. I introduced a bill which is S-7279. It passed the Senate last year. Under current law, parents must obtain a certification that their child has an intellectual disability from one physician and one licensed psychologist. This bill would allow school psychologists to fill that void. There is currently a very large backlog, so this is students who are kind of aging out of school. Is that something that OCA would consider supporting?
I mean, I think I'm not familiar with that. I have to be honest with you. I haven't seen that bill, but I'll have my team brief me on it, and we'll get back to you on that.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry I had to give you two. I'll get back to you, but
No, that's totally fine, and we can certainly send it to you with some of the input from the surrogates. I just think it would
Right.
make their lives easier, and the school psychologists tend to know those students. They work with them sometimes K all the way through high school. So I just think it would be a common sense thing to do and streamline that process a bit. And my last question I have, I think I asked this last year. Right now for family court, is there any virtual options at all in New York City for emergency orders of protection or emergency custody orders? If a few of the domestic violence advocates have come to me on that.
yeah, I mean, I think that the preference. I'm not sure it would be ruled out, but I think the preference with
person.
respect to domestic violence is that they want people to come in and make the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Palmisano.
Good morning, Judge. How are you, sir?
Hey.
I have a couple questions, or a few questions. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. You mentioned in your statistics about the non-judicial staffing getting back to where it was back in 2009, and we often hear about the court backlogs. I'm assuming that's going to help with that, but what is the current size of the civil, housing, and family court backlogs right now?
The last part again.
What is the? I'm sorry. What is the current size of the civil, housing, and family court backlogs right now?
Civil lower civil court, if that's what you're asking about, has been it's been improved drastically. We recently appointed a new administrative judge who's done an extraordinary job in the civil court of the 5 counties in New York. The housing the housing backlog, there's a lot of is not been as much improved, but certainly has been improved. But one of the things that have been slowing things down is the right to counsel in New York City, and well, you say right to counsel, but it's the ordinance that provided that counsel. And when lawyers get involved, we like that because it likely to lead to better results, but it does slow things down a little bit, but in a good way.
Another area I wanted to just ask about is, so this staffing is going to help with that, I would assume, so that's good. Another area we've heard from some judges, particularly upstate, village and town level, who would like to be permitted to carry their licensed firearms into the courtrooms where they may not have consistent protection from peace officers. Would you support allowing judges who are licensed to possess and carry a firearm to do so when they're on the bench in their local courthouses?
We have talked about this, and the town and village courts do not have security the way that the courts downstate have.
Exactly.
And so we're certainly more sympathetic to that. And I thought that we were allowing that in town and village courts, but let me get back to you on that as well.
Thank you. I know we always talk about discovery reform, and I know there were some changes and tinkering to it. I guess I'm not going to ask you if the reforms went far enough, but I would ask you, are there additional components that were not included that you would like to see be addressed, if possible, in the future?
With respect to discovery? I mean, there's some things that are being considered, but I think the better part of valor is to let's see how this most recent reform has done, and whether it. I mean, I know for a fact that it has reduced the number of dismissals, and the parties are now really engaged in the discovery discussion. It's not causing the delays that it previously caused. So I don't see a need for it now, but let's see what happens in a year or two.
Okay. I want to talk about extended orders of protection briefly, if I can, in my time. In your experience, how often do orders of protection currently lapse or become unenforceable because of the defendant's failure to appear?
Well, I'm not sure that's necessarily true. I mean, sometimes when a defendant bench warrants, it depends on the county. So in Queens, for example, our judges would extend an order of protection for 6-month period. So it's not done in each court date.
Okay.
And so if the defendant bench warrants, so that's one way to solve that problem. The defense might be objecting to that because but you can always fix it if the case gets resolved earlier.
Okay. Thank you. One more follow-up question on that. Are there operational changes that OCA or local courts are going to need, maybe such as forms or case management system changes to track and enforce extended orders of protection accurately?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are working on things like that with the town and village courts. So,
okay, all right. Thank you, sir, for your time, and I yield back my time, which is very rare. So, thank you.
I believe the only senator left is 3 minutes for Senator Mayer, who, as appropriate chair for this committee, is allowed an additional 3 minutes, as will be the assembly chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judge. Two more questions on the POCA Protect Our Court Act.
Yes.
One is the statute requires OCA to publish data on its website about the numbers you gave. I didn't see it for 2025 posted yet. Do you know when that is anticipated, that the data will be publicly available about the number of arrests or federal agents in the courthouse?
I am not familiar with the requirement that it be posted on our website. We did it out of a interest in finding out what was happening, and we're happy to share it. But if you show, I'll discuss it with my team. If it has to happen that way, we'll do it.
Okay.
There are some security concerns about it, but anyway.
Understood. I think the language tries to address that. After a conviction, but before sentencing, what is OCA's position on honoring an ICE detainer request? Not a warrant, but conviction, no sentence yet, then they come in and try to have a detainer.
So if there's a judicial warrant, I think judges would be required to honor
that.
the warrant. And that has happened historically, like defendants who have a detainer, it's really the deportation of that person before sentence that we're particularly concerned about, because he's the person who just got convicted is not serving the sentence that should be imposed.
Understood.
Yeah, so that's really the issue. And what typically used to happen is you sentence the defendant. Once the defendant is finishing, there's still a hold on that defendant, so that when that defendant, the Department of Corrections, is finishing his or her sentence, that's when ICE would come in and pick the person up.
Understood.
That's the right way to get it
That's
done.
upon discharge after sentencing. That's
Right.
different. I'm talking about prior to sentencing, after conviction, prior to sentencing. But and maybe someone could get back to me how you deal with that particular period of time. The second thing is, in your testimony, you talk about a guardianship advisory committee for those where there is no one to be appointed a guardian, which I know is quite common, increasingly common. Many not-for-profits are currently providing that service, but their funding has been reduced for a number of reasons. In your proposal for a guardianship advisory committee, is there funding attached to it that would go to these not-for-profits that currently serve as guardians?
Yeah, so we have a few recommendations, and you know, a major recommendation is that there should be a state a guardianship office, because a lot of guardians are not getting paid, et cetera. So, and the answer is yes.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you, Assembly Member Kellis.
Wonderful to see you.
You're a little closer this time. I think
I
last
know.
time I had trouble hearing you, so.
And I'll speak louder as well.
Hopefully this will be easier for me.
Perfect. I wanted to thank you for the training on the neurodivergence. I think continuing training is really important because the science is progressing and evolving very quickly. But thank you for that. A question about drug treatment courts. Urine testing is intended to monitor treatment progress and program compliance. Yet positive results can trigger sanctions like loss of privileges, increased supervision, short jail sanctions in some programs, or the termination of a program. Participants also typically sign releases allowing the court team to view test results, and I understand some programs may include limit exceptions that could permit broader use. So from a public health standpoint, do you believe using treatment-oriented urine tests to impose sanctions is appropriate? And what has the department observed about how this model affects program engagement, completion rates, and overall effectiveness?
Yeah, so part of the drug treatment protocols is to sort of use various things to motivate compliance. If someone messes up, you know, that's not a violation of the plea agreement, and the alternative sentence is not going to get imposed. Defendant messes up a second time, there's a lot of discussion with the judge and the defendant, but access to the drug result is a necessary part of the treatment.
True.
if I'm getting
Have
it
you
right.
ever tried to go on a diet?
What's that?
Have you ever tried to go on a diet?
Yes,
How many times have you fallen off the wagon on that?
many times.
Yeah. Food is addictive,
Every
as
every
is,
time
right?
after New Year's. Yes.
Right.
yes.
So it's supposed to be a public health intervention, and we know that it's on average from the scientific literature about 7 times on average that people fall off and try to get back on.
You're talking about
So
diets or?
I'm talking about drug use.
Yes. Yes.
So if we are using sanctions and kicking people out of the program and potentially jail time for using based on the tests, then it's counter to the science and counter to the intent. So that was the context in which I was asking, because it would cause
Yeah.
people potentially to drop out.
I mean, I think it depends based on jurisdiction, but when I did these courts, I mean, depending on what type of violation it was, but drug treatment courts are trained to tolerate and work with defendants who, make 1 mistake, 3 mistakes, 5 mistakes. Now,
It depends on the county.
it depends on the county and the judge, who maybe has lost his or her patience and doesn't think that there's a way forward anymore. Or if sometimes there's also a new arrest associated with it. So.
Thank you.
We have a late entry senator, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chair Kruger, and it is so good to see you, Judge Zayas.
Thank you.
I know this has been an ongoing conversation between us. I'm a member of the United Court System AI Working Group. So I wanted to just ask you briefly what your interpretation is of the report our committee recently put out on automated bias and some of the threats to AI to the legal system and certainly the court system. And then, of course, would love to hear about some of the recommendations that you're most excited about and the work that needs to be done in the next year.
That was that 100-page report that you folks submitted to me.
Yes.
But first of all, I thank you that you were willing to serve on that. We needed someone from the Senate and someone from the Assembly on that to give to present their perspective. So really appreciate your work on that, and thank you for doing that. And we are very excited about the recommendations that have come out of it. We've been able to not only deal with the bar and suggest rules as to how the bar should be treating AI, but also it was helpful for the court system to create this interim policy as to how we and how our employees what were able to it, and so able to the limits that they were able to use it, and we didn't want anyone to think we were sort of prohibiting it, because we think there's some important use of it, as long as the guardrails are there and it's used only as a first draft, et cetera. But we were very excited about the report. I think it was a work that is being widely circulated. I heard from other chief judges and chief administrators from other states about what we're doing, and we're constantly getting questions, even from those in the federal government, which apparently precludes any AI in their courthouse, et cetera. So I spoke before a bunch of Columbia law students with 2 federal judges, and they asked, to the federal judges, do you allow your clerks to use AI? Oh no, we would never use that. We would never allow it. And then they asked me, and I said, no, we're exploring it. We're doing pilot projects with it. And the same question about remote work came up as well, and
100%.
the feds are not allowing it at all. But yeah.
Well, I thank you so much again for all of the work that's been put into this, and wanted to give you a chance to speak a little bit more broadly about, why it is important. So looking forward to continuing and having the partnership between the legislature and passing some legislation
Great.
in this
Thank you.
space. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by Assemblymember Burrows, and the next questioner will be Assemblymember Otis.
Hey, Judge, how are you doing? And
Great to
thank you
see
for
you.
your testimony, and thank you and Judge Wilson and the whole Office of Court Administration, Judiciary, on increasing problem-solving courts and justice courts. It's very important work. So the real question, maybe you can go into a little more detail, but what's involved in growing those courts? And you gave statistics also, but also as guidance to us, because we would like to get you more resources to do that. There's the component that are, in a sense, OCA costs, and you alluded to this in your testimony. There's the need for providing services to judges in those courts around the state, some places where those services may not exist, some places where the services exist, but you need to pay for them so the judges can access them. Share more about problem-solving courts and how we can grow this.
So we are actively, it is what we've been doing, and we have a whole team by our DCAJ, Edwina Richardson, who's looking to and studying where we're going to set up the new treatment courts and expand the current ones that exist. And so we're very happy about that. We think it's moving along robustly. Obviously, we are always concerned that we need a place to send the defendants, right? So we don't actually service the drug treatment participant or the mental health treatment. They are serviced by another program. And so to the extent that there can be some additional funding, it can come through OCA, and we can expand the courts, and it can also go to the programs to which we send the defendants, because we're sort of worried about the quicker we grow, and I think we're sort of going to grow quicker than the service providers are going to grow. And so we are very excited about the prospect that there would be some funding for the programs to which we send the defendants to.
Well, I think I can speak for myself and hopefully many colleagues eager to work with you to make that happen and to grow
Yes.
this quicker. So thank you, and thank all of your colleagues for the great work.
Yes, we're happy to work with. This is what we do. We work with legislators on their bills. It's actually been something that the chief and I love to do, and as well as our staff. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see you, Judge. I actually want to start right where you left off on legislation and the court being supportive. We got some concerns from community folks that had gone over to Queen Surrogate to help a parent apply for guardianship, but because the parent did not speak English, they were told that their application would actually just not be moved. The law says that there is discretion by the court in an instance like that, but it's not being exercised. So I have introduced legislation to ensure that when the parent or the person seeking the guardianship does not speak the language, that we're not in fact just pushing it aside and looking for other avenues. And I'd love to chat with you more about it
Absolutely.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah,
you.
That's not acceptable.
Thank you. I appreciate
There are
that.
interpreters that should have been
That's
brought
correct.
there.
That is correct. Thank you. The other two quick questions. The first one, I'd love to hear where we are or where OCA is on the process of implementation for Clean Slate. And I'd love to follow up on earlier questions on the incident that occurred in Manhattan Court with ICE in late January. The reports from the press are confusing. They're saying there was a judicial warrant or a criminal warrant. Others are saying that there wasn't. There's one that's mentioning that the warrant was presented to the NYPD, but they did not honor it, when we know that the practice is that if there is a judicial warrant, they are honoring it. So I want to see if there is clarity on that as well.
Sure. So let me do it in reverse order and talk about what happened in Manhattan. There was no judicial warrant, and everybody has admitted that. When a law enforcement officer comes in with a judicial warrant, it is honored. It is, we look at it. One of our judges looks at it to make sure it's a valid warrant. Everything about that story was wrong. The idea that a judge would allow someone to leave through a back door was wrong. That particular defendant was arrested and handcuffed in the building and brought outside of the building. And so this happens all the time. If a ICE agent comes in, or these happen to be U.S. Marshals, and it wasn't a ICE warrant, it was a criminal warrant. The federal government was charging this person with a crime based on some immigration-related events. But so nothing about that article was wrong. I did forget your middle question though. So if you
Clean Slate, where are we on the
Clean
implementation?
Slate.
Yes.
Clean Slate. We are. I like to say we are all over it. We hired a bunch of folks to begin to create the platform and the programs to make it happen, and we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to meet the deadline of November 2027. Is it? Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Romero.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Morning. When we reformed the Rockefeller drug laws back in 2008, 2009, in order to reform sentencing for those charged with nonviolent drug charges, we actually left an anomaly in the law where a person presently charged with a nonviolent drug charge but has a prior violent felony conviction, no matter how attenuated, still has their sentencing enhanced. These folks, because of racial bias and over policing and over prosecution, are overly disproportionately BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. These people are ineligible for judicial diversion as well because of that prior violent felony. And just for those that don't know, when I talk about judicial diversion, we're talking about drug court, vet track, mental health court. In Albany County, we also have a myriad of other helpful gun courts and diversion courts as well. Because of that prior violent felony conviction, they're not eligible. And so can you talk about the expansion of court access for folks that need treatment and what reforms we can do to create more equity and access for people that we determined that they need treatment, especially for drug court?
Yes, but let me say that we have a program bill that we've been trying to get someone to take it and run with it, and maybe Assemblymember.
That's me, but
yeah. Oh, good, great, because that would allow a court to disregard the prior violent, the predicate status, and treat it as a new arrest. Because some of our drug treatment rules sometimes preclude someone with a violent felony offense from getting into the program. So, but judges, when a judge, a defense attorney, and a prosecutor agree on overlooking that, there are ways to make it happen. I don't know if you follow what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
so even though there might be a violent felony offense, if the DA is able to consent to that with the defense attorney and the judge is willing, and I was always willing as a judge, that's something that can happen. But I guess the right way to do it is to pass that statute that would allow that to happen. Not only in drug treatment cases, but in all cases.
Right.
'Cause
And
you bring up a really good point, because what someone did 10 years ago, and they changed their life, but they still struggle with drug abuse, they should not be treated as someone who can't get the benefit of the striking down of the Rockefeller drug
And
sentence.
Judge, really quickly with my last few seconds, can you talk about how it could help with efficiency?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblywoman Gallagher?
Thank you so much for being here, Judge.
Yes.
New York State imposes excessive fines and fees through mechanisms like mandatory minimum fines, surcharges, probation fees, and other court fees. We know, however, that fines and fees are an inefficient source of government revenue. Collection practices are actually more costly than fees, than the fees that we are seeking to collect, and go on to jail for those who are unable to pay, which is also costly. And it requires more state dollars and perpetuates cycles of poverty and instability. The state is basically wasting money to chase money that doesn't exist. So do you think it's good public policy for us to replace most of these fines, fees, and surcharges with sustainable funding sources instead of criminalizing poverty?
Well, that sounds like a very leading question.
Hey, I'm not a judge.
But I mean, personally, yes, of course. But the court system, we see this as, you heard me say earlier, I want to stay in my lane. This seems to us to be a legislative function. How the legislature creates vehicles to get revenue is maybe a little bit out of our lane. But certainly, as a judge, I mean, and there's a whole history of this, because you used to be able to waive these fees,
Right.
And then they took the waiver away, and then they would have the judges impose judgments, which ruins the accused person's record. So, I mean, I think there needs to be a really good look at it, but the court system has traditionally not weighed in on the streams of revenue. I would say that in town and village courts, they get a lot of revenue from this, and there would have to be some other revenue stream that would support those courts, because they do receive a lot of revenue.
Great. So if we come up with a different solution, it will probably work much better than these fines and fees. I only have 30 seconds left, but I'm wondering, could you describe what training the Office of Court Administration provides to judges, court staff, and treatment court teams to ensure they're equipped to recognize and appropriately respond to dual diagnosis needs?
Do we have something in place to do that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Often, many of the people in treatment have dual
Right.
diagnosis needs. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Assemblywoman Walker?
All right, I got it. Thank you so much, Judge, for all of your guidance and expertise, of course, in all areas at this point concerning the judiciary. I wanted to talk for a moment about adolescent brain development. We have seen many reports about impulse control, risk assessment, executive functioning, and a number of other neuroscience related items for young people who are leading into their mid-20s. If the Second Look Act applies to individuals sentenced as young people, will judges be trained to incorporate modern neuroscience into resentencing decisions?
Yes, I mean, so we've been training on that since the Supreme Court of the United States has been discussing that for years. I mean, I wrote an opinion I think it was 2012 or 13, where actually removed a young person to family court before RTA based on all of that. And we've been training judges on that, both judges who do youth court cases as well as judges who do emerging adult type cases.
Awesome. I just also want to support one of the points that was made earlier. There are young people who are being arraigned in adult criminal court at night, particularly in New York City. And so I just wanted to flag, of course, how, troublesome that could be. And if there's any way that we could support an increase in personnel so that judges can continue to do arraignments at family court in the evening.
So those judges have also been trained. They're called accessible magistrates, and they've also been trained on, just as youth RTA judges have been trained. The difficulty that we are trying to grapple with is that if they don't get arraigned that night, they're staying in a police precinct
Right.
overnight to go to the youth court, which is open during the day. So,
Understood.
So it's
Understood.
a complicated situation.
So my last question is about foreclosure and sort of a right to counsel that was agreed upon by OCA. So there's a mandate based on a court case to provide unrepresented homeowners with the opportunity to be appointed legal counsel by judges. Is this happening?
There's litigation with respect to this, and we've essentially recognized that this was an area where we could do much better in, and so I'm not sure it's a right to counsel, but it's a right to advise a homeowner of the right to try to get counsel.
Thank you. Assemblyman McDonald.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning. Good to see you.
So I have a question for you that is actually budget related in my mind. And it's coming from the view of a former city mayor. And it deals with, you may have heard of recently, City of Schenectady, there was a little bit of a disagreement about a new courthouse. And got to the point where, I guess my first question is, the state, through the direction of the courts with the assistance of the controller, intercepted the state's municipal aid. I don't want to litigate the long history behind it. I guess my first question is, do you know how often that has happened since the court system?
Sure. So
came into
that
place?
statute was enacted in 1987. If you know anything about me and the chief judge, we are relationship builders. We don't want to. We work real hard to build great relationships with the mayors and et cetera, legislators, and so we work very hard to avoid
How
it.
often has that happened? Let me ask that question.
Yeah, okay, it's 3 times.
Okay.
So we've exercised that right.
Okay.
This involves the Schenectady
Yeah,
situation.
exactly. Yeah. And
3
just so you
times.
know,
in-
I dealt with the OCA when I was mayor, and we had a very good relationship.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess my question is, since you mentioned 1984.
87. Yeah.
87.
Yeah. 3 times in
The part that kind of caught me surprising, and it's unfortunate it got to that point. And by the way, your staff had reached out to me, very good conversation, responsive, the whole 9 yards. I guess, the reality is we all want the courtroom to have the proper setting for everybody, whether it's the judges, to those appearing, to those who are working there. No one disagrees with that. But I've always looked, no disrespect, as the courts as being the tenant.
That what?
And you're the tenant. You're the tenant in the court, right? Because the city owns the building. It just seems in this day and age, for local government taxpayers to have to be dealing with these costs. City of Albany, allegedly somewhere between $30 and $50 million. That's been going on since Mayor Tom Whalen, who that's probably 30, 40 years ago. I'm concerned about the impact on local property taxpayers. The court system, in all due respect, is the state.
Right.
It just seems like maybe we need to revisit the statute because I'm worried about local taxpayers picking up those costs.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with, this was a courtroom which had a shooting range.
Yep, no, it was inappropriate.
You don't want me to talk about all
Yeah,
of
no,
that?
I'm very much aware of it, and I'm not critical of the fact that there needed to be some major changes.
Yes.
I'm not. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just thinking about who's picking up the tab. Yesterday, I had 6 mayors from upstate cities here tin cupping it because they're struggling. I just think we need to change that conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Reyes?
Got it. Hi, Judge.
Hi, how are you?
So good to see you.
Good to see you.
I actually was going to ask questions around the fees as well because I've been working on the End Predatory Court Fees Act. So
I'm not hearing you. Say that again.
I said I was actually going to ask about court fees as well because I'm working on the End Predatory Court Fees Act. So I will just go ahead and ask it, and you can. So New York currently imposes mandatory surcharges on fees and fees that judges themselves cannot waive, even when they believe those costs are unjust or create particular hardship. From a court administrative perspective, how do these mandatory fees affect judicial discretion, court efficiency, and the public's perception that our courts are a place of fairness rather than debt collection?
I mean, let me start by saying I get it. I mean, these are most folks who are getting arrested are people of not great means, and when fees are imposed, they're a great hardship. And if the fees can't be paid, they then are judgments issued against them. So, to the extent that judges are able to waive those fees for indigent defendants, I mean, that's something that I think the court system would be in favor of. But to the extent that you're asking me whether we would support a statute that does away with all of them, we have just traditionally not tried. It's sort of out of our lane because it's a revenue question between the municipality and the state. And
Do you have any sense of how many of these fees or how much can you enumerate how much goes uncollected? And because you did mention that in some counties it is a significant source of revenue. Do you have
Yes.
any sense how much of these fees just never get paid?
I think we have some sense of that. Yeah, and I think we can probably
You can
provide
share
you
that
with
data
that.
with us.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you probably heard of the city of Rye, who has $9 million of fees that they haven't collected on in some news reports, and they're trying to figure out how to collect on them now.
I mean, I think it's if somebody is struggling to pay these fees, they're probably never going to collect it. And I think, this involves people longer in the justice system just because they're poor.
Right.
It's unfortunate. But
Right.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Judge.
Thank you.
Got another senator, Senator Bino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
So earlier you were having a discussion with Assemblyman Charles Levine regarding the 287 agreement in Nassau County. And so we talked about the issues of due process that affect families. I want to know whether we're actually also experiencing now non-compliance with individuals who are required to report to probation, given the fact that they might be fearful of going because we know that the federal agents are there effectuating arrests. Do we have any data that might glean how this is impacting, that process?
Right. So this is somewhat new that has come to our attention. And so I think we are trying to get a sense of how many cases we're talking about. And, it's difficult to see how a judge would see a defendant's failure to go to probation because of a fear of getting deported. and whether that would be something that would be held against that person. But I imagine judges do have that discretion. If it were me, I can't imagine holding it against someone when, especially now that the word is out on the street that if you go to probation, you're going to get picked up.
Yeah, I find it very troublesome, the 287 agreement.
Yeah, we did, just so I can't remember whether I said this before, but we did speak to, have a meeting with the town attorney and expressed our concern that it is interfering with the administration of justice. I don't think that there's anything we could legally do to direct a county agency to stop doing that. But I do think that there's something that the law firm that's representing these people might be able to do to enjoin them from doing it any further, because it interferes with the administration of justice.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Assemblymember Burrows.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning. Some of these questions are almost repetitive, but the nature of them, I think, are similar. You're hearing things about fines and not being able to pay fines, and usually that's affecting a certain type of people. So just to piggyback off what Assemblymember Bino and as well as Levine stated with the 287G, can judges instead of, or sorry, the judges, but probation go to virtual meetings as opposed to, because people are fearful of that? Do they have that ability to do that? And is that something that you could propose?
So make an appearance before probation, a virtual appearance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something I thought about. I think that the probation department would say that the appearance is mandatory, the in-person appearance, because there are all sorts of testing that needs to be done, verification of addresses and things along those lines.
But with time, would you say sometimes you have to transcend with the times, and based on what's going on with the federal government, you may want to.
I mean, I personally think that things like this can get resolved by high-level meetings with the county executive, the Department of Probation, the county attorney for the county executive, and smooth this type of thing over, because I think it's clearly interrupting the administration of justice and can't continue.
Quickly, so I want to ask this one last question. So bail reform in many jurisdictions, as well as in New York, are aimed at disproportionately holding, largely in part, people of color and poor people in jail because of lack of access to cash for bail. In regards to judges using their discretion to properly release or give an individual who's a recent repeat offender brought before them the ability for bail because they're a constant repeater, are you seeing judges use discretion properly, meaning fairly or unfairly?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
So if there's an individual who's a constant repeat offender, is he afforded the ability to have to make bail? That's what I'm saying. Or are the judges using the discretion to release?
Thank you for that question. Assemblywoman Levenberg?
Maybe we could talk offline.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judge. I just was hoping you could give me a little bit more insight to a couple of things you've already commented on. Given the high prevalence of co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders among individuals in treatment courts, could you describe what training the Office of Court Administration provides to judges, court staff, and treatment court teams to ensure that they're equipped to recognize and appropriately respond to these dual diagnosis needs? And in addition, do you believe the current treatment workforce and clinical resources available to these courts are sufficient to meet participants' needs statewide? And what gaps, if any, has OCA identified?
Sure. So the folks who are doing the assessments, our case managers, our resource coordinators, we don't actually have, and we have some social workers, but we don't actually have clinicians who are doing an official, cycle, those types of things. So that's missing in some counties. The district attorney's offices, I know in Queens, that's the way it works, is there's a clinician in the district attorney's office, and they assess the defendant and then make recommendations based on that. And the second part of your question?
I guess what resources do you think are needed? What are the gaps? And I mean, I'm not exactly sure you commented on the training, or if everybody's getting this training about co-occurring disorders, or if it's just if they have a clinician, then you're
Yeah. I mean, training. We're doing training on this all the time. So people, our staff are very familiar with this. But the
gap in resources.
The staffing at the facility sometimes as well might be the person that is the clinician. So if a defense attorney says we want our client to go to this particular and sometimes when I had my mental health court, I would use sometimes these defendants had already had competency reports. So I would use the 730 report to get a sense of what I mean, they don't necessarily have diagnoses there, but they might have other documents that they've attached to their report that might give a judge a sense of a co-occurring disorder.
So no gaps. You're good with everything you got. I'm not sure I heard the answer to that question. Okay, and just really quickly to follow up on Assemblymember Romero's question on the Rockefeller drug law modifications, and in line with Chair Dinowitz's point on courtroom efficiency, is there a way that these reforms could help courts' standards and goals and trial backlogs?
Hold that thought. Assemblywoman Simon?
Thank you. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
It is still morning. So thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to kind of follow up on a couple things that colleagues have asked a little more. You talked about a working group looking at issues of neurodiversity. As you may recall, I brought up a situation about accommodations a few years ago and how there was inadvertent disclosures. But also a lot of those people are people with brain injury, for example, or trauma. Who is in this working group? Is this a working group only of court personnel? Does it include lawyers? I know when I served on OCA's ADA committee for years, there was maybe 2 or 3 of us that were counsel. Can you tell me a little more about this working group and
Sure.
how folks who are in the mix otherwise could maybe be helpful?
So it would be folks from the courthouse, folks who are practicing, and folks from the public defender's office, and some professionals in this area. Maybe a senator can be appointed to this.
Thank you for the promotion. I'm only in the assembly, but so are there clinical people engaged in that?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that because I know that we had a few sessions on this very issue, and it involved not only folks from the courthouse, but other folks who appear before us, stakeholders, basically.
Okay.
And so maybe I could get more information for you on the specifics of the makeup of that group.
Okay. And the issue about evaluations, I don't know if you're familiar with what DA Gonzalez in Brooklyn is doing with mobile units where they have clinicians that can actually do an assessment
Yes.
right off the bat, and that can improve the conditions of release or lack thereof. So, okay, great, because I think that's a very good approach. I happen to have a bill for that. But I was curious what your thinking is or how familiar
I
you
mean,
are
that's
with that.
Judge Demick. And,
Yes, it is Judge
and he seems to be he seems to
He's
have a
hot
way of getting resources that other counties are not able to get. So, and grants, maybe he might have gotten some grants for that. That's that Brooklyn connection, you know. They sometimes are able to get things that other counties don't.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have another question actually, and that is, we see with a lot of the ICE activity you've been asked about, there are a lot of arrests around the federal courthouse. Do you ever get any data on those arrests outside the federal, like 26 Federal Plaza, which is not a courthouse, but it's right across the street?
Right. We have not gotten reports about that, but there has been an increase in 2026 in, I'll do it offline. Thank you.
At lunch.
Thank you. All right, I think we have not necessarily used up every question people have, but they've all used up their time. So we want to thank you very much for being with us, Judge.
Welcome.
And we want to send you back into your courts with other staff of yours to go continue to do your work, and appreciate everything you're doing for all of us every day.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
And we are now going to be calling up Patricia Worth, the Director, New York State Office of Indigent Legal Services. And if any legislators try to grab the judge on his way out, please do so either on that way
Yes.
or that way, whichever way he's going. But let's not hold up the hearing.
Preferably the other side of the door.
Okay, fair enough. Outside the door for follow-up. Hello. We'll just give the court a little more time to exit.
Brian Quinn was the parliamentarian in the assembly for.
Okay, Ms. Worth, I think we are good. Just make sure. Assembly members want to either sit or exit, nothing personal? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, we're now going to turn it over to Patricia Worth for her 10 minutes of testimony.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Worth. I'm the director of the New York State Office of Indigent Legal Services. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today about ILS's budget request for fiscal year 26-27. But more importantly, I want to thank you for your consistent support of ILS as we have worked over the years to improve the quality of public defense in New York, which includes not only the representation of people in criminal matters, but also the representation of parents in family court matters. Because of your consistent support and the support of the governor, meaningful progress has been made in improving the quality of criminal defense representation. To date, the state's fiscal investment in public criminal defense has been significant. Since fiscal year 22-23, it's been $273.8 million per year. And we're seeing this investment pay out. So, for example, before we started doing our work, it was the norm and indeed acceptable for people to be arraigned, their first court appearance, without representation by counsel. Now the norm is representation by defense counsel, and not having defense counsel there is considered unacceptable. Since 2017, across the state, well over 1,000 new staff positions have been added to public defender offices, contributing to the caseload relief that's vital to quality representation. The state funding for the other part of public defense, family court representation, is far less. But because of your support, it is steadily increasing. Since fiscal year 21-22, the first time there was an appropriation for family court representation, it was only $2.5 million. It is now, this current budget year, 10 times that, at $25 million. And with this $25 million, ILS has been able to make sure that at least $250,000 is available to every county in New York for improved quality family court representation. And we've been able to identify 5 jurisdictions with the highest need and disperse $1 million to those jurisdictions. In addition to that, we've made competitive grant funding available to implement model family representation offices. We have 2 such offices up and running, one in Monroe County and one in Westchester County, and we just issued grant awards for 4 additional model offices. But I think the true measure of the value of state funding for improved quality family court representation is the impact it can have on families. And that's why I want to share with you the story of Jolisa. In August of 2022, this mother of 4 was living in Monroe County when CPS came knocking on her door. They were responding to a call alleging that she was neglecting her 4 children. They conducted an investigation and determined that her apartment was in disrepair. So they filed a neglect petition against her in family court, and they removed her 4 children. They took them away from her, placing 2 of them in one foster home, 2 of them in another. CPS's demands of Jolisa to get her children back were pretty significant. They insisted that she find new housing, that she undergo a mental health evaluation, and that she complete parenting classes. Jolisa was determined to get her children back, but as a low-income parent bereft at the sudden loss of her children, she describes this as the worst time in her life. As she said, "I wanted to quit because my children are everything." Fortunately, Jolisa was represented by the Monroe County Model Family Representation Office, and this meant she was represented by a team that included not only an experienced attorney, but also a social worker. The social worker, Savannah, encouraged and assisted Jolisa in complying with CPS's demands. Savannah helped Jolisa apply for temporary assistance. She helped her secure better housing. She even helped her get furniture for her new home. She helped her complete the mental health evaluation and the parenting classes that she was required to take. 4 months after CPS took her children, the court ordered that Jolisa's children be returned to her, initially under court supervision, but really with just in a matter of months, the court terminated the supervision and fully restored Jolisa's rights because she was doing so well. Jolisa credits the legal, practical, and emotional support that she received from the Model Office Defense Team with helping her to be reunited with her children. Without them, she reflects, "I don't think I could have done it." Now, our goal at ILS is to ensure that every client received the type of representation that Jolisa received. A team-based approach, staffed by people with manageable caseloads. But that goal, that is far different from the reality of family court representation today. Today, in our current system, family court attorneys are working under unmanageable caseloads, often far in excess, 3 to 4 times the caseload standards that ILS recommends, and typically without the supports like a social worker that is vital to quality representation. Now, based on our experience implementing criminal defense reform, ILS knows what steps are needed to achieve the goal of quality family court representation. And the model we have used to improve public criminal defense must be replicated in family court. Based on data we've obtained from family defense providers, ILS estimates that we would need a state investment of $150 million per year to achieve for family court representation what we are achieving for criminal defense representation. This funding would be used for new staff, new programs, new infrastructure. All of our funding is used for new things, not just to keep the current status. But creating and filling new positions and building new programs takes time. So we also see the value of funding, of phasing in this funding over time. In other words, building up to an appropriation of $150 million per year. So that is why we appreciate that over the past 5 years, the state appropriation for improved quality family court representation has increased, mostly because of you. And that is why we appreciate the executive's proposed budget honors this increase and continues the $25 million appropriated in fiscal year 25-26 as an important step towards eventually achieving the goal of $150 million. Now, I want to emphasize one really important point about this funding and the state investment of $150 million. The funding for this goal can and should come from the Indigent Legal Services Fund. Doesn't need to come from the general fund. The Indigent Legal Services Fund is a special fund that was created for the specific purpose of improving public defense, which is a segue to my last point and my primary ask of you today, that you take steps to protect the integrity of the Indigent Legal Services Fund. The executive's budget proposal includes language in the PPGG Article 7 bill authorizing the state to transfer $234 million from the ILS fund to the general fund. Now, $114 million of this is related to the costs associated for the increased assigned counsel rates that was enacted in 2023, and that is consistent with the fund's purpose. But $120 million of this has no discernible public defense related purpose. The ILS fund is fully supporting all ILS programs. The work we are doing is vitally important, and the ILS fund is fully needed to continue to support this work and to eventually reach $150 million for improved quality family court representation. The ILS fund cannot be used as a tool to balance the general fund. Doing so would jeopardize our work, but worse, it would send a message to counties that the state is not committed to public defense. I know you're committed to the goal of quality public defense, especially in this moment where, on the federal level, the right to counsel is under attack. So therefore, I urge you to reject the full amount proposed, the full sweep, and to reduce the fund transfer from the $234 million that's in the executive budget to the $114 million that is related specifically to the fund's purpose. So I thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Which of you first? And Senator Shelley Mayer will be the first questioner.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for this year and last year talking about the impact on family court of the program. Do you know why, or did you have any conversations with the second floor, why this sweep of $234 million was done?
The only conversations we've had is regarding the $114 million of it, and understanding exactly where that's coming from, what that would be used for, and that it would be used for we have funding in our budget to reimburse counties for 50% of the costs associated with the assigned counsel rate. So that would pay for that. But no, there was no explanation of what the $120 million is for.
What would be the impact both on the program and on the counties and the city of New York?
Yeah.
Would this go forward as proposed?
I mean, I think long-term the impact is very worrisome to me because as we're working and working more and more, and the programs that we're helping to build in the counties in New York City are becoming more and more entrenched, it's clear that we're reaching the point where the funds expenditures are starting to outpace the revenues. So the fund is fully needed for the work that we're doing. And so, there wouldn't be an immediate fiscal impact, but there's a very worrisome long-term impact. The immediate impact, I think, is what I said about the trust in the state's commitment to improving the quality of representation. All of the programs and all of our contracts are cost reimbursement, meaning the counties have to spend and then be reimbursed. Trust matters. Everything we do is built on trust that they will be reimbursed. And I think continuing to have authorization to sweep funds from the ILS fund undermines the trust that the counties have in the state's commitment to improved quality public defense.
Do you know if they're on the process of reimbursement for expenses paid by the county and the counties and the city of New York? Are there problems in getting reimbursed and on a timely basis, which is not a trust issue, is a money issue?
Yeah, no. So far, we get a claim, we reimburse on a timely basis. There was about 5 years ago when we hadn't sufficiently built our grants unit. We've addressed that problem. We've changed our protocols so that now the reimbursements happen very quickly. We're doing things electronically now. And so, the time of reimbursement is now literally weeks. The issue is that there are some jurisdictions that aren't claiming in a timely fashion, and one of them is New York City. And so we've worked very hard with New York City on getting them caught up in their claiming, and they're starting to get caught up.
You mentioned that you identified 5 jurisdictions in the highest need, I think, of representation in family court. Is that what
Yeah.
What were they?
New York City, Monroe County, Erie County, Albany, and I'm looking for my last one. I have it in my list. Yes, New York City, Albany, Erie, Monroe, and Suffolk. Sorry.
Suffolk County, okay.
Yeah.
And what are your specific plans to deal with the higher incidence of need there?
In those 5 counties?
Yes.
And so what we've done is with each of those 5 counties, made the $1 million available, and then we work collaboratively with the family court representation providers in those counties and county officials and develop a plan for using that funding. And so we're pretty much done with all of those plans. We convert those plans into contracts, and then we issue contracts to the counties. I'm very excited to say that one of the counties, Erie County, has until now relied solely on assigned counsel to do family court representation, and that's created all sorts of problems. And so with this funding, they're actually building an institutional provider to supplement the assigned counsel plan program for family court representation. And so they're using the funding to create a better model of family court representation.
What's the plan in the city of New York?
With the city of New York, we've dispersed funding, an equal amount of funding to each of the 5 providers of family court representation. And so most of them have used the funding to bolster their capacity for a team-based approach to representation. So ensuring that they have access to the social workers, parent advocates, case managers, that kind of thing. By the way, the $1 million in New York City is not near enough.
Yes, that's why I'm asking, to compare Monroe County or Erie County with the city of New York. It does not quite work correctly. What about the reimbursement for the attorneys in your program? How has that been impacted by the increase in the 18B reimbursement we did 2 years ago?
Yeah, I just want to specify, we are a state agency that works in a county-based system. So the programs, the assigned counsel programs are county-based.
Yes, understood.
Yeah. The rate increase has made a difference. It has helped, bring some attorneys back onto the panel who had previously left the panel. So it's had, a slight uptick in the number of attorneys who are on the panels across the state, but it's still not enough. And I think there's a couple reasons. One is we need to work to make the public defense function more attractive across the board for attorneys. I think also the fact that the mechanism to increase the assigned counsel rate didn't include a mechanism to ensure that there are periodic increases is a disincentive for attorneys to come back because, they're not seeing increases on an annual basis. And they know that the last time this happened, it was 20 years before they got another increase. And so that's worrisome as well. But the other reason we're working to build and bolster institutional providers is because from our experience, that's the pathway to bringing new attorneys into a county, is when they have a public defender office or a legal aid society that they can work for, that they're employed for. that's the best way to train them up, allow them loan forgiveness, and get them interested in the work. And many of them eventually join the assigned counsel programs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Levine.
Thanks for being with us, and thanks for what you do. Is the executive budget containing enough money to sustain and maintain your office?
Didn't make much difference.
Are you talking about state operations?
Yes.
Yes, we got what we asked for in our state operations.
Now, is the $25 million that the executive is proposing for family court representation, is that sufficient?
No. I mean, as I've said, we know that there's $150 million that's needed. We can live with the $25 million this year because we also know that it takes time to phase in these new positions. You know, the like I said, every dollar of ILS funding is for new programs, new staff. We're not supplanting county programs. And so we're building. And so that does take time. So we see the value of phased-in approach. But I promise you, next year, I'm going to be back here saying we need at least $50 million, if not $100 million.
And we're going to look forward to that. So you mentioned that it's still a challenge to find experienced criminal defense lawyers to serve in an 18B or assigned counsel plan regimen. And that's the situation?
Yes. I mean, it's true both for the institutional providers, and by institutional providers, I mean the public defender offices and the legal aid societies and the assigned counsel plans. All of them are struggling to get experienced attorneys. And so one of the things that we're doing is trying to work with them on cultivating a pool of law graduates through internship programs and really vibrant training programs. But it's still an issue for the programs that need more experienced attorneys.
So maybe there's a bit of a silver lining in this crisis in the United States Department of Justice, because seems to me a lot of good and experienced criminal lawyers are leaving that office, and maybe we can attract them to become assigned counsel in New York State.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I mean, we're working on it.
Thank you.
The next senator.
Excuse me. Perfect timing. Quicker than I thought. Senator Salazar. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Madam Chair. Hi, good to see you.
Senator.
Thank you for your testimony. I realize that I've asked you about this in the past, but really value the opportunity to ask again on the record. We previously discussed with Chief Administrative Judge Zayas during his testimony the role of fines, fees, and surcharges in the criminal legal system. I know that these fines, fees, and surcharges have a disproportionate impact on lower income, indigent clients, but also that some of the revenue collected by the state from these fines, fees, and surcharges is used to fund ILS.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to ask you about if you could speak to the impact that such fines, fees, and surcharges have on ILS clients, and what you think about changing policy so that they would be eliminated and replaced with a sustainable and perhaps more just funding source.
No, I mean the fines, fees, and surcharges has a significant impact on public defense clients. I mean, they're public defense clients because they don't have disposable income. They don't have the means to pay for these things. And so from our viewpoint, they should at least be discretionary. There shouldn't be any mandatory fines, fees, or surcharges, and judges should have the discretion to be able, or should be required to take into account a person's ability to pay. In terms of how it would impact our fund, it would have not a significant impact on our fund. The biggest source of revenue for our fund is actually the biannual attorney registration fee, that attorneys pay. So all of you who pay that, thank you very much. A portion of that goes into our fund, and then the court system also sells a criminal history record, and a significant portion of that goes into our fund. So those two account for a significant portion of our fund's revenue.
Assemblymember Cruz. Assemblymember Bepan.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to expand a little bit more. I know you were talking about that $25 million for family court, and it won't be used to, I guess, pay for current services, say in a local county like Dutchess, but to build upon it. What type of services would that be?
So primarily what we look at is three things, three primary things. One, caseload relief. So hiring new staff, particularly new attorneys. And then we would look at using it for a team-based approach to representation. So bolstering the team, with somebody like Savannah, the social worker, or a case manager, or a parent advocate. And also ensuring that attorneys have access to funding for expert services and investigative services. And then we would also look for opportunities for attorneys to represent clients when they really need it the most. And in family court, sometimes that's before the court's involved. Right. So when CPS comes knocking at the door. And, I told Jaleesa's story. I actually don't consider that story a success. In my worldview, Jaleesa would have been represented by counsel the minute CPS was knocking on her door. An attorney would have been there to step in right away and see if there was an alternative to taking Jaleesa's children away and get Jaleesa connected to services right away. So there wouldn't have been 4 months that Jaleesa was without her children, and there wouldn't have been 4 months when these 4 children were separated from each other and from their mother.
Understood. Well, I thank you for that explanation, and please send the dollars the Hudson Valley direction as well. Thank you.
That's the plan.
Assemblymember Gallagher.
Hi, Patricia. Thank
Hi.
you so much for being here, and thank you for your testimony. As you mentioned, people all over the country are under attack, particularly immigrants. What resources do you have for indigent immigrant communities, particularly in deportation cases?
So our office mandate is to provide representation or improve the quality of representation under County Law Article 18B. So that's limited to criminal cases and family court matters. But you asked a very important question, because often people caught up in the criminal legal system or caught up in the family court system are non-citizens. And so since 2010, ILS has funded a statewide network of regional immigration assistance centers. And this is staffed by attorneys who have expertise on the intersection between criminal and family court law and immigration law, so that attorneys representing in a criminal case or a family court case a non-citizen can go to the Regional Immigration Assistance Center for expertise on the immigration consequences of that person's involvement. But I'm really proud to say that our Regional Immigration Assistance Centers do more than just provide expertise to attorneys. They work hand in hand with defense counsel on fashioning a disposition of the case that can ameliorate the immigration consequences. And so sometimes it's because of public defense attorneys working with the regional immigration assistance centers that somebody isn't banished from this country, and somebody can stay with their family.
Thank you so much. I actually was just a court observer in a case of my own constituent who had a family court case that had been dismissed, but that is what had flagged him as a target for this. So, can you speak to the budgetary demands of that program and if there's ways that we can help expand that program?
So that program currently comes out of the $81 million for the ILS program in our budget. And we're looking at possible ways to, to bolster the program. I think currently we'd be able to do that if necessary with unspent reappropriations. But it's something that we may request in future budget years, and that would be additional funding for that ILS program.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your testimony and for your work, and especially highlighting the executive's proposal sweeping 120 million. And I certainly concur that those funds really should be applied for the purposes for which they were intended under the state finance law. Can you please explain how aid to localities is distributed to the counties? And do you maintain data on the flow of funds over the last 3 or 4 years? And post-hearing, would you be able to supply that data?
Sure. So, ILS has our aid to localities includes 4 programs essentially. One of them is the assigned council rate reimbursement program, where we reimburse counties 50% of the expenditures they incur for the increased assigned council rates.
So that one's done on a reimbursement basis.
Yep, that's reimbursement. And all they have to do for that is to submit certification with some proof of the
Got it.
expenditures they incurred. The Harrell Herring statewide implementation program, that's the $273.8 million for improved quality criminal defense. And for that program, we're basically bound by Executive Law 832.4. So we have to work with each county on developing a plan for counsel at arraignment, caseload relief, and we have set caseload standards which guide how much funding each provider needs for caseload relief, as well as quality improvements. And so
And-
those plans then are operationalized through a cost reimbursement contract.
Got it. And do you have a sense as to whether you feel that the funding is sufficient for the needs?
It is not. We have not asked for more in our current budget request because we've been fortunate to work with the Division of Budget on using unspent prior appropriations to provide the more that is needed. But I say that because be assured in future budget years, we will be needing to ask for more funding
So you're not asking for additional funding in
this current budget year.
in the 2027 fiscal year budget, but you might be in subsequent.
Exactly. Yeah. We just, we know that with increased costs, the state investment will
Great,
have.
thank you. And my recollection is that this sweep that is being proposed by the executive, that this has been proposed in the past, and have you been have you had to live through that before?
Yes. And that's why we wanted to end
Right.
this year.
And has there been success in terms of negotiating with the executive on the part of the legislature not to do that? Do you have any idea?
In past years, no. And that's why, I'm focusing on it this year because it is a
Great.
priority.
Thank you so much.
First try. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for your testimony and all the work that you do. Presently in New York, there are no mandatory Miranda rights that Child Protective Services agencies around the state must read to parents during investigations. There is legislation that's presently imposed, which seeks to mandate informing parents of their rights, including the right to refuse home entry, consult an attorney, remain silent, etc. Do you find in your work with parents that perhaps, that could be an essential component of the services that's provided to a parent who's going through an investigation.
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. If you're a person of means and CPS comes knocking at your door, you're not going to let them in. You're going to call an attorney, right? And it seems to me fundamentally unfair that just because you're low income, you don't have the capacity to do the same thing, and so you end up unwittingly relinquishing your rights, not knowing what they are, and facing this really difficult time, this investigation into your family alone and without any legal counsel. I think it's essential that people be informed of their rights. And it's also why we do need the increased funding for family court representation, because the public defense providers need to be able to have the capacity to represent parents during that.
Awesome. So would you be able to use some of those resources to also do maybe an education campaign in order to make sure that parents are aware of what their rights are?
Yeah, and we are. Some localities, even though it's not enough funding to do it across the state, some of the counties are, in fact, in the model offices in particular, are using some of our funding to do community education so that parents know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Assemblyman Palasano.
Good afternoon. I apologize, I had to step up for a minute, but I know the issue of the sweeps come up. Certainly a concern I have and a number of our members have. And I represent a very rural area, Southern Tier, Finger Lakes area, and I've had meetings with representatives on this issue in the past about the inequity of getting the funds being from a rural area. What are you seeing as far, obviously, the sweep and how it's happening, impacting in particular, our rural areas, and what can we do to ensure, especially just with the fund, if the fund's there or if it's not swept, what we can do to ensure our representation, particularly in the rural communities, are properly and adequately funded and provide the representation individuals need.
No, and that's our job, right? Our job is to make sure that every county, even the rural counties, have the funding, for quality representation. And so that's, why we're so concerned about the sweep, is that, it diminishes the fund's ability to continue to do that. Everything right now, all of our programs, including the work that we're doing in the more rural counties, are all funded by the Indigent Legal Services Fund. And so the fund needs to remain intact.
Besides the fund, is there anything else just from the rural perspective we can do to enhance those types of services, or is it just the funding, or what are there other strategies that you would see or recommend to help improve that type of representation and service to the rural communities outside of just the money? Because I know it always boils down to money, but I'm just wondering if there's other strategies or things, regulations or stuff.
I think right now for the criminal defense part of public defense, you have Executive Law 832.4, which essentially took the Horrell hearing settlement and enshrined it into law. And, I think that that's working across the state, including in the rural areas. And in terms of our work to implement it, like we have at least 2 people at our office assigned to every single county, getting to know that county, getting to know the people in that county, and working closely with the county. So a lot of the work that we do, like we don't treat one county different just because they're smaller.
Right.
And in fact, I spend a lot of my time working on the smaller counties because that's where the need is the most. And that to me is important to do. I would suggest that for family court representation, I would love to see something enacted into law that's aligned with what was done for criminal court representation. And so a provision that requires ILS to work with the counties and counties to work in good faith with ILS for timely access to counsel, for caseload relief, and for a team-based approach to representation, and that the law would require, like Executive Law 832.4 does, that the state fund that.
I appreciate that. And when you mentioned that case, I represent Schuyler County. I know that was one of the, I think the original 4. So that obviously it's always been a big issue in my area, my region. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your time. And I'm probably going to surprise my colleagues, but I'm going to yield up the rest of my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Kellis.
always seem to have tech difficulties with these. One of the questions that I had was related to, if I can get to my questions, housing. How important is, or have you seen the lack of affordable housing and tenant protections as foundational in how a family ends up, in the system with CPS and the family court system?
Yeah, no, I mean, that was Jaleesa's story, right? It was her inability to find affordable housing that got her into the system. And we see the same thing in criminal defense as well. Even though it's not, within our mission per se, the idea that fewer people would be swept into our criminal legal system or our family court system if we did have stable, affordable housing, we see that. We see the reality of that. And I appreciate the fact, for example, that at the State of the Judiciary, Chief Judge Wilson spoke directly to that, that we need to work on how we prevent people from getting into the system in the first place. Housing, childcare, and community-based mental health and substance abuse treatment are critical.
Thank you. And you talked earlier about the regional immigration assistance centers. And in those cases that they're engaged with, what would it take to actually be able to directly provide counsel to individuals, or is that even possible in that system?
You mean
Yes.
counsel for their immigration
Yeah,
case?
because right now the system is that it provides advice or hands-on working with public defenders.
I mean, the work that the regional immigration assistance centers do is really to try to prevent them from even having to have an immigration case. And so that's the work that we try to do. And then, once if somebody does have an immigration case, we don't provide the right to counsel there. And of course, that the ability to get counsel really varies across the state.
So last question, just very quickly, can you talk a little bit more of the consequences that you've seen for the lack of public defender representation in family court, particularly in rural upstate areas?
Yeah, I mean, I see people losing their children.
Yeah.
I see what I would consider needless separation of children from their parents for extended periods of time. So, part of Jaleesa's story is that the model office wasn't up and running until 2 months into her case. If she had had access to that team-based approach earlier, I don't think it would have been a full 4 months of separation. And in my worldview, I would have liked to see no separation.
So it wasn't the situation, it was the lack of representation.
It definitely contributed to it.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Simon?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Worth. Nice to see you today. I have a question, sort of looking at aspects of this, and I am similarly concerned about the governor's sweeping funds. One of the things that you haven't talked about is those legal services attorneys, our ability to recruit and retain. As I understand it, the turnover is quite high. And one of the things I've been trying to remedy is through expanding our loan forgiveness program. I don't know if you're familiar with that program, whether the attorneys you work with or have participated in that, and whether you are supportive of our providing greater loan forgiveness reimbursements to attorneys so that we don't lose so many.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be a huge step in drawing people into the public defense world. And yes, I am familiar with it personally, but many people in my office have also benefited from it. And for a lot of public defense offices, that's a big draw is loan forgiveness. So, bolstering the loan forgiveness programs, making sure that they're working, is, I think, vitally important.
And does that? I understand prosecutors also have the same issue, but I'm curious about your concern about getting more experienced attorneys, and whether this factors into being able to retain attorneys who are now experienced.
Exactly. Yeah. So sometimes keeping people there is a way, the loan forgiveness is a way to do that because of the amount of time that they have to serve before, that kind of thing. So it can keep people there. I think there's lots of other things that we need to look at. Part of why we are working so hard on and why we believe in the team-based approach to representation is I can tell you that in and of itself will draw people to an office and keep people there because they don't feel alone, right? And this work can be hard. You're working with people in the worst moments of their lives, and your clients, almost all of them have experiences of trauma, and you're sitting with that. And if you have a team to help you manage your own emotions over that really helps.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I believe we've gotten through all the questioners, so appreciate your work and your team's work and your being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we're going to move to Panel A, which is the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, Rosanna Rosado, New York State Department of Corrections, Daniel Martuscello III, New York State Division of State Police, Stephen James. Yes. Yes, you do. You please. Yes. And Salazar, yes. We were working out the details of when you're one panel with three of you with different chairs, how many minutes the chairs get. And I'm beating them down on your behalf. No. The fact is you don't get choices. You get 10 minutes each, and then we will ask you questions and try to control ourselves in that context. So thank you all for being here. And why don't we, and yet none of you are Rosado. So let's just correct that.
Yes, Joseph Popkin, testifying on her behalf, the Executive Deputy Commissioner.
And your name is?
Joe Popkin, Popcun.
Thank you. Of course. Okay. And hello, how are you, Commissioner? Morning. Okay. And also you, Superintendent. So let's start with the representative for Rosanna Rosado, and we'll go straight down from there.
Sounds good. Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow, Legislative Fiscal Committee members, and other distinguished members of the state legislature. I am Dr. Joseph Popkin, Executive Deputy Commissioner of the Division of Criminal Justice Services. On behalf of Commissioner Rosado and the entire DCJS team, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Governor Kathy Hochul's fiscal year 26-27 budget for DCJS. Over the past year, I began wearing a smartwatch, first out of curiosity and then as a habit to track my health. At the times, the amount of data it tracks felt overwhelming or it seemed different from what I was feeling, yet I knew it was still important to track and to act on what could be measured and improved. Similarly, DCJS collects and compiles a tremendous amount of data, from reported crime and shootings to arraignments and dispositions. Through these efforts, a clear picture of the state's public safety landscape has emerged. Shooting incidents with injury have reached record lows. Violent crime is decreasing, and the criminal justice system has largely recovered from pandemic-era disruptions. This progress, however, was neither guaranteed nor did it happen in a silo. These improvements stemmed from Governor Hochul's commitment to public safety. From record initiatives and investments supported by the state legislature, the governor has provided state and local agencies and organizations with the tools, training, and support to build safer and stronger neighborhoods. She has balanced intervention with prevention. She has balanced enforcement with empowerment. For DCJS, this approach involves co-creating safety between law enforcement and the public they serve, recognizing that lasting safety cannot simply be imposed. It must be built from within by working together with and empowering communities to foster positive change. What this looks like in practice is law enforcement and residents standing side by side, each bringing their knowledge and expertise to create prosperous neighborhoods and thriving families. From gun and domestic violence to motor vehicle and retail theft, this approach is working. In 2025, there were 1,943 fewer people shot and 308 fewer people killed by shootings than just 4 years ago. Statewide, preliminary reported crime is trending down 8% last year compared to 2024. New York State is seeing decreases in every single crime category, with double-digit declines in murder, robbery, burglary, and motor vehicle theft. The progress outside of New York City is even more pronounced, with violent crime not only at pre-pandemic levels, but reaching its lowest level in decades. Altogether, New York State remains one of the safest large states in the country with the lowest homicide rate among them. In part, these results reflect DCJS's sustained resources for and relationships with local partners doing this important work. On the community side, initiatives like Project Rise, the Snug Street Outreach Social Work and Hospital Response Program, and Strive are bringing resources directly to neighborhoods and families most affected by violence. On the law enforcement side, our GIVE initiative and network of 11 crime analysis centers have built a nation-leading policing infrastructure to reduce and solve crimes. Finally, our growing portfolio of county reentry task forces and ATI, Alternative to Incarceration programs, are tackling the root causes and consequences of crime by connecting people to the support they need. The governor's commitment to these programs continues in this year's budget and extends to several new initiatives. Completing statewide coverage of the Crime Analysis Center network by expanding to Westchester County, funding the successful Law Enforcement Technology Grant Program, also known as LA Tech, investing in crime labs to better solve crimes, improving police training by strengthening academies, stopping illegal guns by cracking down on 3D printed firearms and do-it-yourself machine guns, combating hate crimes by protecting at-risk community partners, and prioritizing subway safety by funding police patrols on trains and platforms. Just as my smartwatch has helped me track progress and make better informed decisions about my health, the data DCJS collects informs our decisions and tells a powerful story about public safety in New York State. Yet data alone does not change lives. Action does. This year's budget is that action. With your support, it will allow DCJS to continue programs that are working and delivering what New Yorkers expect: stronger partnerships, safer neighborhoods, and a fair and equal justice system built on trust and accountability for all. Working together, we can achieve a New York where every community, rich and poor, urban and rural, upstate and downstate, shares in our public safety progress, where safety is not just measured in statistics, but felt on our streets. This budget, rooted in Governor Hochul's unwavering focus on public safety, moves us closer to that New York State. Before I close, I want to recognize the thousands of on-the-ground partners, residents and leaders, community providers, police, prosecutors, defenders, judges, community supervision professionals, and many more who are working every day to change lives. I also want to thank Commissioner Rosado for her exceptional leadership of this agency and the talented DCJS team who bring dedication and innovation to the agency's mission every day. Finally, our work is only possible because of you and your ongoing support we receive. Thank you for your service and your time today. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and members of the legislature. I am Daniel Marticello, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. It is my honor to discuss Governor Hochul's executive budget as it relates to the department. The past year has been one of the most challenging for the department in my career. We witnessed the horrific murders of 2 people under our care and a 22-day illegal job action that threatened the safety and security of everyone in our institutions. The criminal prosecutions of the staff charged in connection with the murders have proceeded expeditiously, with additional prosecutions forthcoming. I'm grateful to the investigators and prosecutors for bringing those individuals swiftly to justice. While we successfully ended the strike, we face many challenges as we continue to recover and stabilize operations. I want to thank the staff who worked around the clock to keep our facilities and communities safe, and the National Guard personnel who continue to support us. It is our responsibility to restore trust in the department through our actions and a commitment to transparency and accountability. Thanks to the governor and legislature, the department received significant resources to position us for future success. We deployed body-worn cameras to all security staff and continue to pursue the installation of fixed cameras. The department's Office of Special Investigations has expanded, improving investigations into serious misconduct and criminal activity. We are engaged with external, independent experts to assess our culture and staffing within our facilities and are implementing a holistic safety model at 2 facilities, which will be expanded statewide. These reviews will be objective and transparent, helping to improve our policies and practices and lead to better outcomes. By embracing a people-centered approach that preserves the dignity, respect, and humanity of all people, we're working toward a brighter future for the department. Building on this momentum, we instituted our Recover, Recruit, and Rebuild initiative to stabilize staffing levels and develop future leaders. Financial incentives and expanded eligibility requirements have greatly enhanced our recruitment and retention efforts. Thanks in large part to the resources provided by the governor and the legislature, we have seen improvements in our recruitment numbers with a 155% increase in people taking the correction officer exam, a 64% increase in appointments, and a 43% increase in graduates. As we increase staffing, we will continue to reopen programming and visitation, both of which are crucial to the success of the population. Despite our challenges, I am very proud to have instituted free phone calls and a free bus program to support family reunification. Removing these barriers helps incarcerated individuals and their families maintain connections that are vital to rehabilitation. Recently enacted legislation authorized the department to designate additional programs for which maritime and limited credit time allowance may be granted. I am pleased to report that we added 19 new programs under this expanded authority, which provides a strong incentive for individuals to engage in programming and support the return to the community. I have prioritized safety and security within our correctional facilities and set violence reduction goals, resulting in a 14% reduction in assaults on staff and 11% reduction in assaults on incarcerated individuals, with more aggressive goals set this year. We have also seen a 42% reduction in excessive force allegations. To achieve progress and reach our goals, we will continue to leverage de-escalation and interpersonal communication skills, expand progressive programs, and support family communication and reunification. We have deployed new technology to reduce contraband, including legal mail screeners, body scanners, and expanded use of canines. As we reduce pathways for contraband to enter our facilities, we see new threats emerge, such as drones. The executive budget includes legislation to restrict drones over critical infrastructure, including correctional facilities, and expands law enforcement's capacity to respond to credible drone threats. I'm grateful to the governor for providing the department and our law enforcement partners with the tools we need to combat this evolving security risk. Through our participation in the National Reentry 2030 initiative, we are prioritizing the provision of personal documents and enrollment in Medicaid. In 2025, 93% of eligible individuals received or requested their birth certificates. 78% received or requested their Social Security cards, and 77% enrolled in Medicaid prior to release. The department continues to promote public safety through effective community supervision while safely reducing the parolee population. In just 5 years, the number of people under community supervision has been cut in half from approximately 35,400 in 2020 to 17,300 in 2025. This remarkable decline has enabled us to focus our efforts on individuals at higher risk of violent crime through focused deterrence and gun interdiction. At the same time, New York has attained a national leading recidivism rate of 20%, marking 3 years of the lowest recidivism rates in the state's history. This is something we should all be proud of and talk more about. The Omnibus Corrections Reform Act of 2025 will build on the steps we have taken to improve safety, accountability, and transparency in our correctional system. We have taken immediate action to implement the applicable provisions and are in the planning stages to enact the remaining provisions in accordance with the law. As we move forward, I am committed to promoting a safe and secure environment for all those who work, live, and visit our facilities and providing supportive supervision in the community. There will be challenges ahead, but we are committed to prioritizing people while remaining focused on our mission. I'm confident that together, we will not only succeed in our recovery efforts, but we will build back better and stronger thanks to the hard work and dedication of our employees, continued support from Governor Hochul and the legislature, and being guided by the belief that people can change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I could leave. All right. No worries. No worries, Senator. Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Pratlow, and members of the Joint Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the work performed by the members of the New York State Police and the proposals put forward in the executive budget. I'm Superintendent Stephen G. James, and certainly I'm proud to serve as a member of the New York State Police collectively for 35 years. I'm honored to serve as the superintendent, and I'm fully committed to the safety of all of those who live, work, and visit New York. My priority is ensuring that our members have the resources they need to carry out our mission, which is to serve and protect all New Yorkers. I thank Governor Hochul and members of the legislature for the continued support of the New York State Police, for without your backing, the New York State Police would not be capable of performing at the high level that New Yorkers have come to expect. Since taking office, Governor Hochul has made public safety her top priority, and the fiscal year 2026-2027 executive budget continues to support the New York State Police and our funding needs for personnel, equipment, and technology. One of our top concerns is the adequate staffing of our agency. As more demands are placed upon our troopers, it is critically important that we stay ahead of our attrition rate and reach full staffing. Thanks to the continued additional funding for the Academy class, we graduate 414 new troopers in 2025, and we have currently a class of more than 170 recruits that will graduate this May. We also continue to adjust our recruitment efforts to remain competitive in attracting the best and the brightest candidates. We have revised our qualifications, simplified our application process, and removed fees for both the application and the entrance exam. We have also restructured our application process operation to be more efficient. While we continue to refine our approach, we have seen an uptick in applications, which is certainly welcome news. Now, I want to be clear on one point. We have not lowered our rigorous standards to earn an appointment to the Academy. Those who advance past the entrance exam face the same background investigation, thorough psychological evaluation, and high physical fitness standards that we are known for. For our members who are on the road, one of my priorities has been the modernization of our patrol vehicles and the equipment, and with safety as the #1 priority. We continue to prioritize the replacement of high mileage and aging patrol vehicles for safety of our members and to ensure that we can respond to emergencies. The proposed budget includes funding to help us continue our plan, which includes transitioning our entire patrol fleet to SUVs. Compared to sedans, the SUVs perform better in severe weather, have greater visibility, and the capacity to carry the modern equipment that's required for today's troopers. Other equipment upgrades include outfitting patrol vehicles with modern rescue and extrication tools. Troopers are usually the first to arrive, at serious motor vehicle accident crashes, and the new tools ensure that more effective response to these situations occurs. We are also progressing with our transition to the outer vest carriers. These vests, worn outside of the uniform, include ballistic protection, and they allow for the weight of the members' equipment to be distributed more evenly, improving the safety and reducing the possibility of long-term injury. These are just a few of the investments that we're making to improve safety, reduce injuries, and ensure that our members have the equipment necessary to protect New Yorkers. I want to report back on several initiatives that we have started since 2024. We continue to strengthen our presence at the northern border, thanks to $8 million in funding that was provided for additional personnel and equipment. Transnational crime, including drug trafficking, it remains an issue along the border, and we continue to work together with our federal partners. In March of 2024, we established the Organized Retail Theft Task Force, forging partnerships with national retailers and local and federal law enforcement partners. These efforts have resulted in a positive impact. Since the unit started, we have arrested approximately 1,400 individuals and recovered $4.2 million in stolen property. This includes breaking up a large Queens-based ring that was targeting Home Depot stores, racking up more than $2 million in stolen goods. While we are making strides against organized retail theft incidents of suspected auto theft fraud, including stage crashes, that continues to rise. These scams are expensive for New Yorkers, adding an average of $300 per year to the insurance premiums. Governor Hochul is proposing $2 million in this year's budget for the state police to investigate and build cases against criminals who are committed auto insurance fraud. And we continue our work to reduce gun violence and the proliferation of illegal guns. And we're encouraged by the drop in shootings in many areas across the state. The support of the governor and the legislature has been critically important for providing the necessary resources to get guns out of the hands of criminals, address interstate gun trafficking, and reduce violent crimes in our communities. Through our Interstate Gun Trafficking Task Force, the work of our Community Stabilization Unit, the Violent Gang Narcotics Enforcement Team, and investigators and troopers on patrol, we continue to have success. In 2025, we seized nearly 1,600 illegal guns, and while that number was slightly down from 2024, it still represents 3 times the numbers of illegal guns we recovered in 2020. Staying ahead of emerging trends, including terrorism, continues to be a significant concern for our agency. Over the last few years, Governor Hochul and the legislature has provided funding to increase staffing at the New York State Intelligence Center. These resources have improved our ability to work proactively in gathering and analyzing intelligence, investigating threats, and sharing that information with our law enforcement partners. I'll close by again thanking Governor Hochul and each of you for your continued support of our members and our mission. We certainly could not provide the high-quality service that we do without your help. The executive budget provides our members with the necessary equipment, training, and other valuable resources to carry out their duties. The men and women of the New York State Police serve each day with integrity, pride, and dedication, and will continue this tradition of excellence with your support. Thank you for your continued investment in the New York State Police and for the opportunity to address you today. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Of you. And now we're going to turn to Senator Myrie for his 10 minutes as ranker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to you all. I'm going to direct my questions to the superintendent and DCJS. I'm going to try as best I can to split my time evenly on that. And I'm going to start with you, Superintendent. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the service of your members. As you know, the governor has proposed a ban on 287G agreements that specifically addresses localities and how they partner with the federal government. So my line of questioning for you is going to touch on that relationship as it relates to the state police and what level of collaboration and cooperation, if any, that you currently exercise with the federal government and when. I'm going to start with a pretty specific question on fusion centers. For the tens of people that are watching, fusion centers, that is the form where the federal government and states work together in some level on law enforcement issues. The New York.
At what point does this legislative body become responsible for the 264 deaths? This young man could get outside. That Doc's. You are responsible the moment you said one more fucking dollar while he is still at the helm.
Thank you. If you would take that out, we appreciate it. Just hold the clock for a minute. Thank you. Okay, I think we're done here. Okay, continue, please.
A robust democracy we live in. So can you talk to me about New York State Police's current practice with fusion centers? What level of information sharing is taking place and how you view that relationship?
Yes, Senator, and thank you for your question. Specifically with regard to our fusion centers, i.e. the NYSEC, there is a conglomeration of federal, state, and local entities that work for the basis of intel and information sharing. With regard to the NYSEC, for point of clarity, we work with the FBI, we work with HSI criminal side, we work with ATF, NIBIN. The crystal clarity is it's strictly with regard to criminal cases. No civil enforcement interaction with the NYSEC or the state police in general with regard to federal cases. More specifically, in the information sharing, it's guided by 28 CFR, the DOJ rules, which prevents us from collecting non-criminal information. So as far as information sharing, the requests that may come through via HSI, which is the investigative arm of ICE, not ICE per se, there is a paper form request. That request is maintained, it's vetted to ensure that it's got an active ongoing case number, and documentation to support. That is vetted potentially all the way up to our division counsel. We make a determination on whether that information sharing fits the criterion. And very oftentimes, these are involving cases that we are working in conjunction with the federal agents on, primarily terrorism cases, human smuggling, human trafficking, the interdiction of illicit gangs, guns, and drugs.
Okay, so, and thank you for that. So just for clarity, because we have currently on the books an executive order 170 that says or states that the policy of the state is not to collaborate with the federal government for purposes of civil immigration enforcement. But there has also been communication in the past from the governor that says that it may or may not be the state's policy when someone is suspected of an immigration-related crime for there to be collaboration. And so I just want, for the record, for it to be clear, what is the current practice and policy of the state police as it relates to federal civil immigration enforcement?
New York State Police, we don't enforce the federal civil laws. We're not federal agents. We strict germanely to any cases that require or involve criminality. Now, if there's a roadside stop and based upon the vehicle and traffic stop, and there's a determination made that there's criminality, but the individual's status may be in question, that's not the primary role that we play. We would complete the investigation. At that point, we don't reach out to ICE for the clarity as far as enforcement, and we complete our process. Now, there are cases where ICE will reach out and make contact to interact or engage with those individuals. That is not something that we engage in. That is not the policy. We stick to the criterion, the state law, the executive orders, as we go along with civil enforcement.
Okay, and then I'm going to get to you, Deputy Commissioner. If I'm hearing correctly, in the course of the state police's enforcement, if it happens to be the case that you encounter someone who has run afoul of a state criminal law but has an undocumented status, the state police do not proactively share that information with the federal government unless there is a request.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And to you, Deputy Commissioner, thank you for the work that many of you do. As you know, we have fought, the legislature has, on the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to move it out of the Department of Health, to move it into DCJS. We were excited about that prospect in the hopes that there would be more resources dedicated to that work. Just putting on the record that we'd like to see a lot of that. In the same vein of my questioning to the superintendent, you manage, DCJS does, many databases. And my question is, what access, if any, does the federal government have on those databases? And if so, when is that triggered?
DCJS has no role in civil immigration enforcement. We're fully compliant with the executive order, and similar to the state police, we take no part in civil immigration enforcement. And so while we collect data and compile it, including the criminal history data, it's only made available for criminal investigative purposes. So a crime has to have occurred.
Okay, so at no point for civil enforcement of immigration laws do the federal government have access to the criminal databases under DCJS jurisdiction?
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And how do you, DCJS, define civil immigration enforcement? Are there any requests that come to you for information?
Not that I'm aware of that would fit into the bucket. I mean, this goes back to 2017 when Executive Order 170 was issued. We went through and clarified all the roles and responsibilities and ensured that no information was proactively shared with federal immigration authorities that would fall into civil immigration enforcement.
Okay. And briefly on the, there was a report, this is a separate issue. Controller DiNapoli released a report last May on Raise the Age spending and allocation. And while we are not discussing any statutory changes to raise the age in this budget, according to the DiNapoli report, only 39% of the money allocated by the legislature has been spent down. Do you have any insight into why that may be, or any communication with counties that have said why they have not spent that money?
Yeah, well, I won't speculate, but I'll just speak to the process as it is now. It is county-based process where they submit plans to DCJS and OCFS, and then we review the plans to make sure they are appropriate, they match the population that's being served of young people, and then they are provided to the Division of Budget where they're approved and executed. It is reimbursement-based, and so there is some time and lag in getting the funding back to the counties, but that's one process. I would also, though, mention, and we've talked about this before, the other investments that are in this budget for youth, right? Project Rise, Respond, Invest, Sustain, and Empower are direct grants that go from DCJS to 10 and now 11 communities to really support young people and identify the gaps that the community has. Another one is the Summer Youth Employment Program, after school programs. So I do think there is both approach, the Raise the Age funding model that exists right now, that the counties drive, as well as a lot of the grants that have been a part of DCJS's budget quadrupling, thanks to you and the governor, over the last 4 years.
Thank you. And then I'll use the remainder of my time, and this is both to you and the superintendent, to return back to the federal response. Both of your agencies and departments are tasked with keeping New Yorkers safe. And with the number of proposals from the governor and the proposals from the legislature, trying to strike the balance of protecting New Yorkers' constitutional rights while also continuing to make them safe. Is there anything or any indication from either the governor's proposals or those proposed by the legislature that suggests to you that protecting constitutional rights will hinder your ability to keep New Yorkers safe?
No.
We'll have to get back to us after
They said
that.
no for the record.
Oh,
They said
okay.
no for the record.
All right, fine. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Assemblymember Dinowitz.
I'm going to temporarily put off my turn because one of my colleagues has to leave. So, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Dinowitz. Superintendent, I'll start with you. There's $5 million allocated for drones for the state police. I guess would like to have a breakdown. Is it primarily for equipment? Is it for training? And what is the primary intended use for the drones?
Yes. Good to see you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, that allocation, it's to supplement a program that has already started, the state police drone fleet, of which we have 151 of those. We've had it probably nearly 7 or 8 years, and it's becoming antiquated. The technology is not as tech as some of the projects that are out there. The concern is that we need to stay ahead of the nefarious activity. So the bulk of it will be to purchase equipment, not a one-time occurrence. Software is part of it, the platform. It's to support costs with the vendor, and a small portion of it will be personal service. But it's to stay more competitive. The hope is we would get to the point where the FAA will allow New York State to take on drone mitigation rather than simply just drone detection. So the idea is to get prepped and prepared, and when the law catches up with us, we hope to be ready to go.
Thank you. And by the way, I'm glad to see the progress in the retail theft. I know we've talked about it in the past. Dan, about a week and a half ago, I was coming back from Sarasota on a plane, and some young man recognized me. He says, "Hey, I'm going to come moving back to New York. I'm moving my family back to New York." He had worked for Docs. He had to leave. He had to separate, not under a negative situation, but a personal family situation. And he told me, he says, "I'm moving my family back up. I'm selling my pool business and coming from Florida to New York," which is, I think, a testimony to the recruitment. You and I have talked about this plenty of times. The one thing he did say to me, which I'm going to ask you, is he says, "Now, they're not going to privatize the guards, are they?" And I said, "I don't think so. I think they're working hard to make sure that we get as many homegrown New Yorkers working in the court system." But I just wanted to ask that question because he actually asked a question I didn't have a full answer to.
No, I appreciate the question, particularly as we're on our aggressive recruitment campaign. So state law prohibits private prisons in New York. So we are fully vested in recruiting and retaining state employees to run our prison system.
Perfect. And Joe, I just want to say I'm very pleased that DCHS and the governor expanded GIVE to the city of Troy. We have some great large-based community nonprofits. They're at it. They're boots on the ground. They are really connecting with the neighborhoods in the community. I think it's a fantastic program, and I appreciate the expansion, and we'll always ask for more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Murray.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for being here today. Before I get to the question, I do want to share an observation, and that is that I've been sitting here a couple of hours and I'm looking at the list of those who are testifying. There are about 25 groups, individuals, and organizations that are here testifying today. Roughly half of those represent or deal with criminals, those who've committed crimes, incarcerated individuals. Not a single crime victim is on this list. Not a single crime victims advocacy group is on this list. I'm on the Crime Victims, Crime and Corrections Committee, but yet we have no victims here to hear from. I think that's a disgrace. I think crime victims are by far the most dismissed and ignored people in New York State. With that said, I'll get to my question. Deputy Commissioner Popkin, each year I've been here, I've asked the same question, and I'm hoping the answer is different this time. But when it comes to crime stats, it's extremely important that they're accurate. I gave a scenario the last couple of years. You have a person who's arrested for vandalizing, breaking into cars, and stealing things out of cars. They're picked up, arrested, but not bail eligible. They're released. The next day, same thing, arrested for the same thing. Again, the cycle continues. Not held for bail, they're released. This goes on 16 times. According to what you've told me the last couple of years, in your statistics, that would count as one crime. Is that still accurate?
Senator, good to see you.
Good to see you.
So on the crime statistics, which are governed by the National Crime Reporting Program, each of those offenses would be a crime reported by law enforcement to DCJS. So those would be separate crimes. Where you pivot there in the bail pretrial release, is that in our pretrial release file, as well as the one maintained by OCA that are both publicly available, when somebody has a pending case, within 180 days, if there's another arrest activity, it's counted as a rearrest. Wouldn't necessarily matter if they were rearrested again. It's just that rearrest indicator in that file. But in terms of crimes being underreported, all crimes that are reported to law enforcement then are reported to DCJS and to the federal government under the crime reporting program.
But
So
my
there's no
concern
missing
is,
crimes.
under this scenario, as you pointed out, if they had not yet been adjudicated, not yet gone in for a hearing or before a judge, and it's a rearrest, when we're looking at the recidivism rates, how is that calculated? How is that counted?
So the recidivism rate would be, recidivism is broken down, right? There's rearrest, there could be a reconviction, there could be a reincarceration. That data we do break out on our website as well by county. We have dashboards that show exactly if somebody has been rearrested or reconvicted, or so it is something that we're looking at. But the recidivism count is just one, right? You have one initial involvement with the system, and then you have a subsequent one.
And that's my concern. When we see those stats and receive recidivism rates and we hear them, are they really accurate? Because in this scenario, there were 16 crime victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Okay, me for 10 minutes. So my questions are directed towards DCJS. First, tell me if I'm correct, the executive budget includes $77 million to increase police presence on subway platforms and trains.
Correct.
Is that for 6 months?
So last year, between the DCJS, the NYPD, and the governor's office, we were able to extend the deployment period, and I believe we're going to be able to extend it with this $77 million as well.
For 6 months?
Beyond the 6 months.
Well, no, now I'm confused. In the coming fiscal year, how many months will be covered by the $77 million?
I'd have to confirm it. I believe it goes beyond the 6 months.
Beyond the 6 months in this coming up fiscal
Correct.
year? Because, I don't know, Albany, we're in session for 6 months, but in the Bronx, we have 12 months. So I just want to make sure we're covered. And the other thing is, who determines how they're deployed? Because, typically most things happen in Manhattan and the Bronx often gets shortchanged on things. And obviously I'm very concerned that that deployment is done in an appropriate way, throughout the system.
Yeah, I can provide more details in a follow-up, but we work closely with the NYPD. They submit back to us for reimbursement to say, here's the patrols that were incurred, here's the areas, and then based on that documentation, we have provided them with funding as a reimbursement.
Okay, now, securing communities against hate crimes, $35 million, which is, I guess, the same as last year. How do you determine how that's split up? Because all the data shows that the majority of hate crimes, both violent and otherwise, is directed against one particular community, namely the Jewish community. Is that taken into account when figuring out how to properly use this money?
So the funding that's provided is capital funding that we issue a request for applications for eligible organizations, which would be community-based organizations, cultural institutions that are at risk of hate crime or attack based on their mission, belief, or ideology. So in their application, they provide a risk assessment that's individualized both to their facility and to the work they do, and they articulate the reasons why they believe that they're at risk. And so they would cite statistics that you just talked about in terms of being targeted, and then that goes into the scoring application that we work on and then make awards from. And since the governor has provided the Securing Communities Against Hate Crimes grant program, we've done over $200 million to 2,000 different projects.
Okay, so then I could feel, I can take comfort in believing that that the statistics that show that the majority of hate crimes are directed against the Jewish community, that's all taken into account then, correct?
You can feel comfortable that we are applying the breakdown of the RFA and individually looking at each organization's vulnerability assessment as they articulate it. Because every organization is different based on the businesses or
Right.
based on their setup and their facilities.
Okay,
But
well,
yes, you can take comfort in that.
Okay, because I like to be comfortable. So when we passed bail reform, a lot of people were yelling and screaming, and then crime went up significantly, in fact, and many people blamed bail reform. Of course, some of us believe that it was probably more directly connected to the pandemic. Hard to prove either way, except now that the pandemic has waned, crime has gone down. Although I don't hear a lot of people saying that bail reform is the reason why crime has gone down. I also think it's due to the great work of the NYPD, certainly in the city. But no question that crime has gone down and we still have bail reform. But having said all that, I live in the Northwest Bronx in the 50th precinct. And in 2024 and 2025, we had one murder each year in the entire precinct, one murder each year, which is not as good as zero, but it's pretty good under the circumstances. This year, today's February 12th. For those of you who old enough to remember, it's also Abraham Lincoln's birthday, February 12th. But we're barely 1/8 into the year, and in my precinct, 4 people have died from gunshots, 3 murders and 1 suicide related to one of the murders. To me, that's a shocking statistics. In fact, one of the murders happened yesterday. It happens my son was shopping on the block where it happened, heard the shots, saw the body, and a lot of other people did as well. Horrible. What role do you, DCJS, play in working with the NYPD to zero in on places where there's been an upsurge for whatever reason? It could be coincidence, it could be any one of a number of things, but when there's a big increase, I assume that resources are directed to try to address that issue. So do you have a role in that? Obviously, the NYPD is the lead on this, but do you have a role in trying to address the fact that in my community, we have 4 times as many murders so far this year as we had in all of last year?
Yes, Assembly Member, and this dovetails with Senator Myrie's observation about the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. So DCJS's role is to look at the data and to identify where there's areas where we're not making the progress we'd like to see, or areas that are persistently plagued by crime or violent crime in this instance. And so, DCJS's budget, almost $300 million of it goes to New York City. And so we look at those resources. We provide $5 million to support the DYCD's crisis management system. The credible messengers are at work. And so we're having conversations with them constantly about, okay, how can we use this money to gap fill, to surge, additional outreach workers in a particular area? Or in the case of NYPD, we're working with them in our New York City Crime Analysis Center to say, okay, what data can we provide, what training, technical assistance, or other resources that the state can bring to bear so that we can ensure that everyone shares in our public safety progress.
Okay, and in keeping with my tradition, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You. Sorry. Next, we have Senator Shelley Mayer, 10 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Excuse me. And you're right. I was right about the 10 minutes, and I was wrong about the chairmanship. Sorry, Senator Salazar, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'll address my questions to Commissioner Marticello, and please forgive me as ever if I have to interrupt you. It is only in the interest of time. Reducing contraband is a shared goal that we have. DOCS has taken steps, some of which I have disagreed with, like the package policy, to reduce contraband in state prisons. During an extended period of the COVID-19 pandemic, in-person visitation was completely suspended, and yet contraband was still somehow rampant in facilities. In the 24 to 25 fiscal year budget, our state spent $13 million to fund body scanners in DOCS facilities to scan visitors. During your testimony at last year's hearing on violence in prisons, you mentioned that about 85 to 90% approximately of staff refused to use optional security screening such as the body scanners. Why are staff not mandated to go through the body scanners nor metal detectors every time they enter a DOCS prison? And would you support a change in policy that would mandate that security protocol?
Senator, thank you for the question. And the stat is still correct. We're still 90% or more of staff not going through body scanners. And the reason for that is the law that's enacted actually provides for an option for all parties, whether you're a visitor, an incarcerated individual, or staff, to opt out of scanning. Now, on the visits, clearly if they opt out, I have the opportunity to provide them a non-contact visit. As you're probably aware, we had a tragic suicide in one of our institutions recently. God rest his soul, and to his family for their mourning. But as a result, I have changed front gate procedures for staff, and every staff member now goes through a magnetometer type device.
Thank you. I think that is an improvement, and it's certainly our responsibility to change the law in order, if we were to require staff to go through body scanners. We are here 1 year after 13,000 correction officers roughly engaged in an unlawful work stoppage, which we continue to see the harmful impacts of today, including the suspension of many critical programs and services and significant limits on visitation within DOCS facilities. A year later, many of these programs are still not running at pre-work stoppage levels. What steps are you taking to fully reinstate programming and visitation to their status prior to the strike?
Yeah, immediately after the illegal job action, I immediately gave direction to my superintendents to individually, facility by facility, develop reopening plans based on the staffing levels and the augmentation by the National Guard. Again, thankful for the governor for activating the Guard, as well as continuing to fund them in the upcoming fiscal year. I'm glad to report today across the system that programs have been restarted in every facility, but to acknowledge your comment, not in the same way that they were at the time. It may be that we need to run vocational one day and academic the next. Higher education, all of our college programs have restarted. Right after there were 2 facilities, Elmira and 5 Points and Auburn, 3 of them that were unable to start. But right now in this semester, all college programs are restarted. We've restarted rehabilitation through the arts and Puppies Behind Bars, which we have a graduation next week. So we are working hard to make sure we continue to restore services. My view has always been good, strong programs are good security within the system, and that we keep people from being idle and provide them the services they need. So we continue to strive that. Every 2 weeks, I get a new report in from the facility, and we're engaging them to see how can we expand. On the visitation, that was one of the first things I restored. I recognize, how vital it is to the success while they're incarcerated and upon reentry to the community, family reunification. And as a result, we restored visits on weekends only. So in mediums, they're still not doing holidays because they only have weekends and holidays. In maximum security, we're not to weekday visits yet. We did restore 3 facilities to Wednesday visits, and we'll continue to make incremental progress. We have restored family reunion program at every site. 21 facilities participate at 13 locations.
Thank you, and appreciate the progress that's been made, and I look forward to seeing, hopefully promptly, the restoration of visitation at maximum security facilities.
And free phone calls was huge.
Yes.
I mean, last month, there was 99 million minutes of call time on the platform. So
Absolutely.
It's been tremendous to keeping families connected.
And I deeply appreciate that, and your commitment to it, even as we both know it is not a substitute for in-person visitation.
Never.
I know you know that. During my visits to, you mentioned the National Guard, several DOCS facilities after last year's unlawful strike, I've repeatedly heard from DOCS staff and incarcerated individuals that the National Guard generally are not playing a helpful role in prison operations. I'm not saying that to disrespect service members, just that I know you've heard this probably anecdotally. I've heard this. Yet the executive budget allocates an additional $535 million for the National Guard to continue to be deployed in state prisons on top of hundreds of millions already spent on this. National Guard's presence in prisons, there must be a better solution to staffing levels. Do you think that it's acceptable that the National Guard is still deployed in our state prisons at such a huge fiscal cost?
Yeah, so I appreciate your question, and I categorically deny the fact that they're not being helpful. I mean, they are certainly allowing us to provide a better work-life balance, and we're not where we need to be for staff, and also allowing us to reopen the VITA programs that you were just talking about earlier. Now, we have drawn down from upwards of 7,000 National Guard down to 2,700, and we continue to look at those numbers and work with the National Guard. But that is not the long-term sustainable solution. You know, there was just a national report issued, Safety Inside, that talks about staffing in corrections from all 50 states. We joined Florida and New Hampshire, who have had to activate the National Guard. Now, albeit minor result of an illegal job action, a little different in what triggered the governor to act to preserve the safety of our institutions and the communities. But at this point, it's necessary. The investment the governor has made in this legislature last year, which carries forward this year on recruitment and retention, is starting to pay dividends. We have to do background, we have to do medical, we have to do psych, and we had to get out there and get into communities we had never been. We now have 20,000 people on an eligible list for correction officers. We've received over 60,000 interests from our aggressive recruitment campaign. We have stabilized our retention rates, which were over between 80 and 100 a pay period, to now down to 21. So we are moving in the right direction to get off of relying on the National Guard. But I couldn't speak more highly of them today.
Thank you, Commissioner. The governor's proposed budget also includes $35 million to digitize the medical records of incarcerated individuals in docks. It's wild that it's 2026 and a state agency still has to use paper records. I often hear from incarcerated individuals who talk about inadequate access to medical care, and I wonder if the record keeping is a factor. What is the anticipated timeline for digitizing those medical records?
So our first and foremost with the money in the budget is we're going to go out to a request for proposal, which we're on the cusp of releasing with the timing of the budget so we can start the administrative process. Under the procurement rules, obviously, it's a competitive process to go under which vendor, and then we'll immediately start working with the chosen vendor to implement electronic medical records, which will allow for us not only internally with the ambulatory health record, but also when we send people to outside hospital, giving hospitals access rather than to hard copy records. And this is one of many things to come in the future as we get off paper.
Thank you. And would you support the digitization of other docs paper records for practical purposes, such as parole case files and parole records? As you are well aware, the members of the parole board have to travel to the paper, essentially, even though parole interviews are conducted virtually. Or rather, the parole candidate is virtual with the board, and yet members of the board have to travel to the various hubs to conduct these interviews because the records are paper. Would you support the digitization of these parole records?
I support the deployment of technology inside of the system to gain efficiencies on a multitude of levels. The parole board file is built from so many other paper aspects, whether it's the guidance folder or the pre-sentence report.
So sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah, you're
Commissioner.
good.
It's only for the sake of time. I apologize.
That's fine.
Current state correction law requires docs to affirmatively share information and deportation recommendations with ICE on individuals in docs custody who are not citizens. How does docs gather that information? What information gathered is shared with the federal government?
Sure. So under Correctional Law 147, we have within 30 days to notify the federal government of all non-citizens. So we do that at the reception process, during which time we're taking in information on the individual, and we notify the federal government at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Assemblymember DeLon, Chair of our Corrections Committee, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, and I will also direct my questions to Commissioner Marticello. Touch on something that's in this current year's budget, the body-worn cameras that we put in last year for $400 million. What is the timeline for the installation of the fixed cameras at docks, and are there any facilities that are being prioritized for these type of installations?
Yeah, so the body-worn cameras are fully deployed. We have over 9,555 body cameras out there, and that was completed last July, so that is in place. In terms of the fixed cameras, as you know, last year, the governor allocated and the legislature approved over $400 million to allow for us to provide funding to complete installation in all of our facilities of fixed cameras. So to date, since the governor took office, she's provided over $820 million for that purpose. We have 11 facilities that are fully completed, And then the remaining facilities are at various stages, whether they're in design, whether they're currently under construction, or we're engaging with OGS to go out to procure. So under the, as you know, under the omnibus legislation, we have 180 days from its enactment to come up with a plan to fully allocate to the legislature and the governor what the timeline will be. So we're working with OGS relative to available vendors, timeline for installations. You know, when you're talking about like an institution like Sing Sing that's this year 200 years old, well, last year 200 years old, it's quite some timing to design and then install the infrastructure for it to be implemented.
Okay, and how much of that 800 million, I guess according to your current contracting process, how much of that how much of it has been successfully awarded or bid out to MWBEs?
I can get back to you on the specifics. I know that we're more than halfway in terms of at least allocating. I don't know that it's actually been spent, but once the contract's awarded, you spend over time as the vendor does the work, then you pay them money over time, right? So, but the monies have been encumbered under the appropriation specifically for the camera purposes.
Okay, no, I guess the question was around the MWBE targets.
Oh, MWBE targets. So two different things. I mean, MWBE in terms of the department, I'm proud to say that we are approaching almost 50% of the spend that is included in the calculation for MWBE. If your question is relative to the cameras,
Yes.
The cameras are not my contracts, right? It's my appropriation authority, and under state finance law, I do business with the Office of General Services. It's their contracts. So any MWBE requirements would be embedded in the contract and would be reported in the Office of General Services numbers associated with MWBE.
Okay, great. I'll follow up with them. To follow up on some of the National Guard questions, there's $535 million in proposed funding for the upcoming budget. Do you see that as sufficient to last the whole year? And how long do you anticipate, based on your recruiting efforts, that the state will need the National Guard?
Yeah, so the 535 million is outside of DOC's budget, but is part of the executive proposal. And yes, I believe working with my counterparts in division of the budget as well as the National Guard, that'll be sufficient for the upcoming fiscal year, which was the same allocation as last. In terms of the timeline, I mean, obviously, how long the National Guard stays in our institutions is under the governor's purview. She directs the National Guard, but I can tell you, you know, through the numbers that I went through, that we have, you know, we're up 155% of people interested, and we have made 63% more appointments and 49% more graduates, and we continue to trend up. Just next Monday, we're going to have 130 people in the next class being appointed. So with what we're doing with recruitment, retention, reallocating salaries, with the educational bonuses, we are hitting, as well as lowering the age and the residency, we're hitting targets where we had never been able to before recruit, and we're seeing that pay off in the people taking the exam. This budget allocates $3 million to expand my background investigation unit because we have more people coming through the pipeline now than we can handle to do pre-employment screening, because we certainly want to cut corners, right? We
And
want to make sure.
that's the 18 FTEs?
Yeah, correct.
Under-
That's the
okay.
$3 million.
How many vacancies do you currently have?
In the entire agency, we have 6,600, including civilian staff. Correction officer alone, we're at 4,600.
4,000. So that's not much progress over.
No, again,
last
you know,
year.
we had to get the attrition rate under control, and we had to attract the people in. So that was going to take some time. As I mentioned under Senator Salazar's questions, our attrition rate has now started to stabilize in terms of our retention. We've really leaned into employee wellness with the wellness division, the wellness app, as well as those retention bonuses. Plus, on the recruitment side, the hiring bonuses and the aggressive recruitment campaign with All-Star Talents and OGS really getting out into other markets. So again, we never thought it was going to be overnight, but everything is trending in the right direction.
Okay, and then you have, I guess, a line for 15 FTEs for the body worn camera foil unit. I guess, why is this necessary? Why do you need this?
Well, as you can imagine, with having 9,555 body cameras that are running for the entirety of the shift, because we mandate they're powered on, and I'm getting recall footage as well as activation footage. We have a lot of video. So as a result, people are submitting FOIA requests. So we are now overwhelmed with FOIA requests, and we want to make sure, as part of my transparency and accountability of the system, that when people are making requests, that we have the staff that can review and apply the law and provide those videos as appropriate under the Freedom of Information Law.
Okay, I know some of the questions Senator Salazar touched on. I'll try not to repeat them because they're already on the record. So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe I am done.
Senator Shelley Mayer, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for you, Deputy Commissioner. So I just need some clarity on this sharing of data with a local police department and ICE or DHS. So in one community I represent, I was told that when the local police department pulls someone over for a broken tail light or expired registration or some more modest offense, the data is entered into a database that is shared with federal authorities. And they can independently notify that police department that that person is wanted for some immigration-related reason, and that thereafter they appear at the police station. I have not seen, but I'm presuming with a judicial warrant, and the person is taken into ICE custody.
So
Is that consistent with what DCJS understands about shared databases? Do you think I am incorrect? And I could be, but I really need to understand what information do federal people have access to when a person is taken for, not even taken, pulled over for a modest offense?
So I'd have to know more about what database or system they're accessing or populating. I mean, it seems like in this instance, it could be, you know, a local records management system or a local computer-aided dispatch system, or a traffic management system. Those would generally fall outside of DCJS. What I was speaking to were the criminal history records. We get every arrest that comes in that's fingerprintable, as well as the disposition data, conviction or otherwise, from the courts. And so that's somebody's rap sheet, which it sounds like in your incident wouldn't necessarily be what we're talking about here. So
No.
I'd have to know more. There are more than 500 police agencies in the state of New York, and so each one may have different policies or procedures. I think that's one of the reasons why the governor's budget and her proposal to ban the 287G agreements
Well,
is
and
to provide
just
that
to stop it,
consistency.
this is not a 287G issue.
Yep.
This is, does DCJS, or has the
DCJS.
governor proposed any limitation on what local police departments can do with respect to these shared databases?
The databases that DCJS maintains and allows access to for locals do not proactively share for any information with ICE. It would have to be the local department potentially sharing that information.
You're talking about DCJS. I'm talking about local police departments. Does DCJS prohibit local police departments from sharing data? Or do they issue policies that would limit their ability to do so?
We don't govern the local police agencies in that way. We set basic training standards, but it's not an entity we regulate that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblymember Palmisano for seven minutes.
There's a good reason for it. Don't even ask.
First, before I start, I just want to say thank you to all of you for the work all your members and staff do to help keep our community safe. But for the purposes of my 7 minutes, Mr. Marticello gets my time, and I'm sure you expected that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I've often heard the governor say that she cares about our corrections officers, wants to support them. I've heard you say the same thing. I've heard the governor say things about policies. Unfortunately, like on energy policy, unfortunately, the policies aren't matching the words. The governor prioritizes her budgets. We've seen her put cell phone bans. We've seen her put parole. We've seen her put discovery, things like that in her budget. And we know what happened with the work stoppage, the protests, whatever you want to call them. What the reasons were for them was because of the HALT Act and the violence happening inside our correctional facilities and the quality of life for our corrections officers working inside. I talked to them at all my facilities around, and I know you did. I know that's the same message you heard. But here's the thing, Commissioner. There are two things in this that are not in this budget that should be in this budget, and I believe you support both of them. One is, because of the Commission on Corrections report said, and I'm paraphrasing, that the limited ability to segregate the most dangerous individuals has basically hindered the ability to ensure the safety of the facility, and whether incarcerated or staff. And from that, there was a negotiation that you were part of, that you approved of, that was going to make changes and reforms to HALT, approved by 10 unions representing the employees. Great support. I praised it, said it's a step in the right direction. I wanted a total repeal, but it isn't that. And the other thing is the death gamble. And I know we've talked about this. These are two things that should be put in this budget. The governor has vetoed this bill several times. The previous governor vetoed the bill. This is a specific action that could be taken that would help retain the workforce. That's what they need. This will protect the pension of dedicated corrections officers who lose their life whether they're working their job or whether not retired, to secure that pension. We're talking about maybe $10, $16 million, some of the estimates. I think we've talked about this. We talked about $535 million for the National Guard. This is something that can help provide this benefit. Have you told the governor to put this in her budget? Is she going to put this in her 30-day amendment? If she were to do this, this would send a significant message. But if she doesn't put those HALT reforms in the budget, because Commissioner, the members of the legislature aren't going to pass them on their own. The governor needs the strength of the budget to push this forward. If she's serious about protecting our corrections officers, she will put in her budget and negotiate from a position of strength. Otherwise, she doesn't have no strength going into negotiate this. She should put this and the death gamble, which has been overwhelmingly supported by the legislature, time and time again, that she's vetoed, saying it needs to be put in a budget, but she never puts it in a budget. These two items alone, the HALT reforms that you negotiated, so you support, and the death gamble, she needs to put them in her budget. And if she doesn't give one iota about the safety and care of our corrections officers, and she needs to put that in her budget. That would make some significant. So are you going to tell her to put them in her budget, and will we see that in her 30-day amendments? That's my first question.
Yeah, so a lot to unpack there, right?
Well, I just think that's really, Commissioner, I know what you're going to,
you want me to answer the question?
Yeah,
or
answer
no,
the
you just
question.
wanna
Is she
answer
going to
that?
put them in her budget or no?
Again, I can't speak for the governor and what she's going to do in her budget, but certainly the things that she has put in her budget and the significant fiscal investment in our correction officers and our facilities shows that she is supportive of our workforce and supportive of the department.
Okay, Commissioner, but all right, let's pivot. We talked about the HALT, and we talked about the assaults, and in your testimony, you talked about how assaults are down. But since the implementation of the HALT, it's great that they're down a little bit, but since the implementation of HALT, incarcerated assaults are up 139% since 2021, ending last year. Incarcerated on staff are up 51%, and contraband is up 18%. So those numbers that you cited are being down. Isn't it safe to assume that it's really because of the fact that you had limited interaction with staff and incarcerated individuals, programs during the work stoppages and things of that nature? Isn't that probably a significant reason for the decrease in the assaults?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Then let's talk about your memo that you recently put out to changing the definition of assault. How is that gonna, you put that memo out, it seems like it would have been better to go through like a public notification to get public input rather than just an internal memo. When our staff already feel like they're under assault, why diminishing it? If they're gonna feel diminished by this change of definition, how's that gonna help with recruitment and retention when they feel like their own administration is basically trying to diminish what is happening to them on a day in and day out basis?
Yeah, so the change in the definition of halt was part of the MOA to end the illegal job action. We came together with the union and we discussed the changes. And the changes were really so we can mitigate risk within the organization as well as have transparency, both the staff and the public. Instead of being this one number that we talk about that continues to rise or flatten, and then I have to sit here and tell you that 97% of staff that are assaulted have no injury or minor injury, I need to get to the heart of the issue so I can protect staff. The days of us counting a milk carton or this paper cup being thrown at a staff person and counting that as an assault, that is not what we understand. It's not what society understands. Now, we went close to the definition of a community definition, but we stopped because a community definition requires injury. Now, I don't think that we should not count assaults if someone's not injured. You could be punched in the face and not be injured, and that should be an assault each and every day. So the change is so we can clearly articulate the violence that's going on, and so we can mitigate hotspots instead of being confused on what's a paper cup, what's a paper carton, or what's truly an assault, a bite, if somebody's poked with a weapon, right? Those are the things that I want to get to the heart of the issue. And when you just lump the paper cup with those things, you can't do that. You can't mitigate risk. And the public and our workforce don't have a clear understanding of what goes into that number.
Commissioner, thank you. There's other things I'd love to talk to you about, but please go back to the governor and tell her to put the death gamble and that halt changes that you negotiated in the budget, and that will send a clear message to our corrections officers that she cares about them, and that will do the right thing to help recruitment and retention. So please put that in the budget in the third day amendments that's coming next week. Otherwise,
you.
it sends the wrong message.
Thank you. Senator Dan Steck.
Thank you, Chair. Boy, I wish I had 10 minutes or 7 minutes or hell, even 5 minutes, but I only get 3 minutes, so I apologize, Commissioner. I'm going to try to get to 2 questions at the end, and if you could reply in writing if I'm out of time, that'd be great. I want to lead, though, by saying I 100% agree with what Assemblyman Palmisano said about halt, the death gamble, and the change of the assault definition. And I'm going to say something else that's going to probably shock a lot of people in this room. I agree with Senator Salazar. It's 2026. It's time to digitize some of these inmate records. And if we're going to spend $35 million to digitize their health records, then for the love of God, let's digitize their legal email. Let's make
Point
it
of
email.
order. Incarcerated individuals. That's the law that
Is
we
that cutting
passed.
into my time, Chair? Is that the? All right. Thank you.
Okay. Point of order.
So
Thank you.
I'm going to continue. Thank you. If you give me 4 minutes, I'll use incarcerated
Oh.
individual.
No, we're not
All right,
negotiating
then.
that.
All right, we're on my time.
Okay.
Assemblyman, thank you.
They did stop the clock.
I saw that and I appreciate that. All right, but I'm gonna try to get through this. All right, I want to talk about staffing and safety also. Now you
Add
testified.
30 seconds to just
Appreciate
get that
that.
past us.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That's enough. Staffing and safety. You testified that Academy graduates are up 43%. However, DOCS's January 2026 fact sheet online shows CO headcount is down 2,800 COs or 20%, while the inmate population is actually up. You graduated 550 new COs, but you lost a net of 2,800 over the last year. You testified, and I quote, financial incentives and expanded eligibility requirements have greatly enhanced recruitment and retention, and yet there remain over 2,500 National Guard in our prisons, untrained and unqualified to do CO work. The executive budget allocates $535 million for the National Guard. That represents over 4,000 COs if you converted that to CO salary and fringe. So if you can find that, if you can only find and recruit people that are willing to do the job under today's circumstances. You also testified that you have prioritized safety and security, resulting in a 14%. So you're citing statistics now with these definitions of assault. 14% decrease in assaults on staff and 11% decrease in assaults on inmates. Certainly, these are reductions from all-time highs, and they're still historically high. And some of the reduction is also due to the lengthy statewide lockdowns last year. And with your recent change in the definition of what constitutes assault in prison, these numbers are going to look different because we have a different definition.
It's under the old definition. The definition.
But going
didn't
forward,
change.
though, but
Okay,
going
but just
forward,
to be clear,
it's going to skew those.
The reduction is based on the definition of prior years.
But going forward, that change will skew a future assault number
And
statistics.
we'll make adjustments for the comparative
All right,
analysis.
thank you. I didn't see any claims in your testimony that contraband has been reduced. In fact, prisons in my district seem to have an unending parade of staff who've been taken to with unknown chemical exposure being treated in our local emergency rooms, overwhelming both the volunteer rescue squads and the hospitals. I carry several bills that would reduce contraband without any added burden to the department or expense to the taxpayers. Many of these have been used in other states. In particular, with tablets, Wi-Fi, and the library computers already widely available to inmates at taxpayer expense, and in a day and age when it is acceptable in New York State to sign legal documents like taking out a mortgage or release your medical records remotely and electronically, will you support and advocate for requiring legal mail to be delivered electronically, thereby eliminating a major vector of dangerous chemical contraband into our prisons that is sending both staff and incarcerated individuals to our hospitals? And finally, do you have a real plan to recover staffing levels of our COs? $500 million for the national grid is wasteful and outrageously inefficient. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Assembly Member Otis.
Hi there, I'm over here. Hi. Thank you, gentlemen. This is for Superintendent James. I just want to check in and hear the state of play in terms of the state police in dealing with cyber crime and how you deal with those incidents that come to your department.
Thank you for the question. Fortunately, with regard to last cycle's budget allocations, our cyber analysis unit received an influx just under, I think, $2 million. And with that, we were able to hire analysts. And the world of intelligence, it's taken up a bulk of the conversation today, but that is the real world mission, to get information, intel, but certainly to use it and categorize it properly. So in this instance, it's been personal service, it's been some equipment, but essentially it's been those gurus who know how to access this information and help us on our mission with public safety.
So in terms of that work, how much of that interaction is ends up being with local police departments in New York State, local governments, and separately, a lot of that gets sent over to the FBI at some point for certain types of cybercrime? If you just share how some of those interactions are working.
Yeah, the FBI, they've got their own in-house database, fortunately of which the allocation of personnel that are at the NYSEC, we do have some FBI personnel. So as the information is captured, and whether it's other agencies, federal, state, and local, from that point, that is put into a database that's maintained, and it's pinpoint mapping, or it's looking to see where the spikes are in crime. It was mentioned earlier, though it's New York City PD, spikes in crime. We use that intel from cyber analysis, or if there are threats for cyber analysis, some of you on this very panel, we might have provided some support to if there were online threats in that regard. It enables us to do threat assessments, just one key aspect of the tools that we use to fulfill our mission.
And this is an area that is a challenge, I think, for folks outside of the FBI. But in terms of cybercrime coming to the state police, what's our capability in terms of enforcement going after a cyber theft bad actor?
We are in good stead in that regard, and that is in part because of our federal partners. We do dialogue with the regional CACs, of which when...
Our cyber time has run out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Senator Rollison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Deputy Commissioner, as it relates to individuals involved in shooting incidents, the NYPD reported in 2025, 1 out of 5 shooting incidents involved someone under the age of 18 as a perpetrator. And of course, there were victims as well under the age of 18. I think we've talked about this before, but does DCJS track those statistics? I know there was a question in family court and...
Yeah, so we do track the shooting incidents that are reported from the law enforcement agencies in the GIV jurisdictions, as well as NYPD reported to us. They also report whether or not an arrest has been made, and if the individual is fingerprinted, then we would have the arrest on file as well.
Okay, good. And then on the money for hate crimes
Yeah.
and the Securing Communities Act, 35 million included in this year's fiscal budget. Was it 35 last year?
Yes.
And those were the 2 years that this actually was funding available.
So the funding's been made available since 2021. It's grown steadily.
Is that where you got
So-
the 200 million from?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was, yeah. And so we usually offer it up every other year. So
Okay.
we'll combine and make up to $70 million available, 35 from last year, 35 from this year, and award it to the entities.
I believe I know the answer to this, but is it possible that if it's not available, but to be modified, that it's securing, of course, houses of worship, et cetera, businesses that have also been targeted because of anti-Semitic behavior and things that they feel businesses are doing? I know it's not currently available.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
accurate?
Currently, the capital funding and what our RFA allows as an eligible entity is a not-for-profit. It's got to be a 501c3.
Okay. Well, I would like to have a follow-up conversation with you and
Love to have the
commissioner on that. Over to corrections, Commissioner Marcello, and my colleague Senator Steck talked about it briefly. Exposure incidents, which were a major issue and challenge for the system, both especially incarcerated individuals and then staff members being transported to local hospitals. Can you give me an update on kind of where that stands today? I haven't really seen anything at the level that was going on prior.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of work over the past year and really focusing on drug interdiction and elimination of contraband. Despite the senators thinking it's up, it's actually down 20%. Contraband drugs are down 26% or 29%, and weapons down 26%. We have instituted legal mail screeners, as well as additional canines and the body scanners. It has resulted in a significant decrease in exposures, but we did work with PESH to make sure that we put out an exposure control plan and educated staff and have safety go bags in the event it does happen. We are seeing an increase in drone activity, which thankful for the governor to designate correctional facilities as sensitive areas and make it punishable by a crime. But we have seen an uptick in that with all of our interdiction work that we have done. But we continue to educate the population on the dangers of taking drugs. As we've talked, you and I before, we're seeing them smoking odd things like pesticides. We've eliminated germicidal cleaner inside of the facility because they were soaking paper in that. And we're now utilizing our canine to additionally sniff packages and books, as well as tobacco coming in through the package room. It has significantly decreased incidents of exposure in our facilities.
Quickly for you, Commissioner, on the drone activity, as you know, we've spoken about it, 2 facilities within my district, Fishkill Correctional and Greenhaven, which have seen drone activity. I've spoken to members down there. I know that I think you were at Fishkill. Is the department, and you may not be able to say this, deploying state-of-the-art technology to track and find where these drones are coming from, because they can't be coming from that far away from these facilities?
Yeah, so we have utilized drone detection systems, and obviously the governor's proposal provides funding to the state police for drone detection and mitigation, which will also allow for us to participate in those programs and making it a crime of being over a correctional facility. This is a huge step forward in safeguarding us from the next threat. As we continue to cut off avenues of contraband, other ways are found, and this is one that the governor is really leading in protecting our institutions.
Good. Appreciate that answer. And one quick question for the superintendent. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the men and women of the New York State Police. I know there was a bill that I was on last year with Senator Cooney, which was the critical incident legislation. The governor has it in her budget, which I'm glad to see. Would you be agreeable to expanding that to other types of incidents that would be something that members need some time off? We could follow up on that. Thank you, Superintendent.
It's under consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, good to see you all again. I just want to build upon the drone questions that Senator Rollison started with. So I know we found some success, and we don't have to go into detail about the technology, but using the technology as part of, for instance, with the drone trailer program at one of our facilities, have we thought about permanently installing some of that technology within our prison system?
Yeah, again, I think the governor taking this step in the budget relative to both drone detection and mitigation, department will be partnering with the state police moving forward to explore those possibilities on the mitigation side as well as on the detection side. It's something that we've already been talking to vendors on. And again, I don't want to get into the sensitivities of the technology and where, because obviously I have other places they could fly off to. So
Of course, yes. Also, how is the program to recruit from local jurisdictions? I know, like for Dutchess County, we're recruiting in Orange County, Ulster County, and that area working so far. Has it helped with staffing levels?
yeah, so in terms of what you're referencing is our agreement with the union to do some regional hiring.
Right.
So if you're recruited from a particular region that the state's broken up to, we'll guarantee your placement within that region. Yeah, particularly in your region, Region 1, we've had tremendous success. There are definitely some regions that lag behind, but we've gotten interest from across the state. But your region in particular is leading the charge in terms of people interested in coming to work and a very diversified pool of candidates.
Thank you. And while I have plenty of other things to ask, on behalf of my colleague, Assemblyperson Giglio, this question is for you, Superintendent. In 2025, we seized nearly 1,600 illegal guns. Where are these guns coming from? Are you aware, or I guess really, do you have an origin of where these illegal guns are coming from?
Yes, however, I wouldn't want to characterize the origin per se, but the fact that we've got a crime gun clearinghouse, we also have a interstate gun tracking interdiction database to give us an idea where the trends, where these guns are coming from, whether we believe they're coming from the western part of the state, from Pennsylvania, with regard to gun shows into New York. So we do have that intel that we are tracking. We're able to use the benefits of our CSU, our Community Stabilization Unit, to go out and enforce problem areas, or as we are invited to certain jurisdictions by PDs or counties to do some enforcement to quell that. But the short answer is yes, we do track it, we trend it, and that's how we determine how we're going to deploy our resources.
Thank you all three of you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
I'll announce myself. Senator Palumbo for 5 minutes as the ranker. Good to see you all. I'll be short and sweet, or lean and mean, however you say. Superintendent James, I didn't hear the answer to the critical incident leave that's in the governor's budget. Do you support that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And I think there were some other discussions regarding oversight. There have been some issues in the state police with executives and doing inappropriate things, and that's certainly still interdepartmental. Do you have any comment, or do you have any interest in there being some sort of an outside agency, some sort of a review board of some kind, getting involved with those types of incidents?
Yeah, so I would say the most recent incident you're likely alluding to is likely the Ryder Cup. The Office of the Inspector General are looking into that matter. With regard to that, when the information was elevated, it was brought to my attention. I took swift action, and it resulted in the resignation of 2 high executives. From that point, our PSB or IAB section was involved. That triggered contact with the Office of the Inspector General, who are currently doing their review. But what I had done is taking an immediate step to review the policies, procedures, and what we needed to change. And it wasn't the policy per se; it was the lack of action on it. So I've made it clear with our execs. There are certainly multiple ways to report information up, irrespective of the rank. They had that obligation, but without fear or favor that they can push that information up. We've also had our ethics training put forward. We run it up through council, and we take a comprehensive approach. So it was my objective to account for this, make changes, and push reform forward, and that's what I'll continue to do.
Thank you, Superintendent. One more topic for you. Body cameras. The executive law requires that the troopers wear them, that on certain occasions they can turn them off. And I think there was an order issued, which might be in contravention to that statute, that they have to leave them on at all times. Is that accurate? Am I accurate with that information?
No, Senator, there is no order that they have to leave them on at all times. I would presume that your mention may be as they're dispatched and deployed. The law would indicate when they receive a complaint. Some instances we found that on their way to the complaint, they weren't on.
Got it. Okay.
So
Is that just for troopers, or is that for everyone?
Correct. It's for troopers at this juncture. We're certainly expanding the program. I welcome any additional funding in that regard. We haven't quite gotten there, but certainly for sergeants, our BCI members as well, search warrants. It's served our purpose very well in a positive light. And I'm believing that the union membership will be amenable, but these are discussions we're having.
Very good. Thank you. For the Deputy Commissioner, if I can.
Of course.
So there is a motor vehicle theft and insurance fraud prevention demonstration program that's administered throughout the state. It was created by Executive Law Article 36A in about 2009. We have around 11,000 registered vehicles, is my understanding, in the state of New York. Everyone pays $10, and the insurance companies need to pay this into the fund, and the chair of that board is the commissioner. So the governor has making some attempts to combat insurance fraud, but this board has existed for many, many years, gets about $111 million a year in funding. And in that regard, I went on the website here at DCJS, and as far as the meetings, no upcoming meetings. The board has not had a quorum since March 2023 and did not meet in fiscal year 23. It only goes back to 23. On the expenses, fiscal year 2023, 0, 24, 0, 25, 0. Can you tell me why this board is not meeting and addressing insurance fraud, which is quite the significant issue? I think this board already exists. Can you tell me why that hasn't met? Are there appointees through the legislature as well? Is there a problem on that end?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So the board has not met because it has not maintained a quorum to be able to meet. And so out of the fund you talked about $8 million is provided each year. So even though the board hasn't met, $8 million has gone out each year to district attorneys and some of the local players who are helping to reduce fraud. The governor's proposal in this budget is actually to give us more agility and flexibility to say the board is advisory and we want to get those dollars out the door faster and be able to update so that we're providing the money where it's needed most.
Got it. Thank you. So and I just want to cut you off real quick, 10 seconds. This board would create policies and suggestions. Have you had any conversations with the Attorney General on insurance fraud? Because she's done nothing.
I have not personally had conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Walker?
Thank you. My question today is for Docs, even though I have, of course, tons of questions for you all. I'd love to speak offline. Given that Docs' primary mission, or one of them, is custody and control, while the parole board's role is reintegration and release, and sometimes these missions are fundamentally at odds. One of the concerns that I have is about separating the parole board into an independent agency to improve transparency and public confidence in the parole board's release decisions. Do you believe, Mr. Commissioner, that Docs and the parole board's release decisions are independent from each agency?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Woman. I totally believe that they're independent. When the legislature crafted the merger back in 2010 that took effect in 2011, they made it very, very clear that the parole board as an entity is totally independent of its decision making, and that the agency would play a support role from an administrative standpoint and interact with our community supervision folks. But all release decisions are totally at the discretion of the board, operated by Chairman Towns. And I might add that they're one of the most diverse boards in the history, most diverse boards. But I think that when the legislature enacted that statute, they did a very good job in walling the decision-making off. It went so far as not allowing interchange language with the appropriation in the budget between the parole board and docs, but allows docs to give money to the parole board if necessary within the appropriation authority.
Does Docs' leadership have any formal or informal influence over the board's policy guidance?
We do not.
Are parole commissioners evaluated in any way that is influenced by Docs' performance metrics?
No, they're totally, obviously, they are appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, and Docs has no evaluation criteria or processes for that. That's all dictated in statute and up to the governor.
If there are any incidences or allegations of a conflict of interest, how is that addressed by Docs?
Again, we have no role in their independence and their decision-making whatsoever. And, obviously the chairman reports to the governor's office just like I do.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Assemblywoman Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick question for DCJS and a comment for our state police. For DCJS, where are we on the implementation of Clean Slate? And does it look like you're going to need more resources, or we're ready to meet the timeline of the end of 2027? And for our state police, about a year ago, the state police came to my neighborhood at the request of the former mayor in Corona, Queens, with the I would call it the excuse that the mayor gave was that you would be there to support combating human trafficking. It is unclear if you're still there or not, because some of it was plain clothes, some of it was folks in uniform. But given that what we have seen in Minnesota, if at some point we see that in the streets of Corona, given that Corona is a community with the highest number of undocumented New Yorkers, if we see that your team showed up to combat crime, if we see the rights of New Yorkers, immigrant New Yorkers, being violated by ICE, the expectation and the ask is that ICE also shows up. Is that the state police also shows up, but this time to protect us from ICE. And so my question, thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. So I will reinforce the messaging from the Chief Administrative Judge that we are all over it. So DCJS has been working with OCA, with DOCS, with our local jails to ensure that we'll be able to comply with and have full implementation of Clean Slate by November of 2027. We've been convening, facilitating, and supporting the information sharing, and our computerized criminal history system stands ready to seal and suppress records as needed.
You haven't encountered roadblocks. Everything seems to be...
No.
That's a scary thing to hear from government, as you can imagine, because usually we will encounter many roadblocks.
Yes, I would invoke the public's trust and
Okay.
Look forward to providing you with updates.
Thank you. And to our superintendent, the ask remains. You showed up to Corona to combat human trafficking. We're asking that when the time comes, if we as community members need to be defended from our own federal government, that you also show up.
We're here to support the constitutional rights of New Yorkers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And Commissioner Marticello, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to discuss the heat mitigation plan issued last November. It's certainly good to see that that's moving along and that the plan details capital investments needed to fully implement the plan. I'm concerned that there's no funding in DOC's capital program to implement the plan. And so two questions. To what extent can the plan be implemented without those investments? And second, if there were a legislative add of $5 million, how might you apply those funds?
Assemblymember, thank you for the question, and I know this is a topic you and I have talked about, and that is close to you. As you indicated, last year when the legislation passed, we quickly started to develop our heat mitigation plan. It is available on our website for all to see. We put in certain guidelines for superintendents to follow and measure heat inside, making sure that we have appropriate fans and inventory as well as in the commissary, and that is well underway because it actually triggers now, despite us being under this very, very cold spell. We're still working towards heat mitigation. The second part of the legislation required us to put some estimates around what would potentially be the next steps for the legislature to consider moving forward. So in there, we provided some fiscals relative to putting air conditioning in areas that are frequently have a large number of people, whether staff and incarcerated people, as well as a secondary utilizing misting fans. Docs is moving forward with piloting 2 locations in yards for misting fans, one of which is Bedford Hills, which again, I know from your past is something that you monitor very closely.
And I'm sorry, you're saying that a pilot might be Bedford Hills?
That we're going to pilot at 2 locations
At
for
2,
misting
right.
for misting fans
And
out
and
of that
would
allocation.
5 million enable you to at least get started on a pilot?
Again, it really depends on the location that's selected
Right,
and then what
right.
the infrastructure would look like to do something more than the misting fan. Certainly, $5 million would allow us to pilot.
Sorry to
that
interrupt, but
aspect.
any chance that we can get capital request in next year's budget, since there wasn't anything in the executive budget?
Honestly, I'm focusing on this year's executive proposal
Fair
and
enough.
budget.
And look, I have no idea whether I'll be successful getting that legislative ad, but I appreciate your moving the plan forward, and whatever you can to get it further along the path would be appreciated. Thanks so
Always-
much.
Always appreciate your support. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'm going to focus my questions for Commissioner Marticello. I'm going to go really quickly through a bunch of these and some comments. But does DOC support legislation to prohibit the removal of earned time or credit time for individuals with a disciplinary sanction?
I support all avenues to incentivize behavior inside an early release. Last year, we expanded both maritime and LCTA. In terms of the legislations that's out there,
But specifically
can't-
with vesting, like taking that away, do you?
There's pending legislation, and I can't comment publicly.
That's not legislation,
on
but
that.
do you support taking away people's earned time and merit time as a sanction?
Again, there is legislation out there,
Okay.
so I can't.
So you
comment on it.
you testified in February 2023 that docs save billions of dollars in prison cost avoidance with programs like maritime and limited credit time allowance. Your data also shows that between 1997 and 2006, people receiving maritime release had recidivism rates that were 7 percentage points lower within 1 year of release and 8 percentage points lower within 2 or 3 years of release. I know you don't comment on specific bills, but can you speak broadly to the value of maritime programs with respect to their cost savings and recidivism?
Yeah, listen, I think our merit program in LCTA drives violence inside of our institution and also makes community safer. It encourages people to engage in meaningful programs that helps them to evolve and transform their lives and return to their communities and their families. So I support our early incentive programs and what we're
Great.
currently doing.
Great. I just want to, as a comment, I know you support programming for maritime, and you've said it's up and running. I just did want to comment that I've been hearing from people, from incarcerated individuals and program providers. Frequently, there's last-minute cancellations, sometimes even after the participants or the teachers show up to the facility. So it doesn't actually lead to the program happening as frequently as we would like. So I just wanted to comment on that. And I recently sent you there was one other question, which is women visiting correctional facilities have been turned away because their use of menstrual products appears contraband on body scanners, and they're turned away. Are you committed to ending this discriminatory practice?
Yeah, women are turned away because of menstrual products.
Yes, but you said yes, that is
No, I said
something.
they are not.
Okay.
They are not.
I'm going
They-
to keep going.
Okay.
So I sent you a letter about Bedford, the conditions in Bedford, excessive
a
cell
response to you.
confinement, elimination of out of cell leisure time resulting in general population confinement, levels resembling the SHU conditions and raising HALT Act concerns, mental health harms, policies increasing isolation and restricting communal time with significant psychological impact, and one suicide that you noted. Severely restricted shower access 3 times a day. Some people can only take showers once a day. One bucket policy. I'd love to get a response from you for all
Thank
this.
you, Assemblywoman.
Thank you.
You'll get a response.
Assemblywoman
Great.
Romero.
Oh, no, we still,
You want to go?
yes, okay, sorry.
Hold that.
Sorry. Hi. I ran out to get a little food, so thank you so much. So the governor has a proposal. I don't know whether this is for protection or for the police. So the governor has a proposal that's supposedly going to outlaw ghost guns being able to be printed by these machines. And I've heard some people say, we're not going to be able to do that, even though I very much want us to do it. So I'm curious if anybody knows what the story is.
Yes. So the governor's proposal, the 3D printed guns
Yes.
proposal. So it's my understanding that the governor's office, in developing the proposed language, did consult with industry experts around ensuring right now this technology does exist. It does. It's software that allows blockage of certain types of things being created through 3D printing. The legislation calls for DCJS, the Department of State, and SUNY to have a working group that looks at minimum standards to ensure that any 3D printer sold commercially in the state of New York would have that blocking technology and that minimum standards installed.
Okay. So you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Okay. So quite a few years ago, I thought we passed a law that would require measuring identification of bullets. And that required a database, and that required all kinds of fights back and forth. What's the status of that story now?
So I think that might be the ammo database for the state police.
Yes, thanks for your question. That deals with the NIBIN checks that we do in conjunction with ATF, our partners in that regard. They're continually asking for more staffing, and really that's to assist in addressing the backlog on recovered casings that are already in our possession. But that's something we're continuing to work on. That's something that we also tie in with our gun collection, our clearinghouse, and if that explains what you're looking for.
Okay. So I guess this would also be a question for you, Superintendent. So I actually have a constituent in New York City who's very concerned that NYPD has cameras up in the air aimed right outside of her bedroom, and that she says, you know, she and her husband are middle-class law-abiding people, and they've had cameras aimed at in their bedroom windows now for multiple years on some argument that this is necessary for public safety. And I live in New York City, so I see these cameras up on, I don't even know how you describe them, but they're up there on these trucks that move in directions, and they move them around on streets. She says this one's just been there forever, and it's not even a high crime area, and she can't figure out why, and nobody will ever tell her what's going on. Could you help me understand this one?
I won't speak for as it's reflected in NYPD or in the city.
Yeah.
But there are areas that, in addition to cameras, there's shot spotters. There are pole cameras that might be placed, somewhere. In certain instances, it may be an ongoing investigation. So really, to get into it, I'd have to know more. I wouldn't want to speculate. If it's a case where it's a dormant investigation, that equipment may remain there. Reasonably so, it appears like in the environment of cameras. Obviously, it's a game changer. It's obviously in the public domain. Video may be captured, whether it's actually just live or stored are two different things. But I would simply just surmise that it's probably something to capture data or information. rather than something being nefarious. I would suggest that they reach out to the PD if they haven't already.
Okay. I guess on a variation, we live in a world now where there are drones everywhere. And I know New York City at least had passed its own laws about why private drones couldn't be used. Apparently nobody believes that law exists. And I don't even know how to answer the questions anymore when people say, what is that drone? Why is it here? Should I be worried? Is somebody doing something that I'm not even aware of that is going to be a risk to me? I'm assuming that's not just a New York City issue at this point, but I guess the entire world. So I'm just curious, how are we all responding to this somehow?
That is certainly the world we live in with technology. It will continue to expand. Giving credit to this year's budget, I will tell you, giving credit to Governor Hochul, part of our allocation of that $5 million is $1 million of which is the drone as first responder. With that, we're capitalizing on the existing technology that's out there. We've got to meet force, whether it's good or bad, with what is currently out there. This has been a game changer for us. There's less personnel that we have to deploy. Our sort team can send these items in a house rather than send, obviously, a member in a certain location. These drones can get to locations quicker in some cases than our patrol cars will. It's less costly than the utilization of a helicopter. So the bottom line is, what is to be made from this? No different than when computers came out. It could be used for good, and it can be used, for it to benefit us. Being a little biased, it's certainly here, so we have to capitalize on it. It can benefit us so much. But we just need to get to the point where we can use it not just for detection, but also for mitigation. There is a lot of concern out there. Obviously, are people spying on me, or is this a drone, or is this a plane? I would just caution, just generally the public, it may not always be a drone, per se. There's a piece of technology. It may be something that's manned, that's occupied. But I just say all that to say it's technology that we're dealing with. We have to live with it. We can be captive to it, or we can try to stay ahead of it as best we can. I've got one personally. I suggest if you don't, you would consider exploring the technology.
Well, I live in Manhattan, so I'm not sure I'm supposed to have my own personal drone.
You just couldn't be near the
under
airport.
New York City law. Thank you. But it's true, certainly. I know that the fire department is using it to check out fires where it's crucial that they see where in the building the fire is and can direct their people as quickly as possible. Real estate's using it for a million different reasons. I think also to advertise when they're building these buildings. I know police are using it for many different reasons. I think we're using it along the oceans to address when we don't have enough lifesavers, so, right? They're not
It's certainly a
called
game
lifesavers, they're
changer.
called lifeguards who are saving lives. When you don't have enough of them, having a drone, being able to review. So there's endless good things that can come of them. But I think there's probably also endless bad things we haven't thought about. And so I just, hope we are trying to think through the risks. Because I think you're right. It's like when computers started. I mean, AI, every day I wake up and go, is AI going to save the world, or are we already in Terminator 3? I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
Probably both.
Yeah.
So, that
Yeah.
also worries me.
It's certainly, and it's a life-saving tool, right? Where we don't have to put the human element in harm's way. But again, as I said, just the same, someone who's got a nefarious view, you could put it in sensitive locations, so that's a concern. Last thing I would say on that, when legislation is drafted, I would ask, certainly that's a field that legislators may want to consider touching base with the
Right.
resident experts with this technology. There's so much good that can be done with it,
Right.
and I know it needs to have some stops, some regulations, but
Right.
this is
Jumping, sorry, with my last minute and a half to the superintendent. I think my colleague Senator Salazar started the question and then ran out of time before about computerizing the parole records and the fact that, at least I've been advised that if the parole department had access to computerized records, they could get far more of these reviews done in a cheaper and more effective way. And you started to say that the types of records that parole needs are just, I guess, are in a variety of different systems within docs. And I guess I will just ponder. We've now pretty much computerized every medical record of everyone in the state of New York. It's mind-boggling how diverse all of these records are. You know, technology, MRIs, data about your medical history. Almost anything is available on a computer system. And I'm just curious, is it that complicated for us to do this?
Yeah, I don't know that it can't be done. I think it's going to take a considerable amount of time and money to do it. You know, again, we are mostly paper-based, and these are living records. So every day the records are changing, right? Particularly the historical records. It's one thing to build the system future forward, but then to also digitize and making sure you're cataloging and naming it in such a way that it's accessible and it means something. We've been in conversations to ask the Parole Board if is there a middle ground based on existing computer systems that will get you the same information that you're currently reviewing on paper. I think that there is a path forward, but there may be some concern that
I
they're
have
not
to cut
consider-
myself off.
Okay.
So, but I hope you will look into it, because my understanding is quite a few states have pulled this off.
Thank
And
you.
if they can do it, I'm fairly
sure.
confident we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Assemblymember Romero.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Dr. Popgun from DCJS. Since 2017, $1.7 billion have been allocated for Raise the Age, but according to the Comptroller's most recent report on this topic, only a third of this has been spent. I've heard from lawmakers and providers that the process for applying for funds involves a lot of red tape and is particularly hard for small community-based organizations to navigate. The reality, as well, is that the funds are just like not getting out to the community-based organizations that are doing the incredible work on the ground. So my question is, would you support a modification that streamlines the process and gives the money directly to the organizations that are doing the good work on the ground?
So I do believe there's pending legislation out there, so that I won't comment on. But I will say, kind of building off my earlier answer, I think to Senator Myrie, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. That the county plans that are through the Raise the Age process, which really kind of puts the onus on them, and they can revise their plans anytime to include more community-based organizations or do more preventative programming.
And
Preclude
I'm
us
sorry to
from-
interrupt you, but because I heard that, I heard your response to
Yeah,
that.
sorry.
But my question is more about there's a lag. There's the reality that there's red tape. There's an issue with a reimbursable grant process.
Yeah, I
There
think-
are programs that exist, like for example, DEC has a non-reimbursable grant process. You know,
we are looking at those models. Whatever we can do within the current confines of the law and with that don't run afoul of state finance law, we're looking to get those dollars out the door.
right. I think that does actually answer my
Thank you.
question.
Good to see you.
And amazing that I have extra time. Of all the money that has been spent, do you know how much has been spent on things like early intervention, mental health, education reconnection, mentoring, and some of those other really good stuff that helps kids not
Yeah.
get involved in crime?
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you because I do think Raise the Age Pod is one source of funding, but there's more, and it touches on a lot on OCFS as well. So I wouldn't want to give you just a half answer, but I'm happy to follow up in writing and call your office.
Great. Do you keep data on exactly where that Raise the Age funds go,
Yes.
specifically
Yeah.
as it relates to different pots of nonviolence interrupters?
Yeah, so as it relates to the recipients of the fund from the county plan, a lot of the DCGS dollars go to probation departments, and then from probation departments down to community-based organizations. We also provide some funding to sheriff's departments that are doing transportation of young people back and forth to court if they're involved in detention. And so those are the primary uses, but I can provide more of a granular breakdown.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tom O'Mara, Ranker and Finance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Marticello, on the staffing crisis that we're still enduring here. Over $500 million allocated in this budget proposal so far, in addition to what I understand was about $700 million already spent on National Guardsmen to cover for short staffage. Is that correct in the ballpark?
It's in the ballpark.
What progress do you think you're making on the staffing shortage issues, and when do we expect to be able to relieve the National Guard of this duty?
Yeah, so coming out of the illegal job action in last year's budget, we made record financial investments in our recruitment process. We've gone under contract with a recruitment and advertising firm, as well as launched additional digital ads through OGS. We increased the salary of correction officers through the reallocation that civil service had authorized, as well as a geographical pay differential. And then we entered into MOAs with on sign-on bonuses, educational bonuses, as well as retention bonuses. And then last year, as you know, we changed the law around residency restrictions and the age for correction officers with guardrails. Through all of those efforts, we have seen a considerable increase in people signing up and taking the exam. We received over 60,000 interest forms, and it translated to over 20,000 people taking the exam. We appointed 69% more this year than last year, and graduation in the academy is around 43% more. Now, we still have a long ways to go. We still have 4,600 vacancies amongst correction officers, but simultaneously, per the MOA with the union, we are also using an independent staffing review company, Creative Corrections, to come out and do staffing reviews so we can balance the workforce needs and the work-life balance of our staff. I'm optimistic in this budget. The governor is giving us an additional $3 million to expand our employee investigation unit, who does the pre-employment screening, because we don't want to shortchange the background, the medical, and the psych that's required under statute to occur. And last month, that unit alone processed over 558 individuals through a pre-employment process that are in the queue.
Thank
On
you,
the
Commissioner. Can I
23rd
move on because we're running out of time here? Sorry. I
So- no,
appreciate
that's okay.
the
I can
appreciate
follow
the
up with you.
information, but we still have a long ways to go on the shortage.
100%.
And some 2,000 correction officers were fired. Do you regret that decision?
No.
Wouldn't it be helpful to offer them to come back at this point? Haven't they been punished enough?
So we have, so under the provision of the collective bargaining agreement, which, by the way, four different agreements, they had opportunities to come back over 22 days. They failed to do so in the final one. How many opportunities are you going to get, right? So they made their decision in terms of.
It's been a
getting
long time.
determination.
Not how
So
many opportunities they
let me-
get. It
let
was
me
22 days,
Let me
Commissioner.
answer your question. So we terminated under provision of the collective bargaining agreement, which allowed for them to grieve and get due process. We reviewed grievances. I put criteria in place, such as if you were a strike leader, you're never going to work for me again. If you have high discipline or investigatory. And as a result of that review process, we've hired back over 900 correction officers back into the system. So we have given them an opportunity to come back. That has now ended. We went a very long period for reviewing those grievances, and they were afforded their due process rights under the collective bargaining.
Well, it's been a pretty expensive lesson to the taxpayers of New York as a result of that, and that's continuing. I want to move on to Superintendent on the insurance fraud issues that came up a little bit earlier. What is the involvement or engagement of the state police in working to investigate and try to head off this fraud that apparently is still a major issue?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. And really it is to supplement the work that's being done by DFS, the Department of Financial Services, on the inordinate cases that they have with regard to auto insurance fraud, but specifically with the apparent intentional acts or the criminal acts of stage, crashes and fraud. This is building upon our existing auto theft unit, which our special investigators currently help DFS. So this is just a supplement to what we already do because of the number of cases of insurance fraud that we're finding, mainly in the 5 boroughs or downstate.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I have a question for Superintendent James and a question for Commissioner Martuscello. Sorry. Okay, so for Superintendent James, an article last year shared that the state gang database, which labels people based on arbitrary things like tattoos, is automatically shared with ICE, resulting in detentions and deportations. I'm concerned about this given that there's no criteria or oversight on how someone ends up on that list, and I'm hoping you can share more about what information is being shared by the state police with ICE and the mechanisms for that data collection and transfer.
Thank you for the question. And you're likely referring to that New York Focus article. And we dealt with them last year, and what they put out has since been debunked. But it deals with the VIGTOF database, the Violent Gang and Terrorism database, which is a database that is essentially put together by NCIC, the National Crime Information Institute, and that's managed by the FBI. That's a database that we have access to, and multiple law enforcement agencies have access to this. It's not anything that we take ownership of, but we have access to it. There are criterion before information about gangs and tattoos before it can be put in there for our accuracy and verification. But that is essentially that database that they're referring to. As far as ICE is concerned, we have a barrier there. Only if they're criminal cases, as I referred to earlier, if they make a request. But to date, through our database, in the last 5 years, we've had 0 requests from ICE with regard to us for information with regard to the VIGTOF database.
Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
And for the Commissioner, over the last year with the murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi, we became witness to corrections officers convicted of criminal offenses. Why is it so hard to fire officers who are either convicted of violent crimes or have been accused of very serious, substantiated accusations of violence?
Yeah, so I take violence in the system very seriously, including when we have staff misconduct. We have last year the governor invested money in our budget to expand our Office of Special Investigations, and when it comes to death, the state police, the attorney general are involved. In terms of discipline in the system, we bring notices of discipline against staff under the collective bargaining agreement. Through that process, there is a due process afforded to the employee where we present and they're represented by the union before an independent arbiter. We make a recommendation, but that arbiter's ruling and findings are final, binding by both parties.
So they won't get fired for those offenses?
Again, we have been successful in getting people fired, but there have been a number of cases where we sought termination and they were not fired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Senator Miley. Whoa, I came up with a new name for him. Senator Myrie for his 3-minute follow-up as chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to sneak in 2 questions, Superintendent. Please, I appreciate your patience on this. I really want to nail down this distinction between what is considered by the state police as a civil matter or a criminal matter as it relates to collaboration. Suppose someone who is undocumented was removed from the country. They have re-entered unlawfully. ICE reaches out to the state police. They are aware that they say that this person is in your custody, and they would like for further information and collaboration. We know that unlawful re-entry is an immigration crime, not a state crime. For purposes of cooperation and collaboration, would you and does the state further cooperate with ICE merely on that administrative allegation? There has not been a complaint filed. There's no judicial warrant. They merely have said this person is here unlawfully.
No.
Okay, thank you. The second question, what have you heard from law enforcement as it relates to 287G agreements and what implications there are for community trust when these agreements are in place and perhaps impact community members' willingness to engage law enforcement?
It is still early with regard to what's been conveyed by law enforcement. Obviously, there are options whether to go from the advocacy publicly or to simply make a call to ICE directly. It's simple as that, as opposed to being as a part of the task force. But to the governor's credit, 287G, the idea is to throw down the gauntlet with all of these patchworks of 287G. Some agencies are participating, some are not. Local residents may think, I see a blue and gold, or I see a police car behind me. Are they dual-hatted? Are they working as an ICE agent, or are they not? So my view is, yes, we can be firm yet fair, but there needs to be a degree of humanity when it's executed. So that's why it's totally understood, totally support the governor's initiative to make some semblance and be the adult in the room with regard to 287G.
Thank you.
You will.
Assemblymember Meeks?
Thank you, Chair. This is for Commissioner Marticello. What was the timeline of the organized strike that took place?
The timeline?
Yes.
It
How many
began-
days approximately?
22 days,
22.
exactly.
Okay, so before that strike took place, how many, say 22 days leading up to that, or the month before, how many incidents of violence would you say was recorded in that month before?
I'd have to get back to you with the statistics. I mean, we certainly track on a monthly basis what assaults on staff, assaults incarcerated, unincarcerated, as well as excessive force allegations. I could certainly get that for you.
So during that time of the strike, while a large number of correction officers were outside of the shop or outside of the facilities, how many incidents of violence had taken place during those 22 days?
Again, I can get you that information as well. I mean, I would say of the population that they were extremely understanding, right? I mean, they weren't acting out, because of the strike and because of the lack of correction officers in institutions. I would say that, which is a credit to them.
So would you agree that there was a significant decrease during that time of incidents of violence throughout the correctional facilities? that
Again, I'd have to look at
participated?
I'd have to look at the numbers. I would definitely say that there was a decrease, but I'd have to look at the numbers to say specifically what that decrease was.
Okay. And last time you were here, we spoke about the number of deaths that had taken place in the facilities across the state. What is that number for the 2025 year?
For 2025, there were 130 deaths of incarcerated individuals. 51 of them were declared by the medical examiner as natural causes. There were 18 suicides, there were 2 homicides, and the remainder were waiting on medical examiner to weigh in.
So what is the remainder? How many are we waiting on?
If I did the math quick, 51 and 18, that's 69. So the difference between 130 and 69. There may be a couple overdoses that are confirmed by the ME in there as well. I can get you the breakdown of stats, and we're coming up in the near future as we're tabulating to issue my mortality review, which we put on the website each year, which delineates the breakdown of the deaths and the cause of deaths as known at the time of the.
So what's the average time for an autopsy to be performed from, for incarcerated individuals who pass under the custody?
Yeah, I can't give you a definitive timeline. That's under the medical examiner, which I have no jurisdiction. But certainly, I could see if any of the data we have in terms of when we received it can put some timeline on it.
And the medical examiners that you all are using are from whichever county that the death takes place in? Yes or no?
I don't choose them. It's the county in which the death occurs.
Thank you. Sorry, we have the final 3 minutes for Senator Salazar, Chair.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, I'm sorry, I have to correct the record because respectfully, a colleague during the hearing previously made repeatedly a false statement. Commissioner Marticello was not even commissioner when the HALT solitary confinement law was passed and became law in 2021, and he had no role in negotiating its passage, which I know because I did as the bill sponsor. The law has not been amended since it became law. Speaking of HALT, so the Inspector General found that the halt solitary confinement law has still not been fully implemented, and there is active litigation seeking to hold docs accountable for that. What is docs' plan to comply with the law to ensure that every incarcerated person is receiving access to available programs and at least 7 hours a day of out-of-cell time?
Yeah, I would disagree with the notion that we haven't fully complied with the law. However, during the illegal job action, obviously everything stopped. I mean, nothing was going on, let alone relative to all. As you mentioned, we are under active litigation, so I need to be a little guarded in my response. But I would say this to you is that, you know, I'm committed to reopening programs in our institutions and providing services. I believe in the out-of-cell programs afforded to incarcerated people under the HALT Act to get to their anxiety and what was driving their anger or decision-making. And we continue to strive towards that each and every day as we recover from this last year.
Thank you. And I wanted to revisit questions about how immigration status information is reported because state law requires docs to do it. What data do you have on the exchange of information regarding immigration status between docs and the federal government when someone is in docs custody? And if DHS or ICE wanted to initiate deportation proceedings and execute a deportation of an individual while they're serving a prison sentence in docs custody, is that legally possible? Or, you know, would they necessarily finish their sentence?
Yeah, so again, under the law, docs provides information on all foreign-born, and then they provide information back to us as well, whether they're naturalized citizens or things of that nature. It helps us comply with the Vienna Convention to give access to consulates. But also under state statute, there's a provision that the incarcerated can engage in early conditional parole for deportation only, or there's a provision for parole for deportation, conditional parole for deportation, right? When the federal government puts a detainer on an individual, they continue to serve our sentence. They owe us time. They committed a crime. They owe the people of this state. We do not really release them early. 30 days prior to our release, we will notify them, just like any other law enforcement, that if you have a detainer, that, hey, Dan Marticello is getting out on
Thank
this
you. We
date.
have to cut you
That's
off
very
now.
helpful. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simon.
There we go. Thank you. So, Commissioner, I have a question for you, and then if I have time for you, Assistant Commissioner. You began your testimony mentioning the murders of 2 people under your care, under our care was your word term. So I'm glad you used that term. Now, you know, those were murders. The New York Times documented a video of officers who really viciously beat Tyrone McCalla. Had a history of filing grievances, so it raises retaliation issues, threw him into solitary. But in fact, they repeatedly suffocated him, punched him in the face, broke his nose, etc., kicked him in the genitals. So my concern is the type of abuses that continue to happen in our correctional facilities. And how is that care? How are we getting at this culture of violence?
Yeah,
Can you
so a
address
few
what
things.
you're doing on that?
If I recall the incident that you're talking about, that was an individual that had identified and shown a weapon, and they were attempted to get them out of the cell by first sending clergy, sending the superintendent, and eventually we did have to do a forced removal from that cell, and force was utilized. There was a full investigation relative to that force and the force that we utilized on that investigation relative to suffocation and things of that.
How is that
But-
ever reasonable?
But to get to the heart of your question, listen, I am committed to making sure our system is focused on people first, and that we're treating people with dignity and respect and humanity regardless, right? That we have for certain one thing in common, and that we're all people, whether you're staff, incarcerated, parolees, or visitors. And from the top, I preach that every single day. I preach it to staff, I preach it to incarcerated. We've engaged an outside law firm as well as 2 other entities, Chicago Beyond and Amend, to doing cultural assessments and bringing holistic safety inside of our institutions, and we're waiting on those results from the law firm, but we're not stopping on that. We're not waiting for that. We've changed policies with the body cameras. We've changed our procedures. We're relooking at our training. And the more we talk about it and the more we stop, even as a society, talking about prison in an abstract, and we talk about the people, and that means the people that work there and live there, and focus on the negativity, but also focus on the good. If you're constantly barraged, whether you're incarcerated or someone that works there, with the negativity, we should own that. And I'm not afraid to own that. But we got to talk about the successes. We don't get to a 20% recidivism rate in this state by accident, right? That's incarcerated people doing good work, but it's also staff believing in the mission and doing good work. And through showing that mission, it's going to attract the next generation of correctional professionals that believe in rehabilitation and redemption. And the more we talk about those aspects, the better we'll be as a society.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll get to you later.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. For the Commissioner, how you doing, Dan? I got an easy one for you. This is a softball. You have supported the Sing Sing Prison Museum in the past. Now that your staffing levels have improved, how can we get the project for visitor access to the historic 1825 cell block back on track? The design for the project is complete and construction funding $4 million is on hand. Will you and your staff work with the museum to develop a financial plan for preservation and access to the cell block, a historic landmark of state and national importance?
Yeah, so that's a project that probably started a decade ago, long before Dan being the commissioner.
More than that.
And we have certainly halted it based on staffing levels. But I also have concerns about providing another access into my operational maximum security prison. So I think that there's a lot of details other than just staffing, but by no means is Sing Sing out of the woods staffing wise. So at this point, that process has been put on hold. I know that we finished what would tentatively be the design work, but the staffing resources for the construction and then the monitoring of bringing civilian visitors into an operational prison is, as you know, is very challenging.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a maybe. A recent report documented a surge of people dying by suicide in 2024, with people in illegal solitary confinement in New York prisons 7 times more likely to die by suicide and 15 times more likely to commit acts of self-harm than people in the rest of the prison population. Do you agree with the decades of evidence that shows that solitary confinement leads to psychosis, heart disease, and death, while real alternatives improve the health and safety of everyone?
Well, first, let me tell you is that last year when I sat here, I did report an all-time high of suicides in state prisons since we began keeping track. We've reduced that number this year, so that's a step in the right direction, as I've convened a suicide prevention task force, combined OMH as well as docs, and bring in outside experts that are evaluating our system. I can tell you that the vast majority of our suicides did not happen in special housing units where you get 4 hours out of cell, or in an ROU where you get 7 hours out of cell. Certainly, unlike the good doctor, I am not a doctor, so I'm not here to refute the evidence of years and years of clinicians that have indicated that people that are in solitary, it has
Okay, I'm going to go to DCJS then. In recent years, we've heard conflicting things about crime statistics in my district, the 95th. We looked at DCJS data from the municipalities and counties in AD 95 a couple of years ago and found that generally property crime incidents were up a slight bit from a low base, but violent crime incidents were down. We also saw that crime rates for both categories were down in Westchester, while violent crime rates were down in Putnam, and property crime rates were just up a touch from a very low base. Can you comment on the level of confidence we can have in DCJS data?
Complete confidence.
Thank you. For the record.
Thank you. This is for Commissioner. While wages remain stagnant over decades and cost of living has increased 125%, and it's been reported that in a single year, commissary items have increased as much as 333%. This places a serious financial strain on incarcerated individuals, but as well as their families. So in 2024, at the cohort hearing, you testified that absolutely you need to look at the wages, prison wages. So what's the status of that effort?
Yeah, we have not raised prison wages since my last testimony. You know, as I indicated, I believe at that time, I am not the sole decision maker when it comes to wages under the state statute. But what I can tell you is a couple things that we have done, right? Is, you know, we continue, unlike other states, we do not charge incarcerated people fees for medication copays or seeing their doctor. That's something I will never support that other systems do. Moving to free phone calls, right? That was a huge step in alleviating a cost burden. But nonetheless, we still need to look at wages. So it's something that I'm still interested in doing. I mean, I was a little preoccupied this last year, unfortunately, and but it is something that's still on my radar as important.
Well, I do appreciate what you did say, that, you know, you're looking to just find the right in all of this. There's a lot that's wrong with incarceration, whether it be an incarcerated individual, whether it be a correction officer. So for me, I look for someone who does the right thing to give them credit for it. And for someone who does wrong, they need to, you know, answer to that. But contrary to what's spoken here, there's individuals that speak highly of dock staff and poorly of incarcerated individuals. And I think that's a huge travesty, a mistake, because I personally have visited prisons, New York State prisons, and I've spoken to so many dock staff, as well as correctional officers, as well as the incarcerated individuals. And about 90%, so I'll use this statistic, 90% of those incarcerated individuals are there just to serve their time. They want to go home. They want to do what's right and leave. There's that other 10% that may be that issue. So whether we're legislators or not, or whoever it is, if you make a comment about something, I think you should speak from a place of knowledge, true knowledge and statistics, not just general facts. And along with some of my colleagues, we could see through the words, these coded words. And it's highly offensive to me. It's highly offensive to a lot of individuals who have to listen to these things. I consider it to be bigoted. I consider it to be out of line. I consider it to be racist. At some point, I just say you should just put on a hood and put on your white disguise and trail along, because some of these things that you're saying, when you see a man brutally killed, you don't say anything about that, but you talk highly about the correctional
Assemblyman
officers. That's a problem.
Blumenkranz?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here, all of you. Nassau County, under the leadership of County Executive Bruce Blakeman, as well as Commissioner Patrick Ryder, have done an incredible job making Nassau County the safest large county in America by many metrics. They've done so not by accident, but with the use of intelligence-led policing, community policing, and mostly creating a winning formula. What at DCJS is being done to see how this winning formula can be used and interpreted in other portions of the state to see how crime reduction in a time like this has been so successful in Nassau?
So I believe Nassau County was the safest county before the county executive was there as well. But I would say that really the formula is the same, which is listen, learn, and lift up local solutions to how we tackle local problems with crime. And so in Nassau County and in Suffolk County, we have a playbook through GIVE and through STRIVE, through the Crime Analysis Center network, of supporting local police and allowing them to pursue evidence-based strategies that are focusing on the few people and the few places that drive violent crime.
Thank you. So in the budget this year, there's money going to the state police for auto theft. I know that in DCJS there has been a fund for auto theft that comes out of the pocket of every New Yorker who pays for auto insurance. Now that fund has generally become part of the general fund because of the issues the comptroller has pointed out in actually executing that and using lackluster data from almost over a decade ago. Has there been improvements to that program, and will we see more improvements if we give more money towards auto theft prevention programs like at the state police that we haven't seen at DCJS?
Yeah, so for the DCJS portion, the fund is large. DCJS's appropriated amount is about the $8 million I talked about earlier, which still continues to go to district attorneys, including in Long Island, to tackle the issues of motor vehicle theft. I think the governor's proposal this year is to provide us with even more flexibility and agility so that we can update those formulas.
Will we see them meeting every year as they have been in the past, and will we see a full committee of individuals who are there committed? And will we be seeing them use data from this decade in order to tackle auto crime and theft?
If you support the governor's bill, yes.
All right, thank you.
Assemblyman Levine.
This is for all of you. Earlier, a colleague expressed a passionately indignant complaint to the effect that none of our witnesses today are crime victims. The meaning being they've been excluded. Well, here's reality. This hearing is publicly noticed. Anyone who wants to register to testify is welcome to do so. No one is excluded. We don't do that in democracies. So now, gentlemen, here's my question for each of you. Would you agree with me that truth matters and that it is certainly important to guarantee that the record of this hearing is accurate and truthful? Hearing no objection, I take it the answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is that your summation, Your Honor?
Well, is my client about to be sentenced, sir?
Gentlemen, I want to thank you. This concludes this section of the hearing. In the absence of my co-chair, I will convene panel B. Please come to the table. Terrence O'Leary from the New York State Division of Homeland Security, and Drew Ryak, the New York Office of Information Technology. Are they 10-minute people or are they 3-minute? These are 10-minute people.
Okay, we're going to keep going. So, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so if you want to stay in the hearing, get comfortable. If you're escaping the hearing, take your conversations outside. And thank you, Wayne. And panel B, we have the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services and the New York State Office of Information Technology Services. And why don't we go in that order? So it'll be Terrence O'Leary first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, Ranker O'Mara. I'd also like to thank the Chair of the Senate Veterans Committee, Senator Scarcella Stanton, as well as the Chair of the Assembly Government Operations Committee, Assemblymember McDonald, for their continued partnership. My name is Terry O'Leary, and I'm the Acting Commissioner of the State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the fiscal 27 executive budget proposal and the great work of the division staff. This budget reflects Governor Hochul's strong commitment to protecting the safety and security of New Yorkers as threats such as climate change and extremism continue, while federal support for these efforts are being paused, pulled back, or in some cases, disappearing. This year's executive budget proposes $201.9 million in state operating funds for the division, $157 million in capital funding, and $8.9 billion in aid to localities, for a total budget of $9.2 billion. These resources will build upon the division's prior efforts to help ensure New York is prepared for, can respond to, and recover from disasters and emergencies. As the intensity and diversity of threats continue to increase, it's critical that first responders statewide have access to modern, first-in-class training, which is a core mission of the division. Last year, there were nearly 58,000 completions of firefighter and emergency responder training conducted by the state's Office of Fire Prevention and Control, on topics ranging from basic firefighter operations to advanced technical rescue. We have added courses to meet the evolving needs of the fire service, such as lithium-ion battery safety, and have made our courses more easily accessible through online offerings and offering them during alternative schedules. In addition, we continue to administer the Volunteer Firefighter Training Stipend Program to assist with the recruitment and retention of fire departments throughout the state. Since the program's inception, more than 4,000 volunteer firefighters have received stipends for completing critical firefighter training courses, and as a result, we've seen a 20% increase in basic and interior firefighting course completions and a 35% increase in Fire Officer 1 completions. The Division State Preparedness Training Center in Oriskany, Oneida County is one of the nation's premier first responder training facilities. Last year, more than 7,000 individuals were trained at the SPTC, while another 2,100 received training regionally through our Office of Training. The capabilities of this facility to provide real-world immersive training are second to none, and I would like to offer the opportunity to each of you to come and visit, although I would suggest you do it during the summer months when it's a little nicer, a little less windy. Our training efforts do not stop there. Our Office of Emergency Management also provided training to over 9,300 emergency management professionals, and our Office of Counterterrorism delivered training to another 12,500 individuals in topics ranging from domestic terrorism and targeted violence prevention, physical security, and cybersecurity. Speaking of cybersecurity, much of OCT's training was protecting against cyber attacks, which continue to threaten local governments, school districts, and other authorities statewide. More than 6,300 state and local government professionals received anti-phishing trainings last year, and cyber capability workshops were held for more than 4,100 state and local government leaders. It's also critical that our first responders have access to the resources and support they need to address the ever-growing list of challenges our communities face. And Governor Hochul has put forth two key initiatives to help meet this goal. The first, with your support, is New York will seek to enter the Northern Emergency Management Assistance Compact and the International Emergency Assistance Compact, both of which will enable us to engage in mutual aid with our Canadian partners, most notably Quebec and Ontario, which we border. While New York has the ability to receive mutual aid from other states, we do not have this same ability from our Canadian partners, even though they're much closer in both the North Country and Western New York. Additionally, Governor Hochul has supported us in seeking to expand the state's urban search and rescue program. As extreme weather intensifies, communities are routinely faced with threats including floods, structural collapses, and other complex rescue situations. This proposal will enable the division to equip and partner with specialized local first responders, bolstering our collective ability to quickly deploy and sustain large-scale rescue operations. It will build capacity statewide, improve response times, and better protect lives during emergencies. Each year, the division, through our Office of Disaster Recovery Programs and our Office of Administration and Finance, administers billions of dollars of federal funding that local communities rely upon to build, sustain, and deliver the capabilities necessary to prepare and respond to catastrophic events, including terrorist attacks and natural disasters. This funding is critical for the recovery and rebuilding after a disaster. However, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has turned its back on New Yorkers when it attempted to cut hundreds of millions of dollars in counterterrorism funding last year. This was compounded by the fact that billions of dollars in disaster recovery funding has been held up. As federal cuts, delays, and ponderous policy decisions threaten the ability of the state and our local partners to keep New York communities safe, I want to commend the dedicated public servants at the division and our partners throughout the state at the county and local level who work diligently every day to navigate the challenges and obstacles necessary to access the critical funding that the state and localities deserve. So finally, there's one last issue I want to talk about, and that's the chaos and violence that we've seen across this country as the result of the recent actions of ICE and their federal partners. The division does not actually have a role in immigration. It is not something we do. We do fund border security operations, but that is just about stopping human smuggling, guns, and drugs coming across the border. However, what we are seeing is a shocking degradation of trust in our law enforcement agencies, in large part based upon what the federal government and ICE is doing nationwide. To that end, Governor Hochul has proposed 3 common sense solutions to address these challenges and help restore trust in our local law enforcement and make sure that those who are charged with their mission are doing their mission and not somebody else's mission. First, the governor proposes prohibiting 287G agreements. 2, codifying sensitive locations where civil administrative warrants and actions cannot be taken place. And 3, providing a mechanism similar to 1983 suits in state court that will allow individuals to hold federal officers responsible for when they violate their constitutional rights. Together, these measures will reinforce appropriate roles and responsibilities. Local law enforcement will remain focused on addressing local crime, while federal authorities will carry out their federal civil functions. While those roles may intersect in some criminal matters, as the superintendent testified to earlier, civil immigration enforcement is not and should not be the responsibility of local law enforcement. I'm proud of the work that the division has done this year, and I appreciate all of the support that we've received from you over the years in doing so. We couldn't have done it without the budgets that have been passed and without your individual support, both in the budget as well as when tragedy has struck your communities and you reach out either to myself or our staff. At this point, I'm very thankful. I will turn it over to CIO Rao.
Good afternoon, Chair Cougar and Pretlow, Chairs Gonzalez and Otis, and special thanks to each of you who have joined us today. I am Drew Rai, New York State Chief Information Officer and Director of Office of Information Technology Services. It's a privilege to be with you. Thanks to the Governor Hochul's leadership and the support of both the Senate and Assembly, I'm confident in saying that ITS is now the most impactful government organization in the country. ITS workforce provide 24/7, 365 IT operations, engineering, and innovation to state agencies, entities, commissions, and numerous local governments. We safeguard over 450,000 endpoints, 4,600 applications, and billions of sensitive records from cyber attacks and other risks. At this time, we are shepherding dozens of major modernization projects that will speed up and transform the way New York State agencies deliver critical services. This effort will allow us to secure our infrastructure, create more seamless interaction with the public, and leave the legacy technology we have relied for decades. As you will see, much of our current work falls into 2 buckets important to Governor Hochul, this legislature, nearly every New Yorker: affordability and public safety. In the last 12 months, we have made extraordinary progress with our transition to dedicated agency service model I spoke about last year. We are more closely aligned with the client agencies and in a better position to help them serve all New Yorkers. This model pairs subject matter expert at the agencies with tech expert at ITS, empowers deputy commissioners of technology and their team to make real-time decisions, and ensure alignment to the state's technology strategy and mission. Our shared services lead, including CTO, Chief AI Officer, and CISO, provides cost-effective and consistent services to all New Yorkers. Thanks to Governor Hochul and our partner inside and outside of government, the New York Security Operations Center, NYSOC, we built in 2022 is a national model for comprehensive whole-of-state cybersecurity. The NISOC subscribers base continues to grow, and now it includes 137 local government, including the big 5 cities, nearly every New York county, and numerous other cities, towns, and villages. These entities receive endpoint detection alerting, SOC as a service, and attack surface management guidance. The NISOC now processes a whopping 350,000 security events per second and ingest 400 terabytes of data every month. Earlier this year, we opened a third location, NYSOC West in Rochester. In these 3 years since Governor Hochul launched NISOC, there isn't a corner of New York State that has not been made safer and more secure. It seems everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, so will I. I believe the best way to assist our hardworking employees to deliver AI education and training directly to them so they can build their skills and use AI responsibly. Under the governor's direction, ITS recently conducted a pilot with a diverse group of volunteers and state agencies state agencies spanning from health, human services, public safety, state operation, and infrastructure sectors. Nearly 1,000 state workers participated. This pilot, which included an AI education course from nonprofit Innovate US and the ITS certified AI Pro tool, has provided us with invaluable insights. Building on the success of the pilot, we have now begun to explore next steps for making AI education and training available to larger New York State agency workforce. This important initiative will allow state employees to safely hone their AI skills and unlock ideas about how AI can help their agencies problem solve and deliver for New York. Like Governor Hochul, we are fully committed to making New York a national leader when it comes to the safe and transparent deployment of AI. In fact, ITS recently published the state's first ever inventory of AI tools in use by state agencies, which is publicly available on New York's open data platform. ITS is also leveraging technology to enhance the customer experience at state agencies, including better mapping of user journeys, more useful and comprehensive analytics, as well as the creation of a dedicated user accessibility support team. The recent launch of New York State Design Center is already speeding up development and delivery a more consistent and user experience across all New York State agencies. Last year, I appeared before you and called ITS an agency on Rise. As you can see, there is no shortage of important work to be done, including ongoing upgrade to ny.gov ID portal used by citizens, employees, and businesses to ensure overall stability and reliability of this critical system. Despite the uncertainty and fiscal challenges brought by our federal government in Washington, we have made real progress in moving integrated eligibility system program forward, including launch of the new child support online enrollment tool and the first release of fair hearing, among other milestones. This progress is direct results of the refined strategy and direction we break the program into smaller iterative products to speed up delivery on local social service districts and the people of New York. And we have addressed the state's asset inventory issues with new and stronger processes, including a dedicated asset management team and regular reconciliation of assets. Meanwhile, the new restrictive technology law will give ITS greater authority to prohibit agencies from purchasing technologies which pose security risk. Since becoming CIO, we have prioritized talent enhancements at ITS, aggressively recruiting and retaining and supporting technology leaders who are an asset to New York. In fact, we currently open a 30-seat New York City hub to attract the city's top talent. These resources have allowed us to be faster and more productive and complete more of our work in-house. We have made smart and targeted investments in both cloud and AI, and have negotiated a series of enterprise agreements that'll save taxpayer money and ensure maximum possible return on investment for New York. In the meantime, we have focused on reducing incidents and downtime and striving for operational excellence in all we do. Honorable members of legislature, I thank you for your input and partnership and for your commitment to serving the people of New York. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate both of your testimony. And our first questioner will be Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Chair Kruger. It is good to see both of you today. I wanted to start by directing my questions to Drew. It's nice to see you. As you know, in 2024, I introduced a bill establishing the Chief AI Officer role. So naturally, I was very excited when the governor subsequently hired for that role. According to a recent article, your agency said the Chief AI Officer would play a pivotal role in the next phase of AI strategy in New York. However, the first Chief AI Officer was in her position from March to August last year, a 6-month term. Was this expected, or has your approach to the position changed? And what is the next stage of AI strategy, and how will that officer play a part?
Well, thank you, Senator. I think our AI strategy is evolving as this technology evolves. Basically has, I would say, 3 components. One is we want to bring the technology and understand, probably experiment in a controlled environment in a very specific instances working with a partner agency. Number 2, we want to understand the impact on our employees. The best is to educate, train, so our training program. And number 3 will be creating a governance. As these technology come and evolve, there is a lot of science experiment, hidden trial going on where we see a lot of success, we also see a lot of problems. So a broader framework, a guidance, which we came up with the policy. We deploy the Chief AI Officer. We also started, as you see, the pilot. We'll continue to strengthen our governance as we go forward.
That's great to hear. You know very well that I am supportive of having very controlled governance when it comes to AI. On that note, the budget includes a proposal of $21.5 million to establish the Digit Office. You've also hired on a Chief Digital Officer and are hiring on a Chief Technology Officer. How are you ensuring coordinated strategy rather than siloed initiatives? Can you give me a little bit more information on the governance between the CIO, CTO, CDO, Chief AI Officer, and ITS broadly?
Yeah, I will separate the Digit for a minute, but within ITS, CTO is responsible for infrastructure like data center, cloud, networking. CDO is responsible for creating more cost-effective solution which can be used across agencies so we don't create agency-specific solution wherever possible. Chief AI Officer will start from the policy governance and look into what solutions which we can and work across the agencies to create not only the governance but also solutions. So those 3 organizations are what we call shared services, which we deploy through our DCT model across our partner agency. As far as Digit is concerned, we're still working with the Governor's Office as to what it will look like. And as it refines and defines its mission and requirement, we will be there to assist them.
I ask because the understanding so far has been that they will also play a role in AI governance. So certainly would love to actually have a meeting with their Chief AI Officer and discuss further.
Absolutely.
I'm also glad to see you mentioned the AI inventory in your testimony. Of course, was happy to see that released. It was required in my Build the Loading Act, so I know this is a result of years of work. Following a review of this disclosure, I saw that the Department of Labor uses Eightfold, a tool that markets itself as speeding up the hiring process. Eightfold is currently a defendant in a California lawsuit that alleges the company violated the Fair Credit Reporting Act by using private data to rank job seekers without their knowledge. Did you receive a risk assessment of this high-risk tool according to your AI policy?
No, I did not. As I said, we created the policy, we provided guidance, and this was each agency, when they buy and deploy, we are there to help, but they are responsible for taking the risk. We'll define the policy, we'll help them the risk management, but ultimately it'll be up to them how they use it. But it was not done through ITS.
Well, it's certainly concerning that the policy was not followed. And according to the state comptroller's recent audit on artificial intelligence governance in New York State, they said, and I quote, "There is currently a disconnect between ITS and state entities in terms of AI knowledge and responsibilities." Given the lack of reporting on Eightfold and given this disconnect that's been reported, would you support efforts to codify your policy into law and to make sure that all agencies are adopting it appropriately?
Well, coming back to OSC report, we published our policy, I think, in January in 24, and they did the audit in March or April. So it was a timing issue. The policy just came out and the audit was done simultaneously. It takes a while to take the policy and educate agencies.
Right. Just to be
So-
clear, I understand the timing, but the question is really, would you then support making sure the policy, as it stands now, that is not being used, is appropriately used across agencies? We have
So-
the Build a Loading Act that you have not voiced support for that actually codifies main parts of this policy.
Senator, what I'll say is policy is one thing, guideline is another. These tools are evolving so fast that what we call Gen AI today will not be calling Gen AI in a couple of years. We probably going to move to a very different mind frames. What we actually agencies need is more guidance, to be honest with you, because we need to get to a place where the result of a tool is judged whether it's AI created or not. Every software company, not just OpenAI and ChatGPT, is becoming a AI company. And I think we need to make sure our partner agency have enough
Right.
guidance to get there.
But to be clear, we're not focusing on definitions here. We're focusing on what it means to be a good steward of a tool. Regardless of a definition or evolving technology, those practices have been in place for decades. I used to work in technology. It is certainly within policies to do risk assessments, audits, report on the tools that you have. So I would hope even as we bring on new tools in the future, we can have codification of policies that require transparency and oversight. And so I just want to be clear on really what we're getting at, because to your point, we want policies that are flexible. I also want to raise the Department of Environmental Conservation, for example, is using a facial recognition system for verifying online exams for cheating or misconduct. We know traditionally facial recognition has been biased. Can you talk a little bit more about the then guidance you are giving to agencies that are using tools at risk of bias on either ethical provisions or, again, how to steward these tools more specifically?
One of the key things about our policy is human in the loop. These AI tools, which are still evolving, are inaccurate, but they're also accurate. The question becomes when they're inaccurate, how they're harming. Our policy clearly states that without a human being, we cannot make decisions. We cannot leave AI tool to make decisions on New York citizens. And that policy they have to be followed. So policy is very clear. The implementation of policy will be up to the agency. And if they are not following it, then obviously we can find out what is the difficulty, whether it's a difficulty of tool, or we need to provide more guidance.
Yeah, I think New Yorkers deserve an urgency around this, because if we are using tools that could potentially be biased or potentially be negatively impacting them today, we should make sure that these agencies are following the guidance. And so I hope to work with you on actually passing bills like the Loading Act that gets more to the heart of this issue. I also have found that, for example, OSC reported there are other facial recognition tools, for example, being used by the DMV that aren't in the inventory. So clearly there's still more to do in making sure we have a comprehensive list of tools that are being used in that inventory. And I would wonder if you would support or need support from the legislature in ensuring we have that type of transparency across agencies.
Well, I'm blessed to have support from legislature and governor. I mean, when it comes to safety of our citizens. And I agree with you. I think the inventory list provided to us was probably targeted to make sure that state law, which not violated, and that's why I would guess the list is smaller than it should be. But I completely agree with your analysis.
Right. If it's smaller than it should be, looking forward to finding ways to make sure, again, it is more comprehensive. For the risk assessments you may have already received under the policy, are you open to sharing these risk assessments, or at least the findings of those risk assessments on current tools in the inventory with the legislature?
Absolutely. So.
That's great. I look forward to following up on that as well. And I just very quickly in the last 30 seconds also wanted to talk a little bit more about modernization. We have talked for many years now about the pace of modernization across our agencies. I was happy to see the mainframe that you had requested funding for was completed. But you've described this as a moving target. Can you tell us maybe what the main priorities in terms of modernization are in the next few months?
Yeah, there are some major transformation which we have taken and still a lot of work to do. So we have on the mainframe side, IES, and we have delivered 2 releases in less than 2 years. And, that's more than last
Thank
10
you.
years.
Thank
Assemblymember
you.
Blumenkranz?
Thank you so much. My questions are for you, Mr. Roth. So, when it comes to data and data sharing and information within agencies, both local and state, one of the biggest issues we see is whether or not we can share real-time data that's been siloed between different law enforcement agencies, or even when it comes to health data, when it comes to dealing with health crises. So, what work is being done within the agency to help solve this issue, and has there been more progress made now than in the past?
Yeah, when it comes to data sharing, we have to be very specific at why are we sharing, and that has to be an arrangement between the 2 agencies or more if we need to share data. For example, on cybersecurity, we work very closely with DISHS, New York State Police, even local FBI and local governments. But when it comes to, all data is not created equal. Which data we are sharing and which data we are not sharing, like personal data, we definitely cannot with the proper arrangement. So it just depends on the purpose, and based on the purpose and the agreement between the agency. I think at this point of time, I have not seen any issue or problem. Every time we try to work together, we've been able to work across the agencies.
Okay. Recently, I met with some of the executives in the state of Nevada. States like Nevada, Utah, and Virginia have all set up sort of innovation labs in-house on a state level to provide the ability to assist technology companies that are innovating in ways that can help the states. And New York hasn't necessarily been a leader in this space. What do you think New York should be focusing on us as a legislature and internally within the executive office to help companies that can innovate while simultaneously helping the state solve some of its biggest problems?
That's a really great question. In fact, I asked myself when I came 2 years ago, and you're absolutely right. But I can tell you in last 12 months, we have done 15 proof of concept with startups in innovative company to test and find new ideas. And we are doing it. I'm so thankful for your support and governor support. And our chief digital office actually is literally meant for that. I expect every division in my organization to bring innovation. We can have innovation in infrastructure, applications, AI, just name it. And there is no need to stop innovation from coming. I think you're absolutely right. We will continue to engage startups, which many times are more cost effective and more user-friendly applications and systems than the legacy one. We'll continue to do that.
Has there been some collaborative conversations between your agency and potentially the comptroller in looking at ways in which New York can both invest using its existing funds as well as, like other states have, in companies that they see would be major assets on a state level for helping solve these problems?
That's a fantastic idea, Assemblyman. I have not done that, but I'll take a note of that. We will definitely explore.
We have a proposal that looks to do something very similar, and I'm happy to go over that with you if you have a chance.
Thank you.
When it comes to healthcare data and healthcare data sharing, has there been any strides or initiatives within your office to allow for the state to be able to utilize either tokenized healthcare data or ways in which it's still safe to see that information and pass it on to other agencies for the purposes of helping New Yorkers without necessarily violating the existing laws and framework?
So we build the infrastructure, databases, and application. I will let the agency follow the state and federal laws as far as the data sharing is concerned. So this will be a very specific, depending on which agency and which system we are talking about. But we don't decide kind of where they can share and who they can't. We'll definitely build application to the best possible user experience.
When it comes to cyber security, even as recently as this week, we've looked again at certain pieces of legislation to create a streamlined and standard set of cybersecurity measures that each local municipality infrastructure should all be taking on that role, right? Which I think we all agree. I've heard some grievances on a local level that there's just not that state support that's necessary, that it becomes a burdensome, unfunded mandate for them to do so. How would you recommend maybe how your agency or others could take on that role so the state, the local community, water districts and other local agencies that don't have that bandwidth could potentially be assisted by the state to meet that standard that seems so necessary?
Fantastic question, Assemblyman. In fact, thanks to Governor and this body, our SOC is the standard in the whole nation. And I can get you all statistics behind the scene, how we are helping local governments.
Thank you.
so
We
much.
would love to see all of that. And next we are going to Tom O'Mara. No, we're not. You're right, we're not. We're going to Dan Steck.
If I can get this technology working. All right, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here today. For the acting commissioner, what is the 2027 executive budget? Why does the budget propose eliminating the funding for the facility equipment grants for volunteer firefighters?
So we currently have an open grant period where volunteer fire, prior V-Fire grant, as we're calling it, that the application round is due in February. So by the time we receive those applications in February and award them, it will cover this calendar year. As you know, we previously awarded $25 million to 88 separate fire departments. Very proud that Governor Hochul and you supported doing a second round. We're currently in the middle of that second round. We think it's something that we want to continue to do. There's obviously demand for it as well, but that will be in the out year because right now we're in the middle of round 2.
So are you saying you don't anticipate a third round? I mean, we didn't put anything in the budget this year.
There's nothing in this year, but I will say it's a very popular program that we are proud to administer.
Okay, thank you. And if I could now for the Office of IT, was your agency involved in the creation of the statewide license and record database that is used for ammunition background checks?
Yes, we did that last year.
Can you describe the security measures that are in place that would protect the information that's collected in that database?
Just like other applications or systems which we build, which has personal information, we go through extensive red teaming exercise where we try to create holes and penetrate those applications. So we are as confident as possible that this application is highly secure.
Now, since the background check went into place, the system's been plagued with issues leading to delays in New Yorkers, including people that clearly have passed other background checks, like law enforcement officials, etc. Delays in buying ammunition. What efforts are ongoing in your agency to improve on these issues that we've seen so far?
I am not intimately aware of exact those issues, but the way we work is the issues go to the agency. And there could be a process issue, a data issue, or a system issue. To best of my knowledge, system is not an issue. I would think that it's probably a process and data issue, which we work with the agency and remediate that.
Okay, and then final question on the ammunition background checks. Do you know offhand what the cost of the creation of the system is and what its annual upkeep may cost?
No, sir, I don't, but I can try to get you.
I appreciate it. If I can go back to Homeland Security, because I've been used to trying to ask my questions in 3 minutes, but now I have 2 full extra minutes because I'm a ranking member on this committee. The budget includes $150 million appropriated for a centralized state emergency operations center facility. What's the purpose of this? How do you expect it'll improve responses to emergencies? And will this require additional staffing in order to get the center, once the center's up and running?
Sure. So it won't require additional staffing. Thankfully, in prior budgets, we've been able, Governor Hochul advocated for, and we've been able to build out our OEM staff. So we've increased about 62 staff members over the past year and a half, 32 of which are assigned to the field, all the way from Montauk up to Plattsburgh, out to Chautauqua. And that's been very successful because what they do is help augment local emergency managers in doing those things they don't have enough time to do, designing tabletop exercises, conducting outreach, reviewing plans, and the rest. Currently, our OEM staff work in a Cold War era bunker without a single window. So if you walk in day one and you're an intern and you work your way up to become the director of the State Office of Emergency Management, you will still never have a window. Further, and ITS has been a great partner. They are there every time we activate. It's 1950s, located in a basement. We go to county emergency management EOCs, they're much, much better. So this will create a nerve center where we can run the state's emergency management operations.
Where is the current bunker facility located? Where will the new facility be located? And do you know what the annual operation cost might be for the facility?
So it is both are currently located on the state campus. The current one is located on the state campus. Would love to show you why we need a new one.
You got it.
And then separately, the new one is planned to go on the state campus as well.
Thank you much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblymember Otis.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the good testimony. I'm going to hop around on a few different issues, but I think I'm going to start off on with the thank you to ITS for the AI disclosure process that you've started, and is to follow up on Senator Gonzalez's comments earlier. We actually had that in a bill, and you're doing it anyway, which is very good. And actually, since it's almost 4 o'clock on a long day and a topic that's rather dry, something very exciting happened with Senator Gonzalez's questioning, which was this: the premise of the disclosure concept that we have and that you have there is that if you tell the world what AI tools you're using, the world can say, and this is what Senator Gonzalez said to you, was that particular tool has been called out as having flaws. And so the fact that the stuff is now posted online is great, because it means not just a state senator, but someone out in the world can contact ITS or a state agency and say, hey, you know, that tool that you're using, it's been exposed as biased or inaccurate or whatever. So very good. So my question, though, is it's out there, it's been up for a little bit, and I think that's great. The question is, what are the steps that ITS is going to take with the different state agencies to, number one, make sure that they recognize that this is there and that there are new procedures they should be following, and then really to make sure that they comply with that rigor?
Three things. Number one is we need to take the policy to much more granular level. I will call it guidance. What is AI? What is not AI? It's an evolving area. So that policy and guidance needs to be a little more detailed, and we're working on that, and we'll provide that to everybody. Two, we need to continue education and training. This is evolving area, and this is not going to stop evolving, and today's definition is going to be yesterday's not definition. And lastly, we need to create a governance model that we continue to innovate at the same time people don't cross red line. And that governance model includes some of the bias measurement, which we need to start thinking about it. And everybody in the world is thinking about it. I think if we work on those three, we will continue to be responsibly using those things without hurting any New Yorker.
Very good. I'm going to go to a different topic, which is the nexus between AI and the AI tools that state agencies are using, and the vulnerability or protection of AI from cyber attacks. Where are we in that space?
Well, you said it. You can use AI for good and you can AI for bad. Just to give you some idea, we receive 350,000 events a second. So just for a minute, everybody should process that. How do you take that without AI and process that? We boiled that down to 15,000 events last year, which we have to investigate. We further boil it down to 135 events, which we found that there was a problem. So that's the good news on the cyber. The bad news is the same. There are 350,000 events per second. And this is just going to continue to exponentially explode. And it's going to be a cat and mouse game, which we have to play, unfortunately.
Well, very good. Let's see, what do I have here? I'm going to hit you with one more, then we're going to Commissioner O'Leary, which is, and there's going to be a nice overlap here. ITS's role in providing and sharing some of this expertise with local governments, county governments. This is something both of your agencies do, and school districts. Where is ITS on that? And then we'll pivot to Mr. O'Leary. We'll start with that same topic, what you folks are doing at Homeland Security.
So we are partner providing, there are, as I said, 137 legal entities, villages, towns, including big cities, almost every county using 3 services, which I talked about. Dishes actually is the front end to that. They are the one who directly work. We are behind the scene doing all the work. So I'll pass it to Terry to answer more questions, but this is a team effort.
Well, and I would also say that in the governor's, the state cybersecurity framework that came out maybe August of 23, I forgot my, right. So the goal there was that we're going to start with the big counties, the big cities and most counties, and we have improved in getting more local governments hooked in. So Commissioner, share where we are in terms of that outreach from Homeland Security.
So we're in a much better place than we've ever been, and we're continuing to move in the right direction. I will say, and not just because he's the guy who can shut down my email, the partnership with ITS has never been stronger. The day-to-day work between the cyber incident response team and the CISO's office is fantastic, and we work very closely with the governor's chief cyber officer as well, providing vision and guidance and helping us implement. So as the CIO mentioned, we offer endpoint detection. There are over 100,000 endpoints that are protected at the county and local level that feed into the JSOC, which is a first-in-class partnership between the state and New York City. And one of the benefits there is you see what happens in Delaware County, and you can use that to create guidance for the city and for the other 56 counties to say, this is an indicator of compromise you need to watch for. And our cyber incident response team has continually done more tabletops, more outreach, created more bulletins. After the endpoint detection services, we then did to attack surface awareness. One of the things I learned was these systems grow organically and people don't even know where they have vulnerabilities. So knowing where you're extended into the cloud and in other areas is key to being able to defend your system. And that's what we rolled out next. And again, about 100,000 points being protected. And what we've partnered on now and are looking for is spreading multi-factor authentication beyond just state systems, right, to those who we partner with at the county and local level. And I think it's fair to say that that's been very successful. One of the areas that we're focusing on now is one of the critical infrastructure sectors that is most vulnerable, and that we believe is water and wastewater treatment, right? If you lose your sewers and you lose your drinking water, you're in trouble. And these are places with older ICS systems that are less resourced, and we believe helping fund something as simple as multi-factor authentication will go a long, long way in knocking down a great deal of the threats that face us. One of the things that we're doing is teaching people not only about the intrusion detections and the rest. You know, it's, as the CIO mentioned, it's millions a day that they're knocking down, but we're seeing a spike in phishing and vishing. And thanks to the reporting bill that passed last year, we've received about 100 reports, mainly from school districts, but we're seeing a spike in vishing, which is a use of AI to create a voice that you know, and you think you're talking to somebody you know, and in fact you are not. And so that's another vulnerability where you can always build new walls and new defenses, but you really need to teach the user what they're doing, know who you're talking to, maybe call them back, don't just accept the phone call. We've seen a couple of school districts fall victim to paying fake invoices as well and the money being rerouted. So those are the things that the CERT very much focuses on, is that outreach to our partners in state, local governments and authorities.
So one question is, if you get news of a new kind of threat, which of your agencies is the one that's going to notify local governments and school districts first? Who does that fall upon?
So we do it in tandem, right? So we have folks that will speak to the local CIOs and CTOs, as does ITS, right? We also put together products, as does the NISIC, the State Police Fusion Center, the Cyber Analysis Center. Those folks will put those products together, and they will make sure that it goes out to all of the different customer bases as well. The networks that we have and the amount of trust that county and local governments have put into our IT professionals is really tremendous, but I think that speaks to the successes that they have had with their work over the last 3-4 years.
I have 30 seconds left. I'm going to ask Mr. O'Leary a question, Commissioner O'Leary a question. There's talk in Washington of maybe them doing away with FEMA. And insane as that is, at Homeland Security, what would we do to deal with natural disasters here if we didn't have a FEMA to come in and provide the manpower and expertise? And my time is up, so I'll have a second round. You can answer that question a little later.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next up is Zelnor Myrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the Acting Commissioner of Homeland Security. We've heard today from the head of our court system. We heard from the head of our state police. We heard from the head of the Division for Criminal Justice Services that federal civil immigration enforcement is the job of the federal government and not the state of New York. So I was very encouraged to read and hear your testimony on the strong position of the governor at this point that we should be making that as clear as possible. So I just have a couple of questions. One, do you agree with what some of your colleagues have said on the responsibility of civil immigration enforcement? And further, given your relationship with the federal government, it has been somewhat fraught, as you allude to in your testimony on some of the DHS funding. But given your relationship, given the fact that you and your division have experience with having to work with federal criminal investigation adjacent things, in your estimation and experience, do you feel that the constitutional protections as proposed by the governor would hinder the ability for the federal government to carry out their criminal investigation duties?
No, not at all. So what it does is it holds them accountable. One of the things that I personally feel is missing here with what the federal government and what ICE and CBP are doing, particularly with their roving patrols. And this is after having talked to my counterparts in Minnesota, in Illinois, in California, and frankly, some other red states where they wouldn't want to speak about it publicly, but everyone sees what's going on, is there's a lack of accountability, not only to the communities, but also to the traditional partners. We have discussions in our agency, whether it's training, whether it's funding, whether it's partnership outside of civil immigration. We work with federal partners all the time. We work with ICE, we work with HSI on cyber investigations. We've done that traditionally. What we've seen in these other states, particularly Minnesota, is there's a lack of command and control at the local level about what is happening. There's no accountability and there's no transparency. And very frankly, when I heard the secretary say out loud after the shooting of Alex Preddy that he was a domestic terrorist, that not only, one, I don't know how you would know those facts that quickly unless they were already, it also betrayed what everybody saw in the video. But beyond that, that undermines the work of the analysts that we have that work on domestic terrorism issues, because it is an issue. We do see homegrown violent extremism. We do see anti-government extremists. We see a political rhetoric that is targeting individuals, the death of Melissa Hortman being part of it, the assassination attempt on the president. What we need to reestablish is trust and accountability, and the governor's steps, the governor's proposals start that discussion.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Leary. What a day. My questions are also about the governor's public safety proposals, and I have two questions. One is, from your experience, how does codifying sensitive locations help protect victims, witnesses, and families while also still allowing lawful criminal enforcement? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
So a couple of things. One, there's always been across all administrations at the federal level, presidential administrations, until last year, there was always an understanding that civil immigration would not take place at those places in the community that were so central to people's lives, be it churches, hospitals, schools, daycares. And I can't believe we're saying their homes, although recent DHS guidance that was published online, if true, indicates that they have instructed new officers that they can enter private residences with an administrative warrant with no judicial oversight. So the governor's proposals do not limit the civil enforcement that the federal government can have. However, under 1983, if someone's civil rights are violated by a state or local officer, there is a civil recourse for both damages and injunctive relief if need be. Based upon case law over the last few years, that's not a reality for when a federal officer commits a violation. What the governor's doing here with the State Bivens Act is creating the exact same type of cause of action that we hold our officers to. The federal officers operating in our state will be held to that exact same standard. And again, that goes back to being accountable and transparent for what you're doing. When we trust people to enforce the law, that is a great trust that the community puts in. And the overwhelming majority of law enforcement officers take that seriously and do their best to protect their communities. But when we see things like these roving patrols where they're showing off and it's antithetical to what policing is about. And that's also what the 287G proposal gets at as well. Allow local law enforcement to work in their community, not to make them an extension of a federal civil function. We don't do that for enforcing the EPA or other federal civil functions.
And just my last question is more about trust and the fact that when government agents violate our constitutional rights, kind of like you were referencing, that breaks trust. If you want to just use your last few seconds to kind of touch on that.
Again, it's accountability, right? It's a great trust that the community relies upon officers to do their charge, to fulfill their charge and to do it appropriately. But when we see from DC that they will not hold people accountable for what we see, they won't even do investigations. Minnesota indicated that they would not cooperate on use of force investigations, as has always been done. There is no trust in what's being done, and it illegitimizes the whole mission.
Thank you. Our next questioner is Tom O'Mara, Ranker of Finance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Leary. Congratulations on your ascension to the commissioner level.
Oh no, it's acting and my paycheck looks the same, but thank you.
Only temporary. Okay. All right. Sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
My questions, myself and Assemblyman Palmisano have worked a lot in recent years with the flooding in the Canastillo Valley. The DISHES has been involved greatly in that. And we've been working with DEC and Department of Transportation and DISHES on a tributary study of the three main tributaries study on how to, properly deal with the resiliency of that area. Where does that stand at this point, if you know?
So I'll ask to circle back on that. I believe, though, that DEC is taking the lead on this. They are doing some flood mapping, trying to find solutions similar to a solution we saw along the Sequoia Creek, where we would always see flooding. Yeah. To be honest, I'll want to get back and talk to you about that.
I'm just not sure where the funding stood. I know DOT had put a significant amount up, but I didn't think it was enough, and I just haven't heard if it's actually come together to proceed with that at this point.
So DEC did come to us, and they were doing a number of different studies, and I believe we're funding them out of hazard mitigation dollars to the tune of about $2.5 million. Mm-hmm. I am not positive that the project you're talking about is included, but we will get back to you on that.
Great. I'd love to hear more on that. It's been quiet for some time, and I just need to express my and Assemblyman Palmisano's frustration and disappointment following the Tropical Storm Debbie flooding in the Canastillo Valley, which was in '24, that 3 years after the Tropical Storm Fred flooding in the same area. that the state did not come through to cover the local share for the work that needed to be done by the local governments. After that, do you have an explanation as to why that didn't come through? That aid came through after Tropical Storm Fred in 21, but not after Debbie in 24.
In terms of who's paying for the non-federal share?
Yeah, the local share, the local non-federal share, yeah.
Right. So it's split 12.5% between the state and 12.5% with the local applicant.
No, I understand that, but the state often picks up that local share for the local municipalities. And they did it following Fred, but haven't done it following Debbie. And those expenses for those small rural communities have been significant and frankly delayed some of the repair work that needs to be done.
So the state does make progress payments to help expedite work if there are bonding issues or if people need, after the project's been obligated, if the applicant finds itself unable to front the money, because of course FEMA is a reimbursement program. The state at its own risk will make progress payments to applicants so that they can avoid bonding if necessary and will have cash to start projects. The decision on the 12.5%, how that is made, that is not made at the division level. We have been, for almost all disasters, it's been split 12.5% to 12.5% between the state and the local applicant, whether it be a municipal government or a nonprofit.
Is that a newer policy? Because it's been done in the past.
Whether it's been done in the past, it's not. It is how it's been implemented for the last several years.
Okay, thank you for that. CIO Ra or Ray, how do you? I'm sorry.
Rai.
Right. Thank you for being with us today. Just to follow up on Senator Steck's questions regarding the ammunition database. You're going to follow up with him on what the costs were for that and what the maintenance costs are. What's the source of the funding for that to begin with? If you don't know the amount, but where does the funding come through? The Office of Information Technology, or does it come through the state police, or what part of the budget did that funding come from?
I have to double check, but it should be from ITS.
Okay. And with regards to the information in that database, once it's processed and the individual gets approved or denied, they make the ammunition purchase if they're approved. What happens with that data afterwards? Who has access to that data, and what are they doing with that data, or is it being deleted?
That has to be the policy of the agency, not the ITS. We build the system, and we'll follow the policy of the agency using the system, and we do maintain data according to the state law, however long it is.
Okay. Thank you. We're out of time, but thank you.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. Mr. O'Leary, my time is for you, if that's okay. I just want to just reiterate the point that my colleague mentioned on the storm. In 2021, the state of New York picked up the entire share, non-federal share. They did not do that in 2024. And we have precedent when we sent letters asking the governor. And the other problem is we never got a response back from anyone, which is kind of frustrating. In previous storms that have happened, the state of New York have picked up that non-federal share. So it picked up the total local share. They pick up both 12.5%. And you think about a $30 million storm, $22.5 million is paid by the Fed, and then it's $3.75 million and $3.75 million apiece. That $3.75 million is a tremendous amount to the town of Woodhull or the village of Canisteo. That's not so much for the state of New York in the context of a $250 billion budget and the impact to those people who were devastated on top of it. So we would ask you to actually just go back. It's something that has been discussed. We tried to bring that up to DOB. I mean, just wish you just go back and revisit that issue because that money could be tremendously helpful to those communities. But with my questions, if that's okay, one of the things that I've been watching and our colleagues is the lithium-ion battery fires, whether it's a vehicle, whether it's battery storage. Very, very concerning. We know about, our fire departments aren't really trained to handle it. What's going on from that perspective as far as countering these lithium-ion battery fires? What's being done through Superior Department and Office of Fire Prevention and Control to address that significant issue?
Sure. So as I testified to, we offer a new course. It's not that new anymore. It's a few years old, but it's been updated on combating lithium-ion batteries. And over 5,000 firefighters in New York State have taken that training from OFPC. On top of that, the State Building Code and Fire Prevention Council put out guidance in large part informed by NYSERDA. State Fire is on that board. Department of State runs it. The Builders Association is on that board. It has a number of different concerns. And they put out guidance for battery energy storage systems. If you're going to build them, what the best practices are. It includes for firefighters very specifically inviting them into the conversation at a much earlier time, going through different planning scenarios and the rest. One thing I will say, lithium-ion batteries, we've put a lot of money, and thanks to your commitment, started a community risk reduction unit within the Office of Fire Prevention and Control. We see a lot of fires across the state every year. But what the cause of and what the reason for those fires vary widely. In New York City, lithium-ion batteries, because of micro-mobility devices and apartments, that's a big concern. What we saw in the last year where the data was collected, though, there were 55,000 structural fires throughout the city or throughout the state. 55,000. Of those 55,000, we don't get New York City data, so obviously they're going to have more. But for the rest of the state, there were 77 fires that were lithium-ion battery generated. It is a concern the way they will reignite. Technology is improving. We had a success story with a battery energy storage system in Warwick that burned itself out much quicker without spreading. But we have continually done training. We continue to do that. And the data collection also tells us where the issues are.
Can I just cut you off? That was sure. I appreciate that thorough answer. One of the areas that I'm concerned about, I mean, is the sourcing, but also where, we got these electric school buses that are going on the, if one of those things catch on fire, those children are dead, period. They're not going to get out. They burn hot and fast. That's one area I hope you're looking at too very seriously, because it will happen, and we'll be saying the concern we have. So I hope you're looking at that too.
We are. And one thing, there's not a lot of data in that area, and this is one of the things that our new data unit's focusing on. But based upon the latest reputable study, it's 60 times more likely that a bus using combustion is going to ignite as opposed to one with an electric vehicle. Okay. That's an electric vehicle.
One more quick question. We've been getting some questions about the next generation 911 communication. We've heard there have been some issues of rollout with the communication systems of the state. Can you really highlight how the division is looking to accelerate the implementation of the program, please?
Sure. So 911 is a local function. The state, unlike other states, does not run 911. We are home rule for public safety. The governor's put out, and thanks to your support, $125 million to counties so that they can update their 911 centers and get to an NG 911 environment. We did a very comprehensive study I'd love to talk to you about. People are in the notional stage, getting ready to plan. We've got a ways to go, but we're partnering, and we have a really strong partnership.
Thank you.
With the counties.
Thank you. Okay. The next senator is, I'm just double checking. I think it's me, actually. So I always like to bat last. So I guess I will start with you, the acting Commissioner of Homeland Security. So I already had this question to ask you, but it seems very clear now that several of my colleagues were asking about what are the policies on whether the state kicks in more or less of the money in the local share when there are emergencies, and the fact that it does seem to have changed. I'm looking for some kind of master list of where that, oh, wait, I need the piece of paper. Thank you. All right, so going over your numbers, right? You have 8.68 billion federal funds, 565 million for grant programs to support emergency preparedness and combat terrorism, and 8 billion for federal government share of costs resulting from natural or man-made disasters, and that's what I want to talk about. So 8.8 billion, it goes out under local funding.
Mhm.
Can you give me a breakdown of what that 8 billion is being spent on? Or I mean, I'm not asking you to tell me it.
Sure.
Where will I find the data?
So it's housed within our Office of Disaster Recovery Programs. And that appropriation is essentially a dry appropriation, but it is how we get FEMA dollars to the localities, whether it's municipal, county, or a eligible nonprofit like we see with hospitals during COVID.
But I'm a legislator. Can I get that chart that breaks it all down?
Sure. So and this is one of the main reasons why we speak to legislators as well. There are approximately 10,000 separate active projects right now spanning over 17 disasters. And that's what makes up the bulk of that 8.8 billion that will go out. So some of it is COVID dollars, some of it is Irene, Lee, Fred, Debbie. But yes, we can give you the breakdown of what the money is up against each disaster.
So I suspect we would all like to see that, because that will help us understand if our local community has been dealing with an emergency and is telling us we didn't get all the money, we're still waiting, we haven't heard. Then we can say, oh, this is what the chart said, so let's go and talk to the agency on your behalf and find out what's going on and what the rules of the road are. Because I know that those are the kinds of questions that we all get and are very, very concerned when we can't get the answers for our people.
So not discounting that you're concerned, we can get you those numbers and we will absolutely do that for the overall program. But if there is any project that comes up of which is concern, please reach out to the division directly, because we will sit and we will walk you or your staff through that specific project. There are many projects which come up time and time again. There are some where we don't receive any inquiries. I'm not sure if it's Senator O'Mara's, but we have the Troopsburg Jasper School District, which keeps coming up and is actually a success story where we got FEMA to change their mind and actually pay for a new school that's not in the floodplain.
Right.
But I would say both overall will get you those numbers, but you should feel free to reach out, because we will explain exactly where those projects are and what the next steps are.
Good. Appreciate that. And also, because our chair, Scarcella Scanton, couldn't be with us, so she asked me to just follow up on a couple of questions. I think one or two have already been asked, but there was a discussion about the fact that your V-Fire money, it was a $25 million drop. But I think you explained because you're still in the process of spending.
We're in round 2, and the RFP is actually out, and we're waiting. The applications are due back at the end of this month.
Okay. But there's also data that shows there's a 40-year low in volunteer firefighters in this state, a great concern to the areas of the state that only have volunteer programs. So what are we doing to expand the number of volunteer firefighters we have, where we have shortages?
So I think the governor's proposal from a couple of years ago, with your support, that passed through, is the stipend program, right? The ability, volunteerism is down across the board, but in few places is it more acutely felt than volunteer firefighters, right? Not having baseball coaches is one thing, not having a firefighter is a much different thing. So through that stipend program, over 6,000 courses have been completed. 4,000 firefighters have completed it. We've put over $5.7 million out on the street to volunteer firefighters to pay for them taking basic firefighter, interior firefighter, as well as Fire Officer 1 classes. And then recently, after the Jennings Creek wildfire in Orange County in November of 24, we expanded that to also include those who want to take wildland firefighting courses as well. So we've, as I testified to, we've seen an increase in the trainings that State Fire offers, a 20% increase in the basic and interior firefighter, and a 35% increase in the Fire Officer 1 from the years prior to when the stipend project started.
So we have better trained, but do we have more of them?
Yes, that's the 20% increase.
Okay.
So to become a volunteer firefighter, you have to be trained to OSHA standards, NFPA standards. It's a job. It's not a hobby. And so that's what this training represents.
Yes. My husband was, I think, the last auxiliary firefighter in New York City.
Really?
Yes. Anyway, we'll leave that aside. So
I hope he has good things to say about State Fire, but
I'll double check with him after the hearing.
that's okay.
So this sort of overlaps, I think, both your agencies, and I can't remember which testimony talked about it. With all of the scammers trying to steal money from our local governments through basically blackmailing them. And we've been putting a decent amount of money, in theory, into trying to prevent that from happening. And you talked about that, one or both of you. But is it working? Are there fewer local governments who actually now get scammed and end up having to pay out insane amounts of money to protect their data?
So part of this is we never knew. There was no mechanism to track ransomware. So with the reporting bill that was passed last year, we now get notice if a government has paid ransom. We don't find out if a private entity has paid ransom and like who the deep pockets are. And the days of 5-10 years ago when the ransom was $28 are gone. Right now it's a sizable ransom. But thanks to the reporting bill going into effect, I think in August, there's now a responsibility for those that are funded by the taxpayers to report into the state that they were subject to a significant cyber event, which includes ransomware, phishing, vishing, the rest. And we are then, the CERT within the division is required to reach out to them and to offer them services, help, or guidance. So we don't have a strong backdrop of data before last year with a reporting requirement to know whether or not that is true. Anecdotally, what we see with the JSOC, where ITS is pulling in this data from counties, from localities, as well as New York City, and identifying indicators of compromise and the rest. And basically, we're telling the rest of the state, hey, pay attention. This is the latest scam that we're seeing today. And that type of communication goes out daily. On a daily basis, we're communicating with our IT partners. I will say when somebody then falls prey to one of these, if they happen to be in contact with a state agency, ITS immediately resets passwords. I'll get a notice at my level from ITS saying one of your employees clicked on a phishing link. We shut down the account. We reset their password. And we do phishing exercises. We test our own folks. ITS does that as well. We're certainly doing a lot more than we ever have before, but we don't have strong data on what was happening before outside of the state system. And I'll defer on the
Do you
state
know,
system.
are we actually being successful at saving these localities money?
It will be a lie if I say that, because the attacks are only going to get more sophisticated. And if we don't do what we are doing, it's only going to get worse. So I would think that this is a good starting point, Senator, but we have a long way to go in protecting our localities.
So anecdotally, a school district wired over $1 million. A smaller school district wired over $1 million was fooled. But because of the partnership, ITS notified us. We worked with our partners in the Fusion Center. They were able to retract and get back almost all of that money because of the immediate notice requirement. Once you're past 48 hours, that money's gone. But because they've reported it immediately, the state police primarily took the lead on that, working with federal partners, and was able to get that money brought back into the school district. So that is one of the success stories of the recent bill.
Okay. I have more questions, but no more time. Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Kellis.
With respect to the technology, the only thing that I worry about, honestly, like with cybersecurity and everything, is the fact that most of our systems as government are so antiquated. I'm told sometimes don't update your computer because you'll crash it because it can't handle that updated version of this software. So, you know, I'd love to have a longer conversation with both of you on how we manage and handle attacks when our systems are maybe so old. So that's just a comment, but I wanted to shift gears, Commissioner Leary, to a few questions about the volunteer firefighters. Do we have any way to see how funds are being spent, both to volunteers and also within the division, or how long it takes payments to get out the door? Do you keep track of that? Is the final amount taxed?
So on the tax question, I'm not entirely sure. I believe anything over $600 is a taxable event, but I'm not positive. So
we'll get back on that.
Yes,
Okay.
that might be a question for tax and finance. I think they're after us.
Okay.
So what we've put out to 4,000 firefighters, approximately $5.7 million, and this is taxpayer money. We can't just cut a check, so there is a process.
Mhm.
The process is that the fire chief needs to verify that this individual who is submitting is actually a member of the department, completed the training. If it's not our training, not all training is delivered by us. It then comes into OFPC. We hold it for less than a week or so, and we then pass it along, and it ultimately the check is cut by the business service center.
So it can take a month or two sometimes?
About a month is what
Okay.
we've seen. We actually just went back and revisited the process
To see if it can get a little tighter.
There are stories, but often the stories are somebody didn't submit the data that they were supposed to on the front end.
So another question, what would an increased tax credit do for volunteer recruitment and retention in the state? What is its amount now, and how long has it been since it has received an increase? And wasn't increasing it also a recommendation in the 2022 report?
So I haven't seen any reports on the efficacy of the tax credits and how it drives. So similar to what the stipend has done with the increases.
We're not 100%
If
sure,
it's
but we
out
haven't done
there, I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
But we've been recommending for a while and haven't done it.
It's tax law. It's not something that's
Right.
within the division's purview.
So the last question I had, what recommendations has the state implemented from the 2022 R&R report? There was the task force, and I'd love to know what you have.
Sure.
I see a
and
list.
I'm running out of time, but we have done that analysis. Some of those are OFPCs to implement. Some were local fire departments, making training easier to access. The stipend are a couple of them, but we'll circle back and
Yeah,
go
if you
through
could
that.
just give me the list of the
Yep.
ones that you haven't and you
Thank
have.
you.
Yes.
Assemblyman Vanel.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. This questions are for Chief Ray. First, really important for us to have uniform cybersecurity security policy and to have a coordinated policy across our agencies and our local municipalities, as some of my members discussed earlier. Just wanted to know about the efficacy of the dedicated service model that you were implemented last year, and then about NYSOC, about the security operations centers.
Thank you. So let me first speak about the changes in ITS, which we did on dedicated agency. It was highly centralized before that. Now around 65% of resources are dedicated to agency teams specifically, and 35% resources are shared services which support those dedicated team to make sure our agency. Our direct result is we have seen drastic reduction in incident and response time it takes to solve their problems, somewhere between 30 to 65% depending on the agency and the tickets and the incidents you see. On NYSOC, as I said, it's a one of a kind in the whole nation. As I said, the amount of data we ingest and we protect all the 57 executive agency plus 137 entities. For example, we added with SOC as a service. Now we have really added the attack surface management, which is just getting started, and more counties, villages, cities are subscribing that. That combined with all information sharing, working with the New York State Police, DISHES, and other federal and local government. Cybersecurity is a team game in the sense that you got to share what happens in one end is generally going to get replicated in other places. And that collaboration has really matured our SOC. There is no other SOC in any other state like ours.
Okay, and one last question. Really concerned about making sure that we have a we have the best talent and have diverse folks working in ITS for full-time employees and also consultants, as well as making sure that we have diverse contractors, folks that have contracts with New York State. That includes not only minority and women businesses, but local businesses. Can we have information about that, and is that still important for us?
Absolutely. We will provide you the information, and I'm committed to everything you just said.
All right, so we're really concerned. We want to make sure that our small and local businesses get contracts with ITS and with New York State.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Leary, we're going to follow up on my FEMA question and what the thoughts are at Homeland Security about that talk that they're going to either eliminate FEMA or pull FEMA back from its traditional role, which, as we know, is so important because they can bring that crew all over the country where needed. If every state had to replicate that, it would be very expensive.
It would be very expensive. So the president in early last year announced the FEMA Review Council, which was supposed to issue a report on how FEMA would look if it would exist. I believe that was due in September. It was then delayed until December. In December, I was sitting at a computer waiting for it to start, and it was one of those, please wait, please wait. And then they canceled it without explanation. That was supposed to be the release of the review panel's report. New York was not invited to be a part of that panel. We did submit comments, but we don't know what that report said. Recently, the president just reissued an executive order saying that the review council now needs to issue its report, I believe, by the end of March. I don't have the exact date. I think, and this is largely my opinion and my experience, there's a misunderstanding of what FEMA actually does, particularly here in New York. FEMA is very much a pocketbook and a checkbook that helps us recover, hence the $8.8 billion appropriation, which we were talking about earlier. FEMA, in very limited circumstances, has come and responded immediately to the disasters. Since I've been with the division in 2016, it has only happened on 2 occasions. One was during COVID, when obviously they set up some vac sites. They helped with the comfort. They brought the comfort in. They also helped with the hospital at Javits. The other occasion was during Ida, when they administered their own program, which was individual assistance. The state does not get involved. They administer that directly. Outside of that, disasters have been responded to either by local emergency managers or New York State. They do not provide resources to us in the first instance. This is not the case in other states. There are other states that have not invested as heavily in emergency management as New York. They would be more threatened. They rely upon FEMA in the first instance, which is one reason why from the National Emergency Managers Association, there's been bipartisan concern about a lot of the things that have been said publicly that don't understand what FEMA's role is and what the next step should be. That being said, it can be a very Byzantine process to try and get dollars back into the state. And so we advocated in large part to try and streamline the process that brings those dollars back.
We should continue to talk, and that was good information. I certainly worked with FEMA when they came to our area after Ida, and with FEMA when I was a mayor, previous disasters. So they do play a role, reassuring that we're better positioned than other states. So thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Assemblyman Levine.
Thank you both. Questions for Acting Commissioner O'Leary. While I represent Nassau County, I grew up in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Thank you for mentioning Alex Preddy's name. Alex was from Green Bay, Wisconsin. He went to the same high school as my brother, and my brother went to the University of Minnesota and lived in the same neighborhoods where Alex Preddy was the subject of a homicide. So, my county executive in Nassau, along with his allies on the Nassau County Legislature, entered into a 287G agreement with ICE. Now, there's a lot of concern that the probation office in Nassau County and the Department of Social Services is cooperating with ICE. This is a chilling and inhibiting factor for anyone who has to interact with the county. Will the governor's proposal dealing with protecting New Yorkers from ICE prohibit counties like Nassau from entering into these 287G agreements with ICE?
Yes, it will do that. And it will prohibit not only that, but separately the secure locations portion of the governor's proposal would also make buildings owned or operated by government also protected from civil immigration enforcement. I heard Judge Zayas testifying about the issues. There was a question about probation issues and people not wanting to go. We want people to be productive members of society. We want them to do what they need to do. That would include going to immigration court to further their process. It would include going to church, going to probation, doing what they're supposed to be doing. And what we've seen recently, contravening years of federal practice, is that ICE and CBP have actually taken advantage of just how important those locations are and using those to pick off individuals. Their own data shows that the overwhelming majority of individuals who they are taking into custody have no criminal conviction and have no open criminal case. So that is very concerning to us.
Alex's death is personal to me. It should be personal to every American. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, are we done?
Yes.
Then I want to thank you both very much for being here today to testify for us and for working for our state. And I think there were a number of questions that you will get back to us. We'll get to Gary Pretlow and myself. We'll make sure everybody gets copies of your responses. So thank you. Good. And now we're going to call panel C. And just for people understanding, now we have gotten to the section of this hearing where everyone has 3 minutes to testify, and legislators have 3 minutes to ask questions and get answers. So it's sort of our speed rounds. So for those of you out there watching and looking at the schedule, we still have quite a few panels, but they usually move more quickly when we get to this stage of the day. So I'm just going to read the list out and probably just go down as I've read the list. Kristen Brown, Empire Justice Center, Kevin Stadelmeyer, New York State Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, Stan Germain, Chief Defenders Association, New York State, Susan Bryant, New York State Defenders Association. You stole each other's names. Sorry. And Monice Barbaro, Board Member, Legislative Advocacy Committee, New York Legal Services Coalition. Hi, Kristen.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to testify at this year's executive budget. As Senator Krueger noted, my name is Kristen Brown. I'm President and CEO of Empire Justice Center. Today, I'm going to focus on 2 issues, but my written testimony addresses additional items, including Victims of Crime Act funding and the need for comprehensive state contract reform. First and foremost, I want to raise the alarm about a significant cut slated for civil legal services. The executive budget appropriation for the IOLA fund is approximately 25% lower than what the IOLA Board of Trustees approved, placing jobs and legal services for your constituents at risk. These are not taxpayer dollars, but rather interest earnings held in a fiduciary fund whose sole purpose is to fund essential legal services for low-income New Yorkers. Top areas of service include housing, immigration, family law, education, and health. And in 2024, IOLA grantees closed almost 341,000 cases, benefiting 11.7 million New Yorkers. These funds change lives. IOLA is entering into the second year of a 5-year contract that was designed to provide stability and predictability for providers in these incredibly challenging and uncertain times. If not fixed, existing contracts with almost 90 IOLA-funded agencies across the state will be cut significantly, causing harm to a provider community that is under-resourced and under attack, and most importantly, diminishing access to civil legal assistance at the very time it is desperately needed. For Empire Justice Center, that would mean a cut of $500,000. We'll be forced to lay off staff, reduce services to our client communities. Clients who face deportation, discrimination, struggle to stay in their homes, or put food on the table will be impacted. We've asked the governor to fix this in her 30-day amendments, but if that does not happen, I ask that you ensure full appropriation of $102.5 million for the Iowa Fund in the One House and final budgets. The second issue is Judiciary Civil Legal Services. You heard earlier today from Judge Zayas, and we're deeply grateful to Chief Judge Rowan Wilson and OCA leadership for their continued increased investments in Judiciary Civil Legal Services in response to the clear and ongoing need to fill the civil justice gap, which is the difference between the civil legal needs of low-income individuals and the resources available to meet them. The Permanent Commission on Access to Justice estimates an additional $1 billion is necessary for our justice gap. So this proposed increase in JCLS will be essential in our efforts to address the well-known recruitment and retention crisis. It will also be incredibly helpful in adapting to the anticipated changes in federal funding for our services. New Yorkers need a stable legal services system to help them navigate crises, including domestic violence, eviction, foreclosure, and access to the benefits they're entitled to. We ask both houses of the legislature to support this critical investment and to restore the
Thank
Legal
you.
Services Assistance Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin Stadelmeyer? Excuse me. Stadelmeyer? Close?
Stadelmeyer, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson. Assembly members, senators, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Kevin Stadelmeyer. I'm the president of the New York State Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I'm also the first deputy defender at the Erie County Assigned Counsel Program. First, thank you very much for your commitment to justice and fairness in not repealing our hard-won discovery reforms. It was quite a battle last year, but I think justice prevailed. It shows that when we work together, the best outcomes are achieved, and a generation of New Yorkers will reap the benefits of those laws. Second, there are no raise the age changes in the governor's budget, and we thank her for that. We will respectfully request that it remain that way. Please do not add any additional changes to RTA. It's too important an issue to be discussed during these talks. However, we would ask that you please consider funding the Youth Justice Innovation Fund. This is a $50 million fund to be administered by DCJS, available to community organizations to best positioned to serve adolescents and at-risk young adults who are at risk of criminal legal system involvement. This funding will assist in realizing the promise of RTA and providing the services needed to both promote successful outcomes and reduce recidivism. Third, we have an indigent defense funding crisis brewing. Public defenders are not paid on parity with their DA counterparts in many parts of the state. Recruitment and retention have always been an issue and are even more so now. Family court funding for both institutional providers and 18B assigned counsel are nowhere near what is required to meet the needs of our clients. You heard Patricia Worth testify earlier today on the need for $50 million this year, running up to $150 million ultimately to solve this problem. The 2023 18B assigned counsel rates, something near and dear to my heart, are already showing signs of lagging behind cost of living increases due to inflationary pressure and a 5.7 increase in the CPI since 2023. The federal government's recognized this and have installed a COLA increase, which sees the federal CJA rates at $177 this year, and there's no reason why their state counterparts should be paid less. New York State public loan forgiveness through HESC-DALF is nowhere near the levels needed for proper recruitment and retention of both PDs and prosecutors, and the current programs do not extend to assigned counsel programs. We need to remedy this. Please consider legislation that requires parity between DAs and PDs. Please consider ILS funding of the $50 million up to $150 million that ILS is asking for. Please install a COLA key to CPI or simply adopt the federal rate so that states can plan for cost certain increases into the future, and we don't have to keep coming to you and asking you for this funding every single year. Please pass the HESC-DALF bill, allowing for $8,000 a year for 8 years for public defenders and DAs to help with retention and recruitment, and please extend HESC-DALF to 18B. Also, please, no sweep out of the ILS fund, as mentioned by Patricia Worth. Finally, we will be coming hard against the governor's proposal on the grand jury amendments. Trading fairness and expediency for justice is not the way to go. Thank you.
No, you had it. There we go. Good afternoon, and thank you all the members as we enter hour 8 of this hearing. Really appreciate all of you remaining. My name is Stan Herman, and I'm the Executive Director of NYCDS. I am here in my capacity as President of the Chief Defenders Association of New York. Annually, our members of our association provide legal representation throughout New York State to 400,000 New Yorkers in our criminal, appellate, and family courts. Beyond our written submission, I want to spend my limited time to focus on 3 critical pieces of legislation. First, CDANI encourages the legislature to pass New York for All. The Governor's Sensitive Location Protection Act simply does not go far enough in protecting non-citizen New Yorkers. Earlier this morning, we heard Judge Zayas speak about the success that the Protect Our Courts Act has afforded non-citizen clients who access our courts on a daily basis. Thus far, the act has been critical in curbing ICE activity in our courts, and New York for All would extend that sort of protection far beyond our courthouses. Second piece of legislation is the Treatment Court Expansion Act. Many members asked Judge Zayas this morning about diversion courts, and in particular, mental health courts. While many localities have made admirable attempts to create their own ad hoc mental health courts without state guidance, these programs are fragmented, underfunded, underutilized, and access is inequitable across the state. TCEA will fill this void in the same way that the 2009 Drug Law Reform Act created a path for drug treatment courts throughout New York State. As we heard earlier today, everyone agrees that we have a mental health crisis in our state, and too many of the persons that end up in the criminal legal system are suffering from mental illness. The Data Collaborative of Justice from John Jay College found that 68% of those persons on Rikers Island are suffering from a mental diagnosis, while 22%, 1 in 5, are suffering from a serious mental health illness. We need TCEA so more individuals are receiving the help they desperately need. Lastly, and this is so critical for both prosecutors and defense attorneys and public defenders, we are asking for a small but incredibly important budget increase related to health staff. New York State's Loan Repayment Assistance Program, where both DAs and public defenders are eligible. We are also asking that pending legislation be passed, which would increase both the amount of support our staff can receive annually, as well as the timeline for which they are eligible. You are all aware that Washington, D.C. has made significant and harmful changes to loan repayment assistance, and the caps on federal student loan borrowing become effective July 1st of this year. The governor's $2.43 million is simply not enough money, and we are asking for an additional $4 million to help both prosecution and defender offices with our recruitment of law graduates, as well as our retention of attorneys in our offices. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Bryant.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow and the other senators and assembly members who have made it through to almost 5 o'clock. And thank you to your hardworking staff that are working on the budget every day. I'm Susan Bryant. I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Defenders Association. First, I want to thank you for your support of the fiscal year 26 budget appropriations for the New York State Defenders Association. Our written testimony sets out our positions on parts of the governor's proposed budget that impact public defense and clients that the defenders represent in criminal and family court and parole proceedings. I have 6 points, and I also direct you to our chart in our budget testimony that summarizes all of these. Our staff is honored to serve public defenders and elevate public defense representation. We're asking the legislature to restore our Public Defense Backup Center funding to $3,130,000. Without it, we will be unable to provide defenders with critical legal supports that they need and that clients are entitled to and deserve. That includes training, our Discovery and Forensic Support Unit, our Public Defense Case Management System, our work on recruitment and retention, and our legal hotline. Second, I ask you to add $400,000 for the Backup Center so that we can provide critical immigration legal support to public defenders. We need to have in-house attorney staff who know about these issues and can provide rapid legal advice when attorneys call, when clients are in situations that include, whether they should show up to court and whether they're going to be protected or brought into ICE custody. Third, I ask you to restore the $720,000 for our Veterans Defense Program. This is not part of the governor's budget, and it's been an 11-year program that has been successful in helping veterans and active duty military and their family over that time period. Fourth, add $25 million to the family defense. I know that ILS Patricia Worth was saying 25 million, but they really asked for 50, and that's what we really need. So 50 million, and omit the sweep. We cannot have a sweep of the Indigent Legal Services Fund. We've been fighting that for years. Next, add $6 million for the Indigent Parolee Program. This program gets very little attention, and it deserves a lot more. It needs more than the $600,000 in funding. It's to provide representation to people in parole proceedings around the state, and that is a state function and should be funded by the state and not borne by the counties. And finally, I ask you to adopt the Youth Justice Innovation Fund and provide the $50 million for services to our young people from community-based organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and Assembly members and senators who are here listening to us today. My name is Monice Barbero, and I'm the CEO of the Legal Project here in Albany. I'm a board member of the New York Legal Services Coalition, testifying today on behalf of the coalition in place of my colleague Sal Curran. The coalition represents more than 50 civil legal services and legal aid organizations across the state. Our members range from large multi-county and statewide organizations to neighborhood-based legal services and pro bono programs that reach every region and every county of New York State. Our member organizations serve low-income New Yorkers who would otherwise have no access to legal representation. These are working families, seniors, people with disabilities, immigrants, domestic violence survivors, and children whose legal problems directly affect the essentials of life, including housing stability, income, safety, healthcare, and family integrity. Our members prevent evictions and foreclosures, secure public benefits, protect survivors of violence, keep families together, and ensure that New Yorkers can access justice regardless of income. As Kristen covered earlier, the interest on lawyers' account and JCLS funding are core funding for civil legal services. We are asking the governor to restore full appropriation for IOLA, which are not taxpayer dollars in her 30-day amendments. If they are not, we ask the legislature to ensure full appropriation is included in your one houses and the final budget. We are 2 years into a 5-year contract, and if the funds are not restored, there will be cuts to programs, layoffs, reductions in services in every district across the state at a time when the need for civil legal representation is more critical than ever. As for JCLS, we are grateful to OCA for the proposed increase in JCLS funding as a step to help close the justice gap in New York State, and we ask the legislature to accept the budget as proposed. We see challenges in funding and hiring every day, and we face the same issues around pay parity and paying our attorneys so much less than comparable state and city and town attorneys. Immigration or deportation are legal processes, especially given what is happening with federal officers. It is critical that immigrant New Yorkers have access to a lawyer to ensure the rule of law is followed. Civil legal services providers serve immigrant New Yorkers through a number of funding sources, but we want to highlight the ask for $175 million for the Care for Immigrant Families. We are grateful to the legislature's work to address New York's broken nonprofit contracting processes, budget hearings about how the legislature and the state spends money, but current delays and inconsistencies are making it difficult for nonprofits to do the work being asked of them. We ask the legislature continue its work to address this so we could continue to serve your constituents and communities.
And our first senator will be Senator Myrie. Sorry. The first senator will be Senator Myrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. Thank you for your patience and waiting all day. Your advocacy on student loans is well received. As someone who watches those funds leave my account every month, I empathize deeply with us trying to ensure that we're providing as much assistance as possible. This is for the entire panel, and anyone can feel free to jump in. Your opposition to the grand jury proceeding changes. Is it
am I understanding correctly that your main criticism, and I read some of the testimony, your main criticism and opposition is with the video testimony portion of this and not necessarily the business record admission? Because I'm trying to, the latter seems like it makes sense to me. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
So, yep. So, Senator, thank you. Yes, I would say that's probably accurate. The grand jury process is a sacrosanct piece of jurisprudence. Okay, so anything that detracts from having in-person testimony of witnesses before the grand jury who are making decisions about people's lives, sending these cases to trial, it's important that the grand jurors can see these people in person. They can see that they're not reading from anything. They can see their facial expressions and make determinations as to whether or not cases move on to trial. We understand that there are a lot of states that allow videotape testimony, or sorry, remote testimony on business records. And New York State might be a bit of an outlier, but we have a very long history of having in-person witnesses testify, even on business records. And I think if you're trading justice for efficiency, I don't think that's ever a good balance. For substantive witnesses, you must have those in person. Simply, allowing this 100-mile limit, somebody can just simply get in a car and drive 100 miles away and say, hey, I'm 100 miles away, I can't be there in person. I know it's sort of being bandied about for a specific purpose in a specific jurisdiction by a specific DA. I think that DA needs to prove that there's some sort of other weighty issue that is impacting this, which again, we don't believe that there is given the weight of the grand jury process. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to?
I concur.
Okay, everyone concurs. Okay, great. With my 45 seconds, as I understand it, at least the argument being made in favor was saving of taxpayer dollars to fly people in from California, let's say, to merely attest to normal business practices of a record, that you believe that the price that we pay for that efficiency is too high.
Our position is yes, it would be too high.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Dinowitz.
Well, I will be brief. First of all, thank you all for everything you do, and I just wanted to say, IOLA, 25 million, we have to restore it. It should be where it was. We should not be taking money away from that important function.
Just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. First, I had a question for New York Legal Services Coalition. You urged in your testimony a major increase in funding to support housing stability and prevent evictions, including an increase in homeowner protection programs, increased funding for HAVP, funding for eviction protection prevention. What would you foresee as a potential public protection or public safety impact if we fail to provide the resources that you've identified as necessary in that area?
You can take that if you want.
I mean, we've heard throughout the day how critical it is for people to be able to stay in their homes, for kids to be able to go to school in their home district. So if we're preventing home loss, if we're preventing eviction, if we're keeping people's finances stable, that is a fundamental public safety issue. And so, when we end up with people who are homeless, there is a corresponding potential increase in crime. So I think there's a pretty straight line, and I appreciate the question.
Yeah, absolutely. It's apparent to me as well, but the connection between housing and public safety is not always elucidated. So I appreciate you explaining it. For for Kevin, you mentioned Raise the Age and the Youth Justice Opportunities Act or Fund in your testimony. Can you elaborate further for us on why it's not necessary or helpful to make changes to the provisions of Raise the Age and why establishing the Youth Justice Fund is necessary?
So since the advent of Raise the Age, we've seen abundant benefits. I mean, we're not seeing substantial increases in crime. We're seeing youth not sallied with criminal histories that impact their future. And a lot of collateral consequences are eliminated because, they're not going to criminal court, they're going to family court. And these things are relatively, they're sealed for most often. What we are seeing is that the funding isn't there to fully realize things. So this fund would go a long way to giving community organizations the tools that they need to, as these youth come out of family court or while they're still in family court, impacting them in a positive way. Without funding, you can keep people out of the criminal legal system, you can put them in family court, and you keep their records clean. But if you're not solving the problems that got them there in the first place, what are we really doing? So that money would go a long way to helping that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Walker? You pass? Assemblywoman Romero?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't on the list, but it's great to see, as a former public defender, it's great to see a panel of defense attorneys or people that care about the defense work. It was already mentioned, the change about grand jury. I share that concern as well, and it's thank you for taking a bit of your time to explain that. I know Susan mentioned the Raise the Age funds, and someone else might have also kind of hinted on that. Do you want to talk more about the community-based organizations in your districts that are doing great work, and kind of how that funding stream would be helping it more, and or the challenges maybe in some of the districts that the Youth Justice Innovation Fund would fix?
Sure, thank you for that question. I think that locally, there are community-based organizations all around the state that are really trusted by young people, and if they were given funding to realize their supports, that would be, and directly through DCJS rather than having to go through county plans, it's extraordinarily important. We need to streamline the process because the money's not going out, and the money needs to go out. And there's a program here in Albany, We Are Revolutionary, that does incredible work with young people. I roam the halls with them and meet with legislators, and these young people are empowered to speak their minds. And that kind of program needs the funding. And I can't even imagine what the barriers are within Albany County, for instance, to get into the plan and then have it go to DCJS. I think a direct pay is most important.
Is there anyone else that can speak to the challenges in your district on funding streams or Raise the Age stuff? It's okay if you're not. It's
I mean, just on the issue of the difficulties in getting the money out is
Right.
very real. We get money through Aid to Defense and Aid to Discovery, and it has been like quite a challenge to get that money out. We're often an entire fiscal year behind when the appropriation is made and when we're actually seeing the money.
Right.
So just getting the money out is absolutely crucial.
Right, because of the
think,
reimbursement.
I think the other issue is New York City is not eligible for any of the $250 million. And how that could possibly be, obviously it was a political fight at the time to exclude New York City, or that's my impression of it. It absolutely cannot stand. And this Youth Justice Innovation Fund would allow it to be opened up to not only the counties outside of New York City, but New York City as well.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Senator Palumbo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you folks. Thanks for waiting.
Hello.
So I actually have a question on the grand jury aspects as well. So 4518, the business record, did you have an issue with that as well? And I know you don't want to start down that slippery slope, but having done many years ago, I'm a little rusty, but 4518 and medical records come in with a certification. At trial, it's about 5 questions for a business record, right? Contemporaneous markings, all the other stuff. So it's really a simple thing. So that one, I think we can, I'm sure you didn't seem like you were totally resistant to that, but the other aspect of it, maybe you can answer them both and do it in one answer. I'll just ask kind of a compound question. Maybe would you be amenable to maybe like a good cause exception for video testimony, and maybe they outline it, because the minutes, of course, will be reviewed after the indictment. They still would have to be produced at trial because, I mean, in a burglary, you know, you do a confession affidavit, it's done, and a charge, you know, like you don't need bodies in the grand jury particularly. And I understand your concerns. I have them as well, having practiced on both sides. But what comments do you or anyone else have in that regard? Just making an exception for really rare circumstances. It's post-COVID. We have, you know, we do it all the time, Zooms and Teams meetings. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's no problem at all. Thank you very much for the question, Senator. On the business records, I know you say it's easy. Taking a case that you put in the grand jury that you're indicting somebody on a felony charge that might impact the rest of their life, I think if I'm a grand juror, no matter how ministerial the activity is, I'm going to want to see that witness come in. I'm going to want to see them point to the records. I'm going to want to see them say, those are the business records from my organization that will go to indict this person. I know, again, we're an outlier. And again, I don't want to get into horse trading, but if, you know, that provision is probably less problematic than the other one. Good cause exceptions for substantive witnesses, no. The grand jurors need to hear, especially on cases that are of a serious nature or felony nature, which is required, again, to proceed to felony trials, robberies, rapes, homicides. Well, not necessarily homicides, but robberies and rapes and
Yeah, the
burglaries
ME's
and those
report
things.
comes in anyway.
Certainly, it's
190,
difficult.
right?
But the bottom line is having those people testify by video, by Zoom. Again, it's very difficult. It's one of the reasons why we don't, you know, allow witness testimony by video. You want to be able to see those people. You want to be able to see their faces, see their expressions.
Totally get it. And that's a lot of times why they leave, of course, jury verdicts or a finder of facts verdict to themselves. But there's no cross-examination in the grand jury, and I think many
I
of our
completely
viewers may know
understand that, but the grand
the
jurors,
five people who are watching don't really get
the grand jurors have an opportunity to ask questions, and oftentimes they do. I mean, we just saw a federal grand jury not indict 6 sitting legislators. Having those people sitting in there, seeing those witnesses in person, I think does a lot. It does a lot more than seeing them in virtual.
And they could do that though with the teams, which would be interactive as well. But I get it, and I do appreciate your comments.
Thank
for
you,
sure.
Senator.
For sure. Thank you.
Teamwork. I am convinced that there's something with my fingertips in this microphone. Thank you. So I just had a couple of quick questions with respect to funding for discovery reform. In the budget, there is a continuation of $45 million for various different groups, but of course, including for defenders. You mentioned that there are some challenges receiving those funding. What are some of those challenges? And have you received anything to date?
So we are starting year 3 of the appropriation in January. The money that was appropriated in last year's budget, right? I know it was late, but let's call it May 1st. No one in New York State has received the award letters, and we're now into February. And so what this is creating is that organizations like mine, like the not-for-profits in particular, we're being asked to lay out the money that we don't have ahead of time, and we're not getting those reimbursements until 8, 9, 10 months after the fact. It's creating cash flow problems, and, you know, getting award letters, you know, over a year after this legislative body passed the budget is just unacceptable.
And we're having similar issues. We're again in year 3 of this. We've received 1 round of funding. We do have money in house, and we have started the process of setting up a discovery apparatus inside our office, but not having any certainty about when the next round of funding is going to come. You know, Stan mentions that we do have cash flow issues. We are not-for-profits. Taking out lines of credit, paying huge interest charges, or going to our counties and asking for, you know, no interest or low interest loans isn't always the desired quantity.
And well, that's terrible because pretty much it was such an emphasis on making these changes, and many of those things were sort of necessary in order to implement many of the changes, was the fact that this funding source was available. Did you request any funding as it relates to the implementation of the discovery laws and changes?
Just the money that's been appropriated. And again, you know, we you know, DCJS, I think, is trying to do the best job they can. But with the amount of money and the amount of contracts that are being provided throughout the state, it's a slow trickle. So if anything we can do to speed that up, speed up the administration, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
you have any other senators?
Then we'll call on Assembly.
So I just wanted to thank you for support of the Heskdorf bill, which is mine, and also to just agree with you wholeheartedly about sweeping from Iola. It really is. It's not the state's money, and it shouldn't be swept. So thank you for raising that issue, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't want to use up time, but I think we all have the same view about Iola, and it's not hers to take, just letting you know.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next panel is panel D, the New York State Correctional Officers and Police Benevolent Association, New York State Police Investigators Association, Firefighters Association of the State of New York, District Attorneys Association of the State of New York. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. And let's just go down in the order you're on the agenda. So starting with Correctional Officers and Police Benevolent Association, followed by Police Investigators, followed by Firefighters Association, followed by District Attorneys Association. And there is a different spokesperson for the District Attorneys Association. It was going to be Mary Pat Donnelly, but I believe, is this Mary Pat? Oh, I'm sorry. I was told you were going to be replaced by Morgan Bitton, but never mind. We'll stick with who was actually going to be here. Okay, so New York State Correctional Association and Police Benevolent Association. It's a long name. Hi.
Hi, thank you for letting me testify today. My written testimony has been submitted. I am not going to read off of that. Last year, I sat in front of this panel and let you know what my members were going through and that they were at the breaking point with the hours that they've worked 24-hour shifts, 5 days a week. And unfortunately, there was a unsanctioned strike after that because they felt like there was nobody listening. I came up to the halls here and talked. I went to the governor's office. I went to the department. They lost faith in everybody, in the legislators, in the governor's office, in the department. They even lost faith in me because they didn't think anything would change. They didn't think I was giving you the information to show what was happening. Like I said, it was unsanctioned. Try to get them back to work. We're at breaking point again. There is no work-life balance. They were never home. They don't get to see their families. There are 12-hour shifts that turn into 16 to 24 hours, or 20, 22 hours. They also go into the community. They're the ones that go and teach your kids Little League. They work in the soup kitchens, volunteer firefighters. They can't even go into the community and support that. Staffing is horrible. We need to get more help. We're asking for you guys to help with staffing, pass a law that would help help them come in and take this job and communicate with us when you guys change laws. Nobody wants to talk to NYSCOBA, and I challenge you to go to the jails and talk to the frontline staff. Those are the people that actually have to work every day and do those jobs. They can tell you what would be the proper tools to use. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Next, New York State Police Investigators Association.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the New York State Senate and Assembly. My name is Kurt Labuda. I'm a senior investigator with the New York State Police, and I currently am the president of the New York State Police Investigators Association. I represent 1,300 men and women of the New York State Police, and as I said in my testimony, I believe we are one of the more premier law enforcement agencies in the country. The process to become a New York State trooper is very vigorous and extensive, and it's even harder to become a New York State Police investigator. My investigators are some of the most highly trained, professional, and capable law enforcement officers in all country. They investigate some of the most heinous and complex crimes that you could think of. BCI, being a BCI member of the New York State Police, is constantly learning. You know, due to criminals, their advancement in technology, their advancement in using AI, and foreign actors, it's important that we continue to get the funding for equipment, training, labs, and improved technology. With the decline in the public's trust in law enforcement over the last several years, recruitment has become a real issue with the state police. Also, with the pension restrictions placed on Tier 5 and 6 legislation and discovery laws has seriously impacted the recruitment of New York State Police in all law enforcement. There's also been severe retention issues. The average age or the average time on has dropped from 26 to almost 22 years. That's almost a 4-year gap in experience with the state police. So with that, you know, the governor's commitment to combat organized crime, auto fraud, 3D printed firearms, the expansion of criminal analysis centers and crime labs, in addition to AI legislation, plus the red flag cases going up and retail theft details. This has substantially increased our workload. It's causing us to be overworked and understaffed. We are currently short about 140 investigators in the state police. So with that, I really would encourage the legislators to continue to support the New York State Police Academy and recruitment. We need more troopers to be able to actually replenish the investigators that we're losing. I also encourage the governor and legislators to make necessary steps to change the Tier 5 and 6 laws. The employee contribution needs to be decreased from 6%, and we also need to increase the 15% cap on overtime. Also, I really encourage legislators to continue to fund the mental and physical wellness programs. We need to work on legislation that supports longevity and security of senior members of the New York State Police. I want to thank you for the time, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Firefighters Association of the State of New York, John D'Alessandro.
Good evening. My name is John D'Alessandro, and I have the honor of serving as the Association Secretary for the Firefighters Association of the State of New York. Volunteer firefighters provide more than 90% of the fire and emergency response in the Empire State, including the 8 volunteer fire departments in the city of New York. Unfortunately, one of the greatest challenges the volunteer fire service faces is the declining number of people who commit to being part of it. In the early 2000s, there were approximately 120,000 volunteers. Today, the number is down to 80,000. The shortage of volunteers has not reached a crisis level, but we are moving closer to that point every year. FASNY's efforts have stopped the bleeding of volunteers. Unfortunately, this stopgap approach will inevitably begin to lose ground. That is why the association developed the Volunteer Optimization Legislative Initiative, or VOLLI. VOLLI is a collection of 14 independent legislative initiatives that directly address the impediments to volunteering. I want to highlight 3 of the recommendations that will create immediate impacts. First is a meaningful increase to the state income tax credit that volunteer firefighters can claim under tax law section 606. Since its inception 22 years ago, the $200 income tax credit has not increased. In this economy, a $200 income tax credit is neither a recruitment nor a retention incentive. As a result, we would like to see the base tax credit for all volunteers increased to $800 and a performance-based structure for active volunteers to earn additional credits. Second, tax law section 606 unnecessarily restricts a volunteer to claiming either the income tax credit or the partial real property tax credit under real property tax law. This arbitrary limitation makes no sense, as one benefit is provided by the state and the other is provided as an option of local governments. Third, the partial real property tax exemption under real property tax law should be expanded to allow all jurisdictions to exempt up to 100% of the property taxes of volunteer fire and EMS personnel. This would relieve the affordability challenges facing many volunteers. Public safety is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Volunteer firefighters save New York taxpayers over $4 billion a year in salaries and benefits alone. Every volunteer who puts on turnout gear is making an investment in their community. This budget is your opportunity to invest in them. We ask you, our partners in this fight, to support our recommendations to make New York a safer place for all its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? From the District Attorneys Association, Mary Pat Donnelly.
Good evening. I'm the Rensselaer County District Attorney, and I'm also the current president of the DA's Association of the State of New York. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I just want to touch on Discovery. Last year, we came up with some common sense amendments to Discovery, and I want to say they've been very helpful as applied in our practice. We continue to spend a great deal of money complying with the Discovery statute, and just to reiterate what I've been saying for the last few years, retrieving, preparing, redacting, and sharing all of the digital evidence and other evidence, including body camera, is certainly an expense. Not only does it cost us money in terms of storage, but we also have to have actual manpower, because sometimes when that material comes in, despite the availability of certain digital platforms, which cost money, we have to have actual people to review to make sure that anything that gets turned over is appropriately redacted. So again, this is causing increases in staffing throughout the state, and that money is being put to good use. So I would urge you to please continue the funding in the Discovery Grant, which we find to be very helpful, helping us comply with our obligations under 245. Raise the age. Throughout the day I've been listening. I know that we've been clear that it is not a topic that's going to be addressed in the budget, but I would just like to use this time to tell you that from our perspective as prosecutors, we think there is room to improve this statute. I think a discussion is necessary. I'd really like to help those who are opposed to a discussion understand that we do support the heart of the statute. We do support young people being given a second chance, and sometimes even more than a second chance. But I think there's a lot to discuss. So what we're asking for today is the consideration to have a public hearing so that we can put forth the stories that we're telling, and then we can talk to those who do not want a change made to RTA to be able to tell us what it is that we might need to be doing differently. We know that funding is a huge part of it. And I can speak from my county. When I first became the DA 8 years ago, I was told there's money coming down, we have to submit a plan. That's what I was told by my budget director. COVID hit, lots of things happened, and I checked up on it a few years later, and they said, oh yeah, we're getting that money. It's going almost 100% to detention and a little bit to probation. So I'm not familiar with any type of rehabilitative effort being made in my county. So I think that's something that we can discuss, and I think you would find that most DAs are open to discussing that. With the few moments I have left, I just wanted to touch on drugged driving. As you may know, we cannot prosecute a drug driver if they are under the influence of a substance that does not appear in the public health law. With the constant innovation of drug dealers from around the world, we are seeing changes in analogs where certain drugs do not fit the schedule. You know, someone may purchase what they think is cocaine, but something is tweaked in the chemistry of that. They are pulled over under the influence of that. We cannot prosecute them unless we can name that substance. And if the substance is a new drug and it is something that has been tweaked by someone in another country, Mexico or China, we may never be able to prosecute them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel for your service and for your patience in testifying today. DA Donnelly, thank you for your remarks, and I too welcome a public discussion around Raise the Age. I am happy that we are not having that in this moment, but to take you at your word that we can have that at a future time. I'm hoping, you know, I'm sure you've heard throughout the entire day, we've been talking about the federal government, what the implications are. And I'm wondering if you or DASNY have any comments on what potential immigration impacts for prosecutor offices given what we have seen from the federal government over the past year and a half and in prior years.
Yeah, I mean, speaking personally from my office, I have not really seen much of an impact. The times that we have had to deal with ICE, we have been able to kind of work it out with them. Occasionally we've had a violent criminal and we've found out that they're here and undocumented. And they would be interested in their end of the bargain, which would be deportation. We're interested in justice for our victim. For example, we had an elderly woman attacked at church in my community recently, and we found out that he was undocumented and wanted by ICE, and they allowed us to deal with our case first, and I felt that it was handled appropriately. I have not had any issues where a witness, for example, or an innocent person was subject to any type of removal.
Just use your outside voice.
Yeah, you have one just to the left of you. Maybe that one will work better. Oh, it's your finger. Thank you.
Yeah. It discriminates against, long nails, maybe. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I did have sort of two questions. Maybe one is a suggestion for particularly the District Attorneys Association. In many instances, as it relates to people who are undocumented who appear before the criminal justice system, if there is for instance, a plea allocution, the judge will always advise the individual of the potential immigration and deportation consequences of whatever the outcome of their cases are. There are also many district attorneys' offices, particularly in Kings County, that will have an immigration officer within their offices. Is that something that is or can happen in many other district attorneys' offices around the state of New York, or how prevalent is that?
Well, the disparity between the size of an office in Kings County versus, say, my office, which is 14 attorneys, it probably wouldn't be practical to have one on staff in the DA's office. But I can say that before I was the district attorney, I was a judge in a town in my county, and we would always clarify someone's status before we took a plea from them. We would often adjourn cases for a very, very long time to make sure that they had an opportunity to consult with an immigration attorney before they entered into any type of a plea bargain. And I can tell you unequivocally, none of those adjournments ever resulted in anybody from immigration coming to take the person. So we were always very, very careful about that. I certainly always would support anything that's going to help make people aware of their rights and the laws that surround them here in New York State. So I would have no opposition to something like that. I just don't know how practical it would be, considering there's 62 counties, and some of them as small as mine probably wouldn't have as much of a need for that as perhaps Kings or Queens County would.
Well, perhaps there could be as well something that the association does in order to sort of support efforts regarding what I would like to call, and I didn't come up with this, crimmigration. Because a lot of the deportation that we're seeing, there's an underlying, usually state court case that has prompted the deportation trigger. So lastly, I just want to come back to discovery. $45 million also went to district attorneys' offices. And so just was wondering what the circumstances has been around some of those discovery funds and challenges on receiving them.
Sure, there have been challenges for some counties. I can tell you that. The money has gone to the county, not directly to the DA's office, even though that's the intent. And in some cases, we have seen counties using that money to pay other expenses within a DA's office, basically saying, you're running now with what you need, and we're going to take this money to help fund new prosecutors, things that you would have had anyway. In my county in particular, I have not had trouble accessing those funds, and we have used them for Axon services, which help us process our body camera. We've added 4 new positions of administrative support, not attorneys, that actually process the digital evidence that comes in. And we've also had to purchase storage. In 2024, we had to buy an entirely new server for our office, and I'm being told that's close to full. So they're being put to very good use.
Awesome, thank you. I know. Thank you for your liberties, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Chris, Mr. Summers. Earlier this morning, I spoke with Commissioner Marticello during his testimony regarding the National Guard who are still, even a year, almost a year after the work action, they are still in docks facilities. Of course, hundreds of millions of dollars in this fiscal year budget is allocated to keeping the National Guard in facilities. The question that I asked him was for his take or response to reports that I've heard from staff, including not exclusively NYSCOBA members, but including NYSCOBA members at facilities who are unhappy, not necessarily with the presence of National Guard service members in the facilities, but that they're not efficiently being used, I guess you could say. I'm curious if you have thoughts about that, what you've heard from members.
I've heard the same thing, and we've been pushing that with the department, and I've even written letters to the governor to have the National Guard used properly to help relieve staff so they have a work-life balance.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Assembly.
Assembly Member Palisano.
Yes, so first to the four of you, I just wanted to say thank you for what you and your members do for us around the state. You all help protect our communities, protect the public in different ways, and I just want to say thank you to you. My question is for Mr. Summers. I know this past year has been a really tough time for you and your members with everything that's happened. Earlier today, when I was questioning the commissioner, two things that were lacking in the governor's budget. We know the governor has priorities. One is the HALT reforms that were negotiated with yourself and the other unions and docks for significant HALT reforms, and also the death gamble, which I know we passed a number of times. The governor's vetoed. It's been passed unanimously. What would those two things, if we get the HALT reform language in the governor's 30-day amendments to negotiate and the death gamble, what would that mean to the morale of your members and recruitment efforts and especially retention efforts? How would that help?
That would be a great start. It would show that you guys are listening for the revisions of HALT. We're not asking for a repeal. We just want to make it safer inside the jails for not only staff, but for the incarcerated also. And for the death gamble bill, that would definitely help people, probably persuade them to stay a little longer. And if you don't know what the death gamble bill is the day after 25 years, if you pass away, your family doesn't get your retirement. So if they pass this law, your family would get your retirement any days after 25 years.
Yeah, you have to retire to get the retirement. You would not, even though it's secured with the years you have,
Correct.
you lose it. So
Yes.
And President Summers, I know when I went to visit the CEOs working who were during the work protest, the message was the same: safety and quality of life. It wasn't about pay. And obviously this HALT reform would help a little bit, but the quality of life, like you said, not seeing your kids, not being able to go to those dance recitals. What are you seeing in the double overtime? What are you seeing? Are you seeing anything, any improvements, or about the ability to take time off or vacation time, or is that time still getting taken away from your members like it was last year?
That's being taken away from my members. They don't have any vacations, no personal time. If they call in sick, they have to have a doctor's note. If not, they get docked 1 day's pay. They're not having any time home. My members are not robots. They need time. They need to recharge. They need to go spend time with their family.
And it'd be nice if they have with the Guard there, they would help you be able to do those things. So maybe they can look at using the National Guard more effectively, as my colleague was mentioning, to provide that respite that your members need, so they have some time off, so they can see their daughter's recital or their son's baseball games or soccer games or whatever it may be. Correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Palumbo. No, excuse me, Senator Rollison.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. To District Attorney Donnelly, earlier in the fall, we held a crime victims forum down at Suffolk County Community College, myself, Senator Murray, Senator Rhodes, Senator Matera. And the district attorney of Suffolk County was there, Ray Tierney, and also the chief district attorney of Nassau County was present. And we talked a bit about Raise the Age, and their concerns were, of course, they have concerns with Raise the Age. And one of the things is that they had said is that individuals are using juveniles to commit violent crimes, especially with guns, because they know that they'll be going to the family court system and their hands are sort of clean of this because they're not actually pulling the trigger. NYPD came out not that long ago and said that 1 out of 5 gun violence incidents in the 5 boroughs were committed by individuals under the age of 18. So when we talk about what is not happening with funding that's going to the counties quick enough or not being drawn down by the county, certainly something we have to follow up on. But also, I think, and Senator Myrie, I share your enthusiasm for having a public hearing on Raise the Age to come up with some common sense solutions without talking about repealing. We're talking about making it better and keeping the community safer. So that's something certainly I would love to be part of as the ranker on crime, victims, crime, and correction. So thank you for that. Also agree with you on the drunk driving statutes and the issues there as well. To President Summers, recently had a meeting with your team and also the law enforcement side of NYSCOBA, which is experiencing the same issues in our state psychiatric facilities, forensic centers with staffing, and liking it to where they were, or you were with your team not that long ago, that they don't have the staffing and they're working forced overtime. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
The law enforcement side is having the same issues with getting people to take the job. It's the work-life balance again. There's no vacation time. If things were to start to change, and what everybody forgets is the members that are working, they're the guys that actually go out and recruit. That's your biggest recruitment, and that has been ruined when you can't spend time with your family. You're walking into work and not knowing when you're going to leave, if it's going to be 12 hours or 16 hours or 20 hours. They're having the same issues there. And
okay, and just in the last 11 seconds to SP investigators, I'm with you. I understand. I can't keep giving you more responsibilities and doing it the way that you do it, because you do a great job, of course, within our law enforcement community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next is Senator Palumbo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 minutes. It would take at least 3 hours to talk about the things that I personally think are broken. But just quick comments, a couple quick questions. Discovery, we funded it. There were big changes that came afoot. There was a lot of resistance to that. And similar to even seeing the resistance we have with HALT. I don't get it, and I think we do need to continue to try and focus on that. With those discovery reforms, there was resistance when it's almost as if some of my colleagues wanted to trick the system into dismissing cases not on the merits, which is not really what's supposed to happen. There's victim for both sides, the victim and the defendant. There should be justice all around. Anyway, I digress. Synthetic drugs, big thing by me. DA Ray Tierney, he and I were office mates way back when. The xylazine, the mitroxyguanine, 7-OH, as they call it, it's legal. In the Kratom plant. So these are things that I'd love to hear some suggestions on the combinations, because I've heard, I was in narcotics at one point, and you have, obviously, it's got to be a scheduled drug. So you have now folks I could sell. The 7-OH apparently is more potent, 13 to 50 times more potent than morphine and more addicting than heroin. You can buy it. And the therapeutic dose, so speaking to a doctor about this, is 5 milligrams per dose. You can buy 45s at the store right now. I can find a place and grab that stuff, and it's highly, highly addicting. So do you have any suggestions, maybe a combination of drugs? So when you have a synthetic that is of concern, if there's a certain amount of a particular substance, is what we've been kind of thinking about would be a good remedy, because people are cooking them in their garage, and if it's just a slightly different recipe, it's perfectly legal, and all those sale cases go away.
Right. So I think what we're looking for is to be able to have an approach like a common law DWI, where you can establish that someone is impaired, because you can't say that a certain amount in one person's blood, because you can build up a tolerance, and we don't have that empirical data because there's so many different iterations of it. So I think what they're focusing on is allowing us to just prove that the person is impaired by a drug and not what particular drug.
Got it. And that's particularly on the DWI, on the driving liability impaired by drugs. Got it. And I guess my concern too is on the possession and sale aspects of it.
Gotcha.
That's probably a bigger fish to fry, but we'll continue to talk about this. I just thank you all for what you folks do. You're doing God's work. Hang in there.
Thank you very much. And we would like to thank you all for being here with us this evening. Appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry. The assembly thought they were done.
No, we would.
Excuse me. Oh, wait, there was a rumor you had to
Yeah,
rush to something.
I know. I promised
You
to leave.
came back.
I got some great news involving my son, which I'm eager to get home, but I did have to stay for this panel, and I'll be.
Be my guest, Senator DeLon.
No, that's the
Assembly
other-
Member
that's-
DeLon.
That's your former colleague. But the great news involves him too. So I just want to respond to Mr. Summers. I appreciate your testimony. We heard what your members go through, but we do have to put last year in context. You know, last year you were sitting at that table a year ago, basically condemning the actions of some of your former members because 2 individuals got murdered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you stand by that condemnation today?
I still do.
Okay, so then even if there is a conversation involving what happens to your members, if you put yourself in our shoes as a legislature, last year was the culmination for my constituents for things that they knew happened inside of prisons but could never prove. Last year was the first time that it could be proven because it happened on video. And there were systemic things that we had to address, I believe, first before we addressed anything else last year. So it's not like we do not hear what your members go through, and it's not that we are unsympathetic of labor. I'm pro-labor, and in my mind, being pro-labor includes all labor, whether you're uniform or non-uniform. But what happened last year was incredibly troubling to me and to a lot of members on this committee, and to the panel, and to the caucus in particular. And in dealing with that was very, 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 very tough. And then to see the response be, and I'm not saying they're related, but you could maybe imply, if you didn't know any better, the response would be, well, we're going on strike because nobody's listening. And that may be the case that they were unrelated. I'll give the benefit of the doubt, right? I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Right? I've had great news. I don't want anything to bring my mood down or bring your mood down, but let's just spitball the facts the way maybe some of us see them. If you want to correct the facts or challenge them a little bit, I'm open to that. But I think we listened. But I think to put yourself in our shoes, we had to respond, and we had to respond based on what our communities knew for decades. And I think if we would have jumped the gun and done anything first, it would have been irresponsible on our part. So I think this is an opportunity to move forward from last year, always remembering what's happening, but to build a correction system that's safe for everybody. You have any comments to that?
Yeah, we should move forward, and I agree that we need to sit down and have open conversations. And just keep in mind, I received hundreds of phone calls from wives and kids crying that they don't see their family. Just keep that in mind, that when you don't get to see your husband or your wife, how do you have to tell them, no, we're trying to make it safer and better, but yet nothing's happening.
And I get it, but all I'm saying is that there's two sides to families crying at the end of this, and we have to deal with all of it.
And just keep in mind, they wouldn't even let them leave the facility when they're inside, when they need medicine. So
I wish we had more time. Thank you.
Gentlemen, yes,
Yep.
clearly you should follow up for yourselves. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to thank this panel for being with us today. Appreciate your work and being here. And I'm going to call up panel E, Make the Road New York, Luba Cordes, Vera Institute of Justice, Kelsey Pernick, ACLU New York, Justin Harrison, and two more. The Correctional Association of New York, Jennifer Scaife, and New Hour Long Island, Serena Martin. Okay, hello. Let's see. Have we got a fifth person coming down front? I think so.
Take your time.
Take your time. We've seen too many people fall down these stairs this year.
Too many tumbles, at least.
I know. Yeah, we've seen quite a few tumbles this year. Okay. Okay. Great. Welcome, everyone. Oops, sorry. Let's see. Which side is Make the Road? Hello. Okay, so we'll just go down and you'll introduce yourself, and then I'll say next. Okay, hi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luba Cortez. I'm the Civil Rights and Immigration Lead Organizer at Make the Road New York. Apologies, I'm under the weather. I'm here on behalf of Make the Road, but also our... Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, apologies. I'll restart.
Sorry.
My name is Luba Cortez. I'm the Civil Rights and Immigration Lead Organizer at Make the Road New York. I oversee our immigration portfolio, and I'm here on behalf of the organization and also at 29,000 members across the state. I submitted my testimony regarding Make the Road's steadfast belief that New York for All is the most robust and comprehensive legislation to protect immigrant New Yorkers across the state. And while the governor's proposal is a good or a step in the right direction, it doesn't fully cover the gaps of informal collusion that happens, such as data sharing about immigration statuses, coordination between ICE and Department of Corrections, and other informal channels of communication. Only certain sensitive areas are covered, etc., which we dive into in my testimony. But I really wanted to use this time to talk about the real life effects that collusion has, particularly the informal collusion. So Port Chester doesn't have 287G agreements, but I wanted to uplift the case that perhaps some folks here are familiar with. A 22-year-old young man was detained, stopped by Port Chester police under a ruse of tinted windows. Then it was an out-of-date registration. Then it was that his insurance was out of date, which were not true. He was on his way to church. He was then told that he would just have to get his car towed and it would be fine. Then suddenly backup was called and he was told he would be arrested. He would have to pay a small fine. He was taken to jail where he was questioned by what he described as border police agents that were asking him about his immigration status. This young person has a valid work permit that expires in April 2028. And he's also the recipient of a special immigrant juvenile status, which is a visa that young people that have survived trauma get, both which were approved. And regardless of that, he was detained. His family was lied to. They were not able to intervene, and he's currently in Louisiana, away from his family, where he has told us about his experiences in the icebox that they often, call in detention centers. He's unable to really communicate with his attorneys, unable to talk to his family, and again, he has a legal, valid work permit. He tried to say this to the agents that detained him, and they said it didn't matter, that did not excuse the fact that he was undocumented, which again is not accurate. So this is an example of, yes, 287Gs in Nassau County, for example, are harmful. The governor's proposal will end them, but in Port Chester, again, they don't have these agreements. This informal collusion is happening where the police is in conversations with ICE. They willingly aided and abetted them, and now a family has been separated. And we, again, advocate for New York for All as the most comprehensive proposal. We want New Yorkers to be protected, not just certain pieces of the puzzle, but all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from the Vera Institute. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kelsey Pernak, and I'm an advocacy manager at the Vera Institute of Justice. I will be testifying about the critical need to invest in immigration legal services in the face of violent ICE crackdowns. We must invest in legal representation to protect against unjust detention and deportation, prevent family separation, and stabilize communities targeted by aggressive enforcement. For immigration legal services, we urge the Senate and Assembly to invest $175 million in protecting the rights of immigrant New Yorkers. In her executive budget, Governor Hochul proposed the inclusion of $72.4 million for the Office of New Americans, but this is not enough. As the legislature continues to consider action to address the federal tax that are threatening immigrant New Yorkers, this is the budgetary investment that meets that need. Of the $175 million, we propose allocating $85 million to sustaining existing legal and social service programs, $50 million to deploy new emergency deportation defense and social service programs, and $40 million for capacity building and infrastructure investments. To ensure that these protections are sustainable, we strongly urge the passage of the Access to Representation Act and the Building Up Immigrant Legal Defense Act. The ARA would establish a right to counsel for people in New York immigration courts, and the BUILD Act would fund essential infrastructure to create, maintain, and expand immigration legal service programs. Paired with a $175 million investment in immigration legal services, these are the essential budgetary measures needed to help families remain together, communities stay whole, and ensure New York's economy remains strong. Separately, regarding the governor's public safety proposals, we recognize and commend the governor's response to ghost guns and the small but meaningful investments in victim services. But there is much work to do to instill true safety, accountability, and justice in our criminal justice system. I urge you to review the written testimony submitted by my Vera colleagues concerning the need to fully fund existing laws like Raise the Age to ensure they meet their potential. We also urge the passage of many bills that will increase safety in our jails and prisons for everyone, prioritize and incentivize rehabilitation, help alleviate the staffing crisis, and save significant taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have ACLU of New York.
Thank you, Senator. Good evening. I'm Justin Harrison, Senior Policy Counsel with the ACLU of New York. I manage our legislative First Amendment docket. I, too, am going to focus on the need for meaningful immigration reform, namely New York for All, as well as the various state buffer zone proposals. On New York for All, as public outrage against ICE grows, New York's leaders have recognized that this legislature cannot stand by when immigrant New Yorkers are under attack. While New York cannot legislate federal immigration policy, it can ensure that our state and local resources are not used to abet an unaccountable federal immigration system. We must not allow law enforcement or other government employees to collude with ICE, and we must not settle for half measures in lieu of comprehensive reform. The state cannot address only contractual collusion between ICE and local authorities while ignoring the many informal modes that collusion takes. And of course, any reforms must be permanent, not subject to expiration in a few years. In short, the state must pass the New York for All Act. New York for All would broadly prohibit the use of state and local resources for immigration enforcement, restrict the sharing of sensitive information with ICE, prohibit turning people in local custody over to immigration, and make non-public areas of government property off-limits to immigration authorities without a judicial warrant. It would also ban 287G agreements in New York State and address the informal collusion between ICE and local law enforcement that occurs without much government oversight. We urge this body to include New York for All in the final budget. On anti-protest buffer zones, at Part K of the PPGG, the governor proposes to create anti-demonstration buffer zones prohibiting peaceful assembly and expression within 25 feet of every house of worship and reproductive clinic in the state. A standalone bill from Senator Sutton and Assemblyman Lasher would do similarly. These proposals would violate the First Amendment for reasons we discuss in our written testimony. But beyond the offense to First Amendment principles, we caution that these bills would criminalize speech at a moment when, throughout the country, protesters are being dealt with violently and without due process. It is not the time to give law enforcement another tool to single out and punish people who express unpopular views in public. Lastly, there are roughly 7,000 places of worship in New York City alone and more than twice that many across the entire state. This law could lead to some absurd and unintended consequences in its enforcement. For example, it could prohibit the Episcopal Church from hosting and participating in pride demonstrations, which it does every year on its own premises here in Albany and in New York State.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And excuse me, I turned the page the wrong way. The Correctional Association of New York.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Jennifer Scaife. I'm the Executive Director of the Correctional Association of New York. CANY is the only organization in New York State that has authority under law to provide independent oversight of the state's prisons. And last year, Governor Hochul and the legislature took major steps to demonstrate that the status quo in New York's prisons is unacceptable. After the murder of Robert Brooks at Marcy Correctional Facility, Governor Hochul issued corrective actions that included $2 million to expand CANY's ability to carry out our oversight activities. The Senate awarded CANY an additional $1 million in the enacted budget. And then in December, the governor signed the Prison Reform Omnibus Bill, sponsored by Senator Salazar and Assemblymember DeLon, which augmented CANY's authority under law, among other important measures. We responded. We hired 10 full-time staff. We launched an intensive monitoring initiative at 6 target facilities, including Marcy and Midstate Correctional Facilities. We've established KPIs to track issues and measure change in the prison over time. We've conducted 18 prison monitoring visits and will carry out 4 more before the end of March. We've held 85 briefings with state officials to inform them about prison conditions that we're observing. We've published 15 reports and analyses of data that we've received from state agencies, and we've made numerous recommendations to docs for both short and long-term opportunities for change, several of which have been adopted. At 0.0007% of docs' budget, CANY provides outsized value and impact. However, just 1 year after CANY figured prominently in the state's response to the murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi, the proposed executive budget has discontinued its financial support. The crises in the prisons last year, which in some ways never ended, even if public outrage has subsided, these crises are symptomatic of long-standing failures and patchwork reactive reforms. Oversight cannot be a one-off response to a crisis years in the making. It is a central function of a transparent and accountable system. I urge the governor and the legislature to renew its support for CANY in this year's state budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senators? Senator Myrie? Oh, I do that. I apologize. I definitely apologize. New Home, Long Island. Oh, this was just
Good
destined
evening.
to go badly for us. I'm sure I think you're fabulous. New Hour, Long Island, Serena Martin.
Thank you so much, Senator Kruger, and we appreciate it's been a long day. My name is Serena Martin. I'm the founder and executive director of New Hour. We work with women who've been justice impacted across Long Island and also throughout New York State for their families and their children. I'm also submitting testimony on behalf of End Prison Violence, EPV, which is a statewide advocacy campaign. And while we appreciate efforts to address conditions of confinement in New York's prisons, the humanitarian crisis inside prisons, particularly for women, remains urgent. First of all, New York has still lacks to create a comprehensive, enforceable framework to protect pregnant and postpartum women in custody. Incarcerated pregnant individuals are significantly less likely to receive adequate prenatal care, and their babies face higher rates of premature birth and NICU admission. Some studies show over 45% of pregnant individuals receive no prenatal care at all. I'm joined behind me by members of New Hour, our staff, and most importantly, Mrs. Rebecca Figueroa, who's a member who gave birth before the 2009 anti-shackling law passed. She gave birth in shackles. This law has been abolished. However, there are many loopholes that still remain. A 1670 S 2667, Assemblymember Rosenthal, Senator Salazar, thank you for sponsoring a bill that would finally close the gaps on shackling, would prohibit the use of force against pregnant people in custody and expand those prohibitions on shackling. Also, the very most important bill that we're talking about today is access to breast pump. Breast pump access for women who are incarcerated is still not an automatic assumption. This bill needs to pass today. And lastly, the CARE Act would ensure that babies remain with their mothers. Some of you may know that infants are born, and there are some state facilities and some jails, including Riverhead out in Suffolk County on Long Island, where babies can remain with their mothers when they're born behind bars, up to a year in the jail and up to 19 months in state prison. The CARE Act would make sure that this happens across the board and creates maternal care for standards, minimum human standards for babies. Lastly, we heard earlier, 2026 reports about the Department of Justice sexual abuse and misconduct. I am also a crime victim myself who survived sexual assault by a medical doctor, a staff of docs. There must be more to be done to protect women behind bars. And frankly, we are not doing enough to think about the infants and the mothers and the pregnant people who are surviving in dire conditions right now. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your listening.
Thank you all now very much. And Senator Myrie.
Thank you, Chair. Was it Rebecca? Yes. Rebecca, okay. Thank you for your patience. I've watched you the entire day, sit very patiently through this entire hearing, so we appreciate your attendance. We appreciate your advocacy. We are sorry that you were here under these particular conditions, but we appreciate you remaining consistent, and thank you, Serena, as always, for the work that you do. Justin, I do want to follow up on the constitutional concerns that you guys share on the buffer zone.
Of course.
I'm curious to have that deeper discussion, but we don't have the time now. And then for Make the Road in Vera, it's my understanding that we have in the past, the legislature and the governor, by way of the budget, have allocated money for immigrant representation, that it has gone to ONA. And I'm hoping that you can take as much time that I have left just to talk about what the current structure is, what happens, why is it sufficient, why is it not sufficient, and why we should be doing more.
Thank you, Senator. I can answer this. And so when we were creating our budgetary ask, we were in conversation. We were in conversation not only with our coalition and our steering committee members, but also legal service providers on the ground who are doing amazing work for deportation defense. And what we are hearing from this is that although they are doing meaningful work, they are stretched thin of capacity, and that there are high deliverables with this. And so in recognizing the hard work that they are doing, and that, if the current rate of detention continues to increase, it will triple since the second Trump administration, that we need to make a significant change. And so as you mentioned, yes, previously there has been an allocation of $64.2 million funding for immigration legal defense. But as I mentioned, it is not meeting capacity. And so currently about a third of people currently facing deportation are unrepresented as of December 2025. And when we look at those in detention, it actually goes up to 38%. And so that's a pretty significant portion of the population. And what we know that those in detention, once they have legal support, are up to 10.5 times more likely to have a successful case outcome. And so really what this shows us is that we just desperately need more representation to navigate a very complex legal service. And it is needed more than ever, especially as the proposal for IGSA bans are taking in place, which is something that Bureau supports. But there will be immediate need for transfers and habeas petitions representation as these facilities close. So that will mean more legal representation. And then similarly, recently we heard the unfortunate news about the gutting of the Board of Immigration Appeals, which would also require federal litigation. And that is a complex specified form of attorneys that would also need legal representation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Otis.
Hi, I just wanted to thank Make the Road for your intervention in the Portchester case, which Senator Mayer and I are both very familiar with, and that it's an injustice to this family, but it is also highlighting what is going on behind the scenes in communities around the state, and kudos to Make the Road for stepping in and providing legal assistance that hopefully will reunite this family. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember and Senator Mayer, for your support. Actually, the mother, Susie, was here at a press conference this past Tuesday as part of our Democracy Day, and she has really spoken truth to power about the horrors that she faces, having to pass her birthday without her family together, and providing support to this individual's wife, who of course is very traumatized as she's not really able to communicate with him. He is a community college student, had just gotten his GED, was on his way to church. And so these are the situations that we want to avoid by passing New York for All. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Just to follow up on this issue that you raised. So while the governor's proposal on 287G is a good one, we all agree, it would not have helped this young man in Portchester. There was no 287G agreement in Westchester County. Something happened between the police and immigration enforcement that resulted in this young man being taken in a 4-hour period of time where his mother did not know, and basically taken to Portchester Police Department, to Manhattan, and flown to Louisiana. And my understanding is, with respect to legal assistance, which we've talked about, Make the Road is had to be the attorneys for a habeas corpus proceeding in Louisiana, which requires a substantial amount of legal expertise and knowledge. So this case is not unique, as unfortunate as it is, and thank you for highlighting it and for allowing me to meet his mother. But I think your point is, unless we pass a law that clarifies an issue that came up today, that police departments cannot collude in whatever form, whether it's sharing data, we are not solving a problem like occurred in Portchester. So I just wanted to get that on the record. I know you agree.
Yes, and in that particular case, like ICE was not there. It was only once he was at the jail, they came and they interviewed him. And he was very confused because they said they were border police. He said, I have status, I have protection. They said, it does not matter. You're going to be deported. And so ICE doesn't have to be there for informal collusion to happen. And this is a great example of that. And a rapid response team is inundated right now with requests of support from individuals that have been targeted by ICE, again, outside of these formal pathways of collusion, which is why money for ONA is particularly crucial, and to support legal representation in this moment.
Thank you. The other question I have is for Ms. Martin. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of incarcerated women. I've represented Bedford and Taconic, along with my colleagues no longer here. Not only the issues of birth and shackling and care, but visitation. Can you just speak to, because I know the commissioner spoke earlier about money for bus transportation for women who are incarcerated. This family visit is exceptionally important. What are you doing in that to encourage and make sure that we have the resources for families to see their mothers?
Thank you so much for mentioning that. I was recently at Bedford Hills, going through as a visitor and meeting with some of the women. And even in the rest area where visitors come through, there was no toilet paper. It was dirty. Visitors have to wait very long periods of time. They've limited visiting hours. A bill like the S2841A, A4250A, the Protect in Person visits, would ameliorate some of this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assembly.
Assemblyman Charles Levine, Esquire.
Thank you all. I have a question for Ms. Scaife. In September, just 5 months ago, a man named Santos Banegas Reyes was arrested in Nassau County and taken to the Nassau County Correctional Center. And he died. So are you able to tell me or disclose if county is conducting an investigation into what happened to him? This is 5 months, and we really don't know what was the cause of death.
So the Correctional Association of New York has authority expressly over state prisons to carry out oversight activities. The State Commission on Correction does do mortality reviews of deaths in county jails, though those reviews often lag due to just gathering a lot of evidence. So I would refer you to that agency.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for Jennifer, the Correctional Association of New York. I understand that CANI has been undergoing a new project in which you are focusing on specific docks facilities, prisons that I perhaps would describe as especially problematic, and conducting more intensive oversight over those prisons. Could you tell me, if you can tell me, which facilities were chosen and why? What factors led you to choose those facilities, and anything that you are able to share about what you've learned so far from those efforts?
So the 6 facilities that we're focusing on through our intensive monitoring initiative are Marcy and Mid-State Correctional Facilities, and those were selected because that is where Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi were murdered by correctional officers, respectively. Bedford Hills and Albion Correctional Facilities, women's facilities in the state, which have been the sites of years, decades of allegations of, and in some cases substantiated claims of sexual assault and abuse. So long-standing troubled facilities and vulnerable populations there. And then 2 men's maximum security facilities, 5 Points and Greenhaven Correctional Facilities, large facilities with significant mental health populations and people with complex medical conditions. And due to some of the information that we had obtained from the state, high rates of self-harm, higher concentration of deaths among incarcerated individuals. So that's how we selected those 6. And we are developing, as I mentioned, KPIs, key performance indicators for each of these facilities in partnership with stakeholders at the facility, incarcerated individuals, staff, and leadership at the facility to identify issues of kind of common concern across all 3 stakeholder groups. And they vary. I mean, medical access to medical care, timely access to medical care is a key concern across the board. And then I think a lot of other access and conditions related issues which are connected closely to staffing challenges and the kind of fallout from the kind of multiple crises in the prisons throughout the past year.
Thank you. And with very little time, you spoke about the reasonable expectation that the $3.127 million allocated in last year's budget would be recurring. Why is that funding critical?
I mean, you can't just do oversight for 6 months and then walk away.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Kellis.
I have like a half an hour of questions for you all, particularly this panel. Thank you so much for being here. Quick question. In your visit since the deployment of body cameras, have you seen changes in staff behavior and reduction in violence? And would you support the expedited installation of fixed cameras?
So we have recommended for years that the state expedite the installation of stationary cameras and commend the legislature and the governor for including that in last year's budget and law. And yes, we have observed demonstrable change in both staff and incarcerated individuals' perceptions of safety in facilities following the full implementation of body-worn cameras, and critically, the monitoring compliance and accountability that those cameras are being used appropriately.
And we both went to Bedford together. It was quite disturbing in a lot of ways, but I'd love to hear from you sharing a little bit more of what things that you saw that align with the national studies that have come out that has shown that Bedford is #1 in the nation for sexual assault and abuse, and some of the things that we've seen.
Well, so we had a great visit to Albion together, and
As
I
well.
believe that you were with my team at Bedford Hills. I was not at Bedford Hills. And yet, I think that in both facilities, even as allegations of physical assault, use of force may have decreased over time, I think that there still is just a prevailing sense of mistreatment and a lack of an overall kind of institutional care and concern for the needs of incarcerated women at these facilities.
Yeah. And that brings me to treatment of women and why, if you want to add anything about why the CARE Act right now, given what's going on, is so absolutely critical.
I mean, certainly what we need to do is make sure that infants certainly get their very best chance at life. And even if they're born behind bars, that should not matter. Keeping mothers and babies together is good for generations. It's good for babies. It's good for moms. It's good for postpartum. And frankly, it's barbaric and inhumane not to do it. The fact that it's passed the Senate 2 years in a row and hasn't passed the Assembly is astonishing when we talk about maternal mortality. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the last moment, if anyone could describe what is the fundamental difference between what the governor's proposed in the budget versus New York for All that you really think would be critical to see in the budget? Yeah, please. Make the road, either one, but I have 10 seconds left.
Okay.
So,
In New York for all? No, go ahead.
okay, so the governor's proposal does take some right steps. It ends 287G agreements. It ends the IGSA programs. But again, it doesn't tackle the informal collusion that happens. The sharing of databases, New York for All would cover folks knowing their rights before they're being detained by ICE. It would cover the majority of government state property, not just certain sensitive locations that are expected to comply, but doesn't fully end the collusion if a school resource officer wanted to engage with ICE in a certain way. So New York for All is more comprehensive than the governor's proposal. There are gaps.
Leaves gaps.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay, thank you. And I want to thank all of you for your participation here and spending the day with us. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, and I'm going to call up our last panel, Center for Employment Opportunities, Alyssa Bradley, RAP Campaign, Jose Saldana, and Center for Community Alternatives, Thomas Gant. Number 25 had to drop out, so we're only waiting for 3 people to come down. Well, maybe only 2. Okay. Sorry. All right. I want to both introduce yourselves so that I can figure out who we don't have.
I'm Thomas Gant, Center for Community Alternatives.
Thank you.
Alyssa Bradley, Center for Employment Opportunities.
Okay, just one last call out to the RAP campaign. Any chance you're here? Didn't hear me invite you down? Okay, well then the 2 of you, please feel free. Why don't we do Thomas Gant first?
Oh, thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and distinguished legislature. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Thomas Gant. I'm community organizer for the Center for Community Alternatives. Given the ongoing crisis behind bars in our communities, this year's budget must create fair pathways home for incarcerated people, support our youth, stop the criminalization of poverty. New York State prisons, as we heard today, are in crisis. This crisis is not theoretical. It is not abstract. It is something we can continue to not explain away. It is a crisis measured in human lives, in trauma, and in the ongoing abuse of incarcerated people behind closed doors. In the wake of the brutal murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi, men killed at the hands of those entrusted with state power, we are once again confronted with the painful reality. Violence in our prisons is not an exception. It's embedded, it's systemic, and for decades it has gone unchecked. I stand here today not just as an advocate, but as someone who lived the reality of New York's prisons. After spending 25 years incarcerated, I witnessed violence and hopelessness that no human being should endure and no family should have to fear for their loved one's life simply because they are in state custody. But I also know what transformation looks like, and I know what accountability looks like, and I know what endless punishment is not justice. As Senator Julia Salazar's groundbreaking report, Built on Brutality, makes clear, New York prisons and jails are facing profound constitutional, humanitarian, and human rights implications. And it tells us something else, just as important. It doesn't have to be this way. This is a choice. New York State can take an action to save lives, strengthen communities, prevent trauma, and open up new possibilities for real safety and justice. Our government can remain complicit in a system divided by violence and cruelty, but today we can refuse that complicity. We're calling for healing. We're calling for fair pathways home. We're calling for smart, common sense solutions that move us away from warehousing people and toward transformation, accountability, and restoration. That means passing legislation like the Second Look Act, so judges can finally review excessive sentences. The Earned Time Act, which rewards growth instead of locking people away as long as possible, and the Marvin Mayfield Act, so that prosecutors do not hold all the cards and judges can consider the full humanity in every case. Also, the Youth Justice Act and the End Predatory Court Fees. These are not radical ideals. They are responsible, they are moral, they are overdue. This budget must also invest in young people with Raise the Age. And finally, we must stop the criminalization of poverty through predatory court fees. These fees trap families in cycles of debt and punishment. And so the End Predatory Court Fees Act will eliminate those mandatory minimums fees and allow judges to set fees and fines based on what people can actually afford. And lastly, in closing, I want to remind us that we're talking about people here today, not just labels or case numbers. Many of us who stand here advocating for change are not defined by a single moment of our past. I cause harm, but I'm also a survivor of violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and members of the Senate and Assembly. My name is Alyssa Bradley, and I'm a Policy and Business Development Director with the Center for Employment Opportunities, or CEO. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about CEO and our work across New York, and the need for increased resources for New Yorkers returning home from prison. CEO has over 30 years of experience in workforce development programming. Our mission is to provide immediate, effective, and comprehensive employment services to individuals recently returning home from incarceration. As the largest provider of reentry employment services in New York, we serve individuals on parole and probation supervision in Albany, Buffalo, Rochester, and New York City, with an intentional focus on individuals facing the most significant barriers, while also returning $3.30 for every dollar of public investment into CEO's program. CEO urges the legislature to consider our recommendations to ensure these supports bring additional capacity to serve formerly incarcerated people, implement new strategies to target this population to increase public safety, and ensure the process is equitable. CEO maintains a commitment to meeting participants' complex needs through wraparound and supportive services. We are advocating for the funding that CEO currently receives in the Aid to Localities budget be appropriated in this upcoming budget passage. The funding was not included in the governor's recent executive budget, and it is crucial that CEO works alongside members to ensure this much-needed support is maintained. Additionally, an essential part of CEO's strategy is ensuring individuals have access to immediate financial resources on release. The Reentry Assistance Bill, led by Senator Cooney and Assemblymember Gibbs, is a critical piece of legislation that would address this gap by increasing the financial assistance provided to returning citizens at their most vulnerable time. Currently, New York State spends an average of $120,000 a year to incarcerate one person, a stark contrast to the $2,600 per person we're advocating for to support an individual's basic needs and to work towards the decarcerization of our state. By prioritizing funding for ATI and reentry services alongside the passage of key legislation, the legislature can shift from a cycle of mass incarceration towards a system that centers rehabilitation and long-term safety. Remedying our over-reliance on incarceration is an easy way to ensure we can afford effective reentry with dignity. These are sound investments and policy changes the state can and should adopt through the budget. With additional financial backing, organizations like CEO can expand their impact and enhance partnerships with local businesses and government agencies to create a more holistic, sustainable reentry process. Thank you for your considerations of these recommendations.
Thank you. Senators? Senator Myrie.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being with us all day. We really, really appreciate the feedback and testimony.
Assembly?
Assemblywoman Kellis?
Thank you both so much for being here and your work. And I appreciate, and I think it was important that the panel ends on hearing so many. We need to see everybody as human, and so many people see people who've committed a crime as their crime. And so often people who have committed a crime have also been victims. And thank you for making that very clear, because we do have to keep the humanity in mind.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about why for you both, the Community Not Cages package is so important, including the Earned Time Act, of course, for workforce development?
I'll just say it's a good way to transform prison culture as we know it. When you incentivize people to participate in programs, have exemplary behavior, they'll do it. And I know for me, getting involved with programs while I was incarcerated, it gave me those aha moments. And so I began to make my environment better. And then now I'm coming home putting those same experiences to use. So our friends and loved ones inside need that. And it's also best for the staff. When we are involved in program and doing good things, it makes a safe environment, for them as well. So overall, it saves us money. More people, if we can provide these fair pathways home, they can come home and be taxpayers and contribute to our economy instead of contributing to the billions that we spend now. So this is common sense. I mean, it's just, simple to me.
I feel like we have to kind of look ourselves in the mirror to ask, do we really want it to be corrections or punishment? Because so often the response is, I want that person to just stay there forever, but then we should throw away be honest with ourselves that we want to throw away the key. And that's not what we're trying to create here. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I mean, and we have to think about, the fact that 90+% of folks who are entering prison are returning home. So what do we do with those folks that are coming home? They're coming back to our communities. They're coming back to their families, and, they want to be employed, have a career, contribute to society and to their communities. And we need to invest in that. And I think particularly with Communities Not Cages, that being a bill package of 3 really, really strong bills, it just helps, lean on itself and support it. So we're a huge advocate. We know that they had their big advocacy day this week, and
yeah. I mean, I think what was most interesting for me is that it's actually the red states that have done the most work on earned time and give the most credit for it, because they understand that it's not a free ride. It's about working and rehabilitating. And that way, when you reenter, you've got workforce training and you've got job training. You've got everything. You reenter into the community safely, and it reduces recidivism. So, no, I appreciate it. Absolutely, let's keep fighting for it. But thank you both so much for being here, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Salazar.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask both of you, one of the, and actually, Thomas, you alluded to this at the end of your remarks. One of the common mischaracterizations about the legislation that both of you fight for, such as fair and timely parole and the Second Look Act, but not limited to these bills, is that these efforts are somehow in conflict with advocating for the needs of survivors of crime. Can you speak to how these bills or others that you have worked on would create more opportunities for release from prison, but are considerate of crime survivors and, in fact, informed by crime victims?
Yeah, I would just say ultimately, because I'm also a survivor of violence, and I think that if I would know that the person who committed that crime or action against me was actually working themselves to be better so that no one else could be harmed, I think I would be more satisfied with that. To continue to punish somebody, perpetually doesn't really bring closeness or healing to me. So if I know that they're doing the right thing so they can get out and do the right thing, then I think that's better. And then it's really just about giving grace. At the end of the day, some people, when they commit violence, it wasn't the first time it happened. More likely it happened to them as well. Unfortunately, they didn't have the skills to probably do something different. But for me, I think knowing that the person who committed that act and are doing things to repair themselves and healing will bring satisfaction to me more. And that's what these bills do.
Yeah, and I think, speaking especially to the reentry assistance bill and providing that financial support to folks, we've seen time over time that financial stability is public safety, employment is public safety. The work that these providers, CEO, CCA, so many others are doing to help folks reintegrate into the community, whether that's through employment, other barrier removal, childcare, transportation, those assistance helps with public safety. It makes people feel more safe in their communities. It helps support their families. It helps support their loved ones. And it lends to them feeling, more safe within their communities.
Thank you. The Second Look Act remains a top priority for many of us. Can you provide us with any real life specific examples of someone who might be eligible to at least apply and have their sentence reconsidered under Second Look?
Yeah, it's about, because a person have to at least completed 10 years of incarceration. And then they have to also show that they are accountable, responsible, and have the prospectability of being successful upon release. So it doesn't mean the judge have to grant it, but it gives them opportunity. This transforms people in Insight with Hope, but also for people who may not be eligible, it encourages them to also work towards getting better as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you both. Mr. Gant, I know that I've been working with CCA and they are requesting some funding to help in Westchester work on a planning grant for a more organized reentry process. How important is it when you get out to have a sort of seamless transition or fairly seamless transition? I'm assuming it's not perfect, like you run, in order to move from being inside to having a job, getting back with your family, whatever is next. How important is that in the process of readjusting to life outside?
Thank you, Senator. Very important. At the end of the day, when a person is released, they do need that support. As much as we like to just open the doors and let folks go do what they got to do, having that landing spot or that support means the world. It was people who was teaching me and helping me and pointing me in different directions or educating me or bringing me to different resources. So it means the world, and that's what real safety is. Instead of us just opening the door and letting people go, giving them that support, giving them that landing space, and helping them contribute. And people who are being released want to contribute. They want to participate productively. So just need the opportunity.
Thank you. I also want to thank you. I think it's very appropriate that you're actually the last panel tonight, even though I think you're thinking we had to stay here all day. But the fact is, I think so many of us do understand that one of the biggest things we can do to increase public protection and redirect lower cost models of doing that is providing quality alternative to incarceration programs, whether they're reentry programs or programs where you don't even have to go to prison to be able to get the kinds of services and options so that you can turn your life around. And that truly is a measure of how well we are doing as a society, but it benefits us all. And it absolutely benefits those who never are the victims of someone because they don't ever end up being guilty of something because they got the right programs and services, and it helps keep families together or bring families back together. And I happen to represent Manhattan Island, and one of my biggest complaints forever was docs would just put you on a bus and send you back down to New York City and let you off at a specific block in my district. I think at the time it was a $2 Metro card for quite a while, and say, okay, good luck, you're done. Well, what do you expect is going to happen? Right? They're going to be coming back into your prison system probably after doing something fairly disturbing because they had to actually try to take care of themselves with none of the tools they needed. So I think every dollar we invest in quality programs like yours saves us not just a huge amount of money, it's saving other people from being victims. So thank you very much for doing the work you're doing and for continuing to educate us about how important this work is.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you both very much. So I believe I am now going to, I'm just always being careful here, am I closing down this hearing? Everybody had a chance to say what they wanted to say. I want to thank everybody for participating. I want to let you know this room is going to be empty for a week. Well, maybe it's not, but it's not going to be filled with budget hearings because while we will not be up here next week, we will be back the week after. So you will have more opportunities to join us for other budget hearings starting the week after next. And thank you all very much for your work and participation today. Thank you, my
Senator.
colleagues.